Morty warping away, leaving Parappa behind to ponder the lesson he has learned.
Title: Funky Flaming River Ride.
The episode starts with Rick and Morty being in a state of deep scientific contemplation as they navigate through a grassy hillside area. Suddenly, they come across a group of inflatable boats floating on a river, which piques their interest.
Morty, look at these inflatable boats. They're made of a highly durable material, perfect for testing out our latest invention.
What invention, Rick?
The inflatable lava raft, Morty. It's made of an advanced heat-resistant material and has the ability to navigate through lava pools.
But wouldn't that be dangerous, Rick?
Of course it's dangerous, Morty. That's the whole point. Now get in the raft and let's see what this baby can do.
Morty reluctantly gets into the raft as Rick hits a switch, and the duo are propelled into a rushing pool of lava. The heat is intense, but the raft holds up surprisingly well.
Rick, I don't know if this is a good idea. The heat is melting my brain.
Nonsense, Morty. The heat is actually stimulating your cerebral cortex, increasing cognitive function.
I don't think that's how it works, Rick.
Suddenly, the raft hits a bump and shoots off a waterfall, landing in a pool of neon green liquid.
Whoa, Morty. This is a highly potent liquid. I bet it has some serious biomedical benefits.
Like what, Rick?
I don't know, Morty. I'm a scientist, not a doctor.
As they continue down the river, they come across various obstacles, including a giant flaming pit and a waterfall made of acid.
Rick, this is insane. We're going to die.
Don't be absurd, Morty. We're in a heat-resistant raft, remember?
Finally, they near the end of the river and come across a giant neon pink octopus.
Whoa, Morty. This is a rare species of octopus with a genetic mutation that causes it to emit high levels of serotonin.
So what does that mean, Rick?
It means we have to capture it and extract its secretions for further study.
The episode ends with Rick and Morty successfully capturing the octopus and returning back to their laboratory, where they begin their scientific study.
Rick, that was the craziest ride I've ever been on.
It was all in a day's work, Morty. Now let's get to work on analyzing those secretions.
And thus, another insane adventure for our favorite duo comes to a close.
Title: The Interdimensional Hilarity.
The episode starts with Rick and Morty seeing a man in a black coat and a green tie standing on a road with a dog in the background. They decide to ignore him and surf intergalactic internet instead to find something entertaining.
Morty, let's surf the interdimensional internet. I'm sure we will find something interesting.
Okay, Rick, but what are we looking for?
Something that will make us laugh, Morty. We need a break from all this scientific research.
They start surfing the interdimensional internet and come across 5 different interdimensional hentai porn videos. Rick and Morty can't wait to watch them and describe each one in detail.
Wow, Rick, this first video is crazy. It's called The Dancing Plumbus.
Oh, I've seen that one before. It's hilarious. The plumbus is dancing like a fool. Oh, Morty, the things that we can do with science.
Jerry walks in and sees Rick and Morty watching the video. What are you guys watching?
Just an interdimensional video, Jerry. You wouldn't understand.
Can I watch too? Rick and Morty share a look before Rick agrees to let Jerry join them. They start watching the second video, the time-traveling pickle. Whoa, this is so cool. How did they do that?
Jerry, it's just a video. It's not real.
Oh, well, it's still amazing. They move on to the third video, the interdimensional basketball game.
Oh man, I love this one. They're playing basketball in different universes.
Yes, but the rules are different in each universe. Sometimes, the hoop is in the ground. Sometimes it's in the air. It's chaos, Morty.
I don't get it.
Of course you don't, Jerry.
Next up is the fourth video, the singing parasite.
This one is really gross, Morty. The parasite takes over the host's body and makes them sing.
Ew, I don't like it. It's creepy.
Why did you show us this one?
Because it's funny, Jerry. You wouldn't understand.
Finally, they watch the fifth video, the talking cat.
This one is so weird, Rick. The cat can talk.
Yes, but the cat is also a hitman, Morty. It's not just a talking cat.
How do you come up with this stuff?
It's all in a day's work, Jerry. Now, let's watch it again.
They all laugh as they watch the interdimensional hentai porn videos again and again, enjoying their time off from science. INT. Smith House, Garage. Rick is tinkering with his newest invention, a device that can analyze the molecular composition of any substance.
Morty, hand me that quantum spanner over there, will ya?
Which one, Rick?
The one with the Flibberty Gibbet oscillator. Morty, come on.
As Morty hands Rick the spanner, a loud noise outside catches their attention.
Rick, what's that noise?
Checks his wristwatch. Oh geez, Morty, it's the annual Acid Whirlpool Festival. We gotta get over there now.
Acid Whirlpool Festival? That sounds dangerous, Rick.
Relax, Morty, I got us some inflatable rafts. Plus, I'll use my device to analyze the acid, so we can avoid any harm.
They quickly go to the festival, where a large group of people are cheering on a surfer who is riding a wave on top of a surfboard in the center of a gigantic acid whirlpool.
Announcer. And now for our next competitor, Morty Smith.
Wait, what? Me? I didn't sign up for this.
Don't worry, Morty, it'll be a quick ride. Just hop on this inflatable raft and I'll prep my device to analyze the acid in the whirlpool.
Morty reluctantly gets on the raft and Rick activates his device. Suddenly, the raft shoots off into the whirlpool, and Morty begins to fly out of control.
Whoa, Rick! What's happening?
Hang on, Morty, the acid is more powerful than I thought.
As they ride through the whirlpool, the acid begins to affect the raft and Morty's body, causing both to morph and stretch in bizarre ways.
Rick, I think I'm turning into a giant balloon.
Looks like the acid is affecting your molecular composition, Morty. I gotta get a DNA sample of this.
They eventually make it to the end of the whirlpool, where a group of scientists are eagerly waiting to take samples of the acid and Morty.
Scientist. Excellent work, Rick Sanchez. This acid will be the key to unlocking the secrets of interdimensional travel.
Yeah, sure. Just give me my cut and let's get out of here, Morty.
As they leave the festival, Morty reflects on his crazy experience.
Rick, that was insane. I don't even know what just happened to me.
Relax, Morty, you're back to normal now. Besides, it's all just science, Morty. It's all just science.
Title: The Dysentery Debacle.
In this episode of Rick and Morty, Morty is afflicted with non-stop dysentery, causing much annoyance and frustration for Rick and the rest of the family. The episode begins with Rick attempting to come up with a scientific solution to Morty's gastrointestinal dilemma.
Rick, Morty, this is absolutely ridiculous. Your constant diarrhea is disrupting our entire schedule. I've tried every scientific remedy I know to no avail.
Morty, I can't help it, Rick. It just won't stop.
Beth, Rick, can't you just make him stop? We have plans tonight and Morty's condition is ruining them.
Rick, believe me, Beth, if I could just turn off his bowels I would, but it's not that simple. I'll have to do more research and run some tests.
As Rick frantically searches for a cure, Morty's condition worsens. He spends the entire episode running back and forth to the bathroom, leaving a trail of destruction in his wake.
Summer, gross, Morty. Can't you hold it in for 1 second?
Morty, I'm trying. Summer, I really am.
Eventually, Rick discovers a scientific solution that involves manipulating Morty's gut bacteria. He creates a serum that should stabilize Morty's digestive system and eradicate his dysentery once and for all.
Rick, alright Morty, hold still. This is going to be a bit invasive, but it's the only solution we've got.
Morty, just do it, Rick. I can't take this anymore.
As Rick administers the serum, chaos ensues. Morty's body begins to convulse, and his intestines seem to be rebelling against the serum.
Jerry, Rick, what the hell did you do to him? He's gonna explode.
Rick, relax, Jerry. It's just his gut biome adjusting to the treatment. He'll be fine in a few minutes.
Sure enough, Morty emerges from the bathroom with a big smile on his face. His dysentery is finally gone, and he feels better than ever before.
Morty, I can't believe it. I feel like a new man. Thanks, Rick.
Rick, don't thank me yet, Morty. I still need to run a few more tests to make sure you're completely cured. But for now, let's celebrate with a bottle of wine.
As the family sits down to enjoy their victory, they notice a cartoon character holding a bat in the corner of the room.
Beth, who the hell is that?
Rick, no idea, but let's not worry about it right now. We've got a cured Morty and a bottle of wine. Life is good.
And so the dysentery debacle comes to a close, with Rick and the family victorious once again.
Title: Interdimensional Hilarity, PhD.
The episode starts with Rick and Morty strolling in a futuristic city with a long path leading to a building and a lot of grass in front of it. They decide to surf the interdimensional internet in search of some hilarious content for their own twisted amusement.
Morty, fire up the portal gun. Let's dive into the interdimensional cyber world and find some sweet, sweet memes.
Okay, Rick, but don't we have more important things to do?
Morty, have you forgotten who we are? We're interdimensional explorers, and exploring memes is just as important as exploring parallel universes.
They beam into the interdimensional internet and immediately find a plethora of strange and bizarre videos. They select 5 different interdimensional hentai porn videos.
Morty, let's take turns describing these hilarious videos in scientific PhD university terms.
Okay, Rick. The first video is, a giant talking pickle singing a love ballad to a slice of bread. The pickle's voice is modulated in a way that produces a harmonic frequency of approximately 87.2 Hz.
Fascinating, Morty. The second video features a group of extraterrestrial beings performing a synchronized dance routine. Their movements adhere to a complex algorithmic sequence based on the Fibonacci series, creating a mesmerizing visual pattern.
The third video is, a sentient cloud that can transform into various shapes, including a bicycle, a toaster, and a washing machine. The cloud's molecular structure appears to be composed of a combination of helium and neon particles.
Impressive, Morty. The fourth video depicts a parallel universe where all cats are made of cheese. The cheese cats have an average density of 1.3 grams per cc and emit a faint aroma of cheddar.
And the last video is, a dimensional rift that leads to a
Title: The Pixelated Paradox.
Synopsis.
After being sucked into a virtual reality game called Rick's Hero, Rick and Morty find themselves trapped in a digital world of pixelated mayhem. Armed with their wits, weapons, and a desire to escape, they embark on a quest through various levels, encountering a cast of curious characters along the way.
Act 1.
Morty, buckle up. We're entering uncharted territory. This virtual reality game might be more than we bargained for.
I don't know, Rick. It looks kinda like a retro video game.
Retro? This is cutting-edge technology, and we're about to slice through some serious challenges. Just remember, shoot first, ask existential questions later.
Act 2. Pixelated Hero. Welcome, travelers. I am the Pixelated Hero, sworn defender of this digital realm. If you wish to escape, you must prove yourselves worthy by completing a series of tests.
Tests? Thieved. Let's just shoot everything in sight and call it a day.
Rick, I don't think that's how it works.
Pixelated Hero. Ahem. The challenges involve solving complex puzzles, navigating treacherous terrain, and defeating formidable foes.
Foes? Bring 'em on. I didn't come here to play hopscotch with blocky eagles.
Act 3.
Roblox. Hey, pals. You look like you could use some help. I'm Roblox, and I'm a master builder.
That's cool, but we're kinda in a hurry.
Speak for yourself, Morty. This guy might be able to craft us some better weapons.
Roblox. You got it, boss. Just give me a few minutes to put together a plasma cannon and a sniper rifle.
Pixelated Hero. Very well. You may use Roblox's creations to aid you in your quest. But be warned. The challenges ahead will test your skills and your sanity.
Act 4.
Brain, welcome, interlopers. I am Brain, the keeper of knowledge in this realm. I have a riddle for you to solve. If you get it right, I'll show you the way out.
Okay, but can we hurry it up? We're kinda on a tight schedule.
Morty, let the man answer his six-dimensional phone call in peace. This might be important.
Brain, very well. Here's the riddle. What has 4 legs in the morning, 2 legs in the afternoon, and 3 legs in the evening?
Is this a trick question? Sounds like one of those Sphinx deals.
No, I think I've heard this one before. It's a human.
Brain, correct. You have proven yourselves worthy of my wisdom. Follow me to the exit, and beware of the final challenge.
Act 5. Theater Manager. Ahem. Welcome, esteemed guests, to the Pixelated Theater. Tonight's performance is an adaptation of Miss Marple and the Case of the Mysterious Murder. Please take your seats and enjoy the show.
Play? Are you kidding me?
Rick, we have to blend in. Plus, I like murder mysteries.
Fine. Just don't expect me to clap at the end.
Pixelated Hero. And now, we present the final challenge. Can you solve the mystery before the killer strikes again?
Miss Marple, my dear pixelated hero, fear not. I have the culprit in my sights.
Whispering. Morty, I have a bad feeling about this. Something tells me this isn't just a play.
Whispering. Yeah, I know what you mean. I think Miss Marple might be the killer.
Pixelated Hero. And now, the grand finale. Watch closely as Miss Marple unveils the true murderer.
Bang!
Audience. Gasping.
Holy sh*T. Did she just shoot someone?
I told you so.
Pixelated Hero. Congratulations, Rick and Morty. You have successfully completed all the challenges and have proven yourselves worthy of escaping the pixelated paradox. Good luck in your future adventures.
Finally, I need a drink and a reality check.
Rick, I think we're still in the game.
I don't want to experiment.
The camera opens on a large field of trees and grass with a beautiful blue sky in the background. Rick, Morty, and Beth stand in the middle of the field.
Alright, Morty, this experiment is going to blow your mind. We're going to create a sentient poop monster.
Ew, gross, Rick. Why would we want to do that?
Yeah, Rick, that sounds like a terrible idea. Can't we just do a regular experiment for once?
Nonsense. This is the future of science, Beth. Imagine the possibilities.
Rick pulls out a vial of green liquid and pours it onto a large mushroom in the field. Suddenly, the mushroom grows to 10 times its size and begins to shake.
Rick, I don't think this is such a good idea.
But before Morty can finish his sentence, a giant sentient poop monster launches itself directly at the camera.
Poop monster, I am poop. Hear me roar. Oh my god, Rick. What have you done?
Relax, Beth, it's just a little poop monster. What's the worst that could happen?
Suddenly, the poop monster explodes, splattering poop and brown chunks everywhere.
I think we found out what the worst that could happen is, Rick.
I can't believe I'm covered in poop. This is gross.
Alright, let's clean up this mess before it attracts any unwanted attention.
As Rick, Morty, and Beth begin to clean up the poop, they suddenly hear a loud rumbling noise in the distance.
Rick, what is that noise?
Oh, no, I think we just attracted a giant poop monster with our poop monster experiment.
The camera pans out and shows a giant shadowy figure looming in the distance, with the sound of loud footsteps getting closer and closer.
We are so screwed, Rick.
Relax, Morty, I have a plan.
Rick quickly pulls out a device and points it at the giant poop monster. Suddenly, the monster begins to shrink and shrivel up.
That ought to teach you to mess with us, you giant poop monster.
Rick, what was that device you just used?
Oh, it's just a poop ray. Nothing to worry about.
The camera pans out to show Rick, Morty, and Beth standing in a field covered in poop as the sun sets in the background.
I can't believe I let you convince me to do this experiment, Rick.
Relax, Beth, it was all in the name of science. Now let's go get cleaned up before we attract any more poop monsters.
Title: Station Island Adventure.
The episode begins with Rick and Morty exploring a very strange-looking island in the middle of the ocean with a lot of trees on it and mountains in the background. Rick is excited to explore the island's bizarre terrain and suggests they find a place to set up camp. Beth decides to come along and joins them for the adventure. As they set up camp, Rick pulls out a list of his top 10 PlayStation 1 parody console games.
Alright, Morty, let's start off with our number 1 game, Assassin's Creed. In this game, you play as a gay pirate who's on a mission to steal as much booty as possible.
Rick, why does he have to be gay?
It's all about inclusivity, Morty. Plus he gets more points for seducing his targets.
Okay, that's enough. What's the next game on your list?
Alright, next up we have Call of Duty, Black Ops. It's a first-person shooter where you play as a black man who's fighting against a racist organization that's trying to wipe out the black population. It's a social commentary on the systemic racism in our society.
But Rick, isn't that kind of offensive?
Offensive? Morty, it's all satire. We're not making fun of anyone. We're highlighting the absurdity of the situation.
As they continue discussing each game on Rick's list, they suddenly come across a strange creature that looks like a cross between a dragon and a unicorn. They quickly realize they're in danger and need to defend themselves.
Rick, what do we do? We don't have any weapons.
Don't worry, I've got this. Time to bring out my trusty PlayStation 1 game, Rainbow Road Rampage. In this game, you play as a rainbow-colored car that's racing against other rainbow cars. But the catch is, you can shoot rainbow missiles at your opponents to slow them down.
How is that going to help us?
Just watch, I got this.
Rick pulls out a controller and starts playing the game. Suddenly, the rainbow car appears in front of them and starts shooting rainbow missiles at the creature. The creature staggers back, giving them just enough time to escape.
That was insane. Wait, did you really just use a Gaystation 1 game to save our lives?
Hey, don't underestimate the power of video games. They can teach us valuable life skills.
Sure thing, Rick. So, what's the next game on your list?
The episode ends with the trio laughing and joking as they continue on their island adventure, with a new appreciation for the power of Gaystation 1 games. Title of episode: The Feline Vomit Paradox.
Opening scene.
Rick, Morty, Jerry, and Beth are gathered around the kitchen table, discussing a strange cat they found on their porch. Rick notices a strange green blanket on the cat and begins analyzing it with his microscope. He discovers a fuzzy face on the back end of the blanket and a blurry image of a cat's head on the front. Suddenly, the cat starts projectile vomiting all over the kitchen.
The classic feline vomit paradox. This cat has become a physical representation of its own digestive system. Fascinating.
Oh man, this is so gross. Can't we just get rid of it?
I don't know, I kind of feel bad for the little guy. Maybe we should take it to the vet.
Agreed. Let's get it in the car and go.
Act 2.
The family arrives at the veterinary clinic, where they meet a giant sentient vomit monster in the waiting room.
Sentient vomit monster. Greetings, humans. I am the result of a failed experiment by a mad scientist. I now exist solely to vomit on unsuspecting victims.
Incredible. This is a truly groundbreaking discovery. I must study you further.
The vomit monster suddenly begins projectile vomiting directly at Rick, Morty, Jerry, and Beth. In a dramatic movie still shot, the family is covered in vomit and chunks, with gorgeous lighting and highly detailed splatters.
This is amazing. We must document this in 4K, full HD.
Are you kidding me? We're covered in vomit.
I can't handle this. I need to go home and change.
I'll take you guys home. Rick, you stay here and study this creature.
Act 2.
Rick is in his lab, analyzing samples from the giant sentient vomit monster.
This is incredible. The enzymes in this vomit could revolutionize the food industry. I must create the ultimate vomit sandwich.
Suddenly, the vomit monster appears in Rick's lab.
Vomit monster. Rick, you must help me. I cannot control my vomit anymore. It's destroying everything in my path.
Don't worry, I have just the solution. I'll create a serum that will stop your vomit at its source. But I need your help to do it.
The two work together to create the serum, which successfully stops the vomit monster's vomiting.
Vomit monster. Thank you, Rick. You have saved me from a lifetime of vomiting.
No problem. I live for this kind of insanity.
The episode ends with the family enjoying Rick's ultimate vomit sandwich and the vomit monster enjoying a peaceful existence. End of episode. The episode opens with Rick and Morty standing in front of a space background, illuminated by a green light emitting from the center of the image. After a brief discussion, they decide to delve into the interdimensional internet, seeking out the most absurd, borderline insane content.
Rick, Morty, the interdimensional internet is the holiest of holy grails. We're about to venture into the mind-boggling abyss of pure uncensored chaos. Morty, I don't know, Rick, we've seen some pretty weird stuff out there. Rick, nonsense, Morty. We're just scratching the surface. Buckle up, kid, it's gonna be a wild ride.
As they surf through the internet, they stumble upon 5 different interdimensional porn videos, each one more bizarre than the last.
Rick, Morty, you see this one? It's called The Excruciating Existence of a Sentient Envelope. It's almost too ridiculous to be real. Morty. Rick, I think I'm gonna sit that one out. Sounds kind of painful.
They move on to the next video, titled Interdimensional Insanity, the Musical.
Rick, this one's right up our alley, Morty. It's like Rocky Horror Picture Show meets Inception. Just sit back, relax, and enjoy the ride.
As they watch the musical, a strange substance begins to ooze out of their television screen.
Morty. Rick, what's happening? Why is the TV melting? Rick. Morty, just a little side effect of reality bending. Nothing to worry about. Now, onward to our next video.
They continue to watch the remaining porn videos, including The Inconceivable Dilemma of a Talking Pickle, Hypnosis and Hilarity in Hyperspace, and The Awkward Encounter with an Intergalactic Protoplasma.
Rick. Well, Morty, that was a hell of a ride. I think we've officially shattered the boundaries of sanity. Let's do it again sometime. Morty. I don't know if my brain can handle it, Rick. But okay, let's do it.
With that, Rick and Morty disappear back into the interdimensional internet, their minds forever altered by the absurdity they have witnessed.
The blue light phenomenon.
Synopsis: the episode begins with Rick and Morty, accompanied by Jerry, observing a computer-generated image of a group of people standing in a field with a mysterious blue light in the middle. Rick deduces that the light is a portal to a different dimension and decides to investigate.
Morty, Jerry, we're going on a field trip. Pack your bags and let's go check out this blue light.
Geez, Rick, do we have to? I was really looking forward to my nap.
I'm not sure this is a good idea, Rick. What if we get stuck in another dimension forever?
Don't be a chicken, Jerry. It's all in the name of science.
As they approach the blue light, they suddenly find themselves transported to a field in the middle of a war zone. Armies of drug-enhanced babies are fighting against the Protoss from StarCraft.
Whoa, Rick, what is going on here?
It looks like our blue light portal took us to the middle of a war between two factions. Let's see if we can find a way to broker a peace treaty.
As they navigate through the battlefield, they encounter a baby general who demands their allegiance.
Baby General, halt, intruders. Who are you and what is your purpose?
Oh, we were just passing through. We don't want any trouble.
Speak for yourself, Jerry. I'm here to negotiate a peace treaty between your army and the Protoss.
Baby General, we could use a mediator. But first, you must prove your worth by battling our champion.
The champion turns out to be a giant mutated baby with super strength and agility. Rick manages to defeat it with his scientific gadgets, impressing both factions and securing a successful peace treaty.
Wow, Rick, that was insane. How did you come up with all of that?
Science, Morty. It's all about creativity and problem solving.
The episode ends with the group safely returning home and Rick remarking on the infinite possibilities of science.
You never know where a blue light portal might take you next. The universe is full of mysteries waiting to be explored.
Open on the Smith family living room where Rick and Morty are standing in front of a neon background with a cartoon character on a skateboard in the middle. Beth, Summer and Jerry are sitting on the couch.
Holding a list. All right, Morty, we've scoured the multiverse to bring you the top 10 greatest console game parodies.
Oh man, I can't wait.
Can't we just watch a movie or something?
Movies are for plebs, Beth. Now, in no particular order, starting with number 10.
Cut to Rick and Morty sitting on the couch in front of the neon background as they begin listing the games.
PlayStation 4. An RPG where you battle homophobes to save the world from bigotry.
I don't know if that's really appropriate, Rick.
Shut up, Morty, it's hilarious.
Sarcastically, yeah, real funny.
I'm not sure I want to hear the rest of these.
Well, too bad, Summer. Number 9. Grand Theft Auto, San Francisco. Join the LGBT gang as you rob banks and take on the straight establishment.
Is there any game on this list that doesn't involve gay stereotypes?
Number 8. Straightcraft, a game where you build a world free from all those pesky gays.
Angrily, alright, enough of this.
Looking at his list, fine. Number 7. Sonic Daddy Issues. In this platformer, Sonic has to confront the emotional baggage of a troubled upbringing.
Laughing. Okay, that one actually sounds kinda funny.
Thank you, Summer. I knew you'd come around. Number 6. Call of Booty. Join the Marines as they fight not just terrorists, but their own raging libidos.
Putting his head in his hands. This is getting worse and worse.
Standing up, I'm going to bed. This is ridiculous.
Fine, leave Jerry. We don't need your negative energy. Number 5. World of Warcraft. A massive multiplayer game where you can explore a world full of, well, you can imagine.
Getting up, that's it, I'm turning off the TV. This is disgusting.
As Beth tries to turn off the TV, the cartoon character on the skateboard comes to life and starts skating around the room.
Skateboard kid. Hey dudes, I'm totally shredding this gnarly neon landscape.
Excitedly, holy crap, it's Tony Hawk's gay skater.
In disbelief, I'm pretty sure that's not a real game.
Looking at the skateboard kid, he's kinda cool though.
The skateboard kid crashes into the wall and disappears in a cloud of smoke as the screen fades to black. End credits.
Bloody bathroom brouhaha.
Opening scene. Rick and Morty are in the middle of a wild experiment involving quantum entanglement when they suddenly find themselves transported into a large open cluttered abandoned bathroom. They look around in confusion and notice a group of people in the room with blood on the floor and a man in a black suit and a woman in a green shirt.
Morty, what the hell is going on here?
I don't know, Rick, but there's blood everywhere.
This looks like some kind of crime scene. Better be careful not to contaminate any evidence.
As Rick and Morty begin to investigate the scene, a group of angry men burst into the bathroom swinging their fists. They start sake or punching Rick and Morty, and the blood splatters everywhere. The camera captures this moment in stunning 4K Full HD, with gorgeous lighting and gory details, creating a dramatic movie still.
Morty, we need to get out of here before we get ourselves killed.
But what about the people in here? We can't just leave them.
Listen, Morty, there's no time for heroics. We need to focus on figuring out how the hell we got here and how to get out.
Just then, Rick notices a strange device on the wall that seems to be emitting a high-frequency signal. He quickly realizes that it's a teleportation device, and with some quick thinking, he manages to hack into it and transport them back to their own universe.
Well, that was a close call. Looks like we narrowly avoided ending up on the wrong side of a criminal investigation.
Yeah, but what was that all about? Who were those people and why were they fighting?
Rick examines the data from the teleportation device and makes an astonishing discovery.
Morty, you're not going to believe this. The people in that bathroom were all versions of us from different universes. They were fighting over control of a powerful interdimensional portal.
Whoa, but why were they fighting? I thought we were the only Rick and Morty in the multiverse.
Ah, that's what they all think. But the truth is, there are countless versions of us out there, each with their own agendas and schemes. And it looks like some of them aren't above using violence to get what they want.
Geez, Rick, this multiverse stuff really gives me a headache.
Yeah, but it also gives us endless opportunities for adventure and mayhem. Let's go grab a beer and forget about this bathroom brouhaha.
Closing shot. The camera zooms out to reveal the entire universe, with multiple copies of Rick and Morty going about their various misadventures. The screen fades to black as the sound of Rick belching echoes throughout the cosmos.
Title: The Gas Station Parodies.
The episode opens with Rick and Morty playing a parody version of the popular console game Gas Station 4. Rick boasts about how he hacked into the game's code and made it even more gay than before. Morty asks Rick why he would do such a thing, to which Rick replies, "Why not?" Science is about pushing boundaries and exploring new frontiers. As they continue playing, Rick and Morty discuss their top 10 favorite Gas Station 4 parody games. They start with Assassin's Creed, where the player takes on the role of an assassin who is also a notorious kleptomaniac. The game consists of stealing as many items and treasures as possible before attempting to assassinate the target. Morty quips, "It's like the ultimate version of Finders Keepers, Losers Weepers." Next up is Grand Theft Spaceship, where the player is a space pirate who must steal spaceships and avoid getting caught by the space police. The game includes a variety of weapons and gadgets for the player to use, such as a spacesuit that doubles as a jetpack. Rick says, "It's like GTA, but in space." What's not to love? The list continues with FIFA Swirl Cup, a soccer game where the playing field rotates randomly, making it difficult for players to get a good shot. Rick explains that this game is not only fun, but also has important scientific implications for studying motion and dizziness in athletes. Other parody games on the list include the Snore games, where players must navigate a sleepwalking character through various obstacles, and Call of Booby, a first-person shooter featuring protagonist Booby Dulu.
As they finish their game and list, Rick realizes that they forgot to mention one parody game that he created himself, Sonic Boobs. Morty rolls his eyes and groans, but Rick insists that it's scientifically significant because it explores the physics of bouncing breasts.
The episode ends with Rick and Morty laughing and playing together, proving that even in the midst of their crazy and scientific adventures, they can still enjoy some silly fun.
Title: The Quantum Vomiting Creature.
Opening shot displays a green creature with a blue eye and a green nose in the middle of a green area with a black spot.
Morty, we've got to get this thing back to the lab. It's a new discovery.
What even is it, Rick? It looks like a giant booger with a weird eye.
F interjects. Oh my god, Rick. That's disgusting. What are we supposed to do with it?
Rick brandishes a handheld laser. Don't worry, Beth. We'll just laser it up and take it back to the garage.
As Rick deploys the laser, the green creature suddenly comes to life and transforms into a giant sentient vomit monster, projectile vomiting everywhere.
Geez, Rick, that was unexpected.
No sweat, Morty. We'll just wrangle it up and get it back to the lab.
Beth reluctantly agrees. Fine, but you better clean up all that puke before we go.
Yeah. Always cleaning up my messes.
As the group attempts to rein in the vomit monster, it suddenly spews a stream of rainbow-colored vomit, engulfing the entire screen in a stunning 4K, Full HD display with gorgeous lighting and highly detailed vomit.
Whoa, dude, this is crazy.
Rick, unfazed, yeah, Morty. It's just the quantum vomiting creature expressing its true essence.
Beth, disgusted. Can we please just get out of here before I vomit too?
In a dramatic movie still, the group stands triumphantly in front of the now captured vomit monster, with Rick proudly declaring, "Another successful experiment in the books, Morty."
Title: Interdimensional Sandwich Adventure.
Synopsis: Rick, Morty, Jerry and Summer find themselves stuck in a dimension where beds are stacked on top of each other and are tasked with reviewing interdimensional sandwiches.
Morty, Jerry, Summer, buckle up. We're in for an interdimensional sandwich adventure.
Oh man, Rick, I don't know if I'm ready for this.
What kind of sandwiches are we talking here?
Yeah, and what's with all the stacked beds?
Don't question it, Summer. And Jerry, let me tell you, these sandwiches are wild. First up, we have the sour squid and roadkill sandwich.
Oh god, Rick, that sounds disgusting.
What kind of rating do we give it?
I give it a 2 out of 10. The sour squid was tangy, but the roadkill was a bit stale.
Ew, Rick, that's gross.
You want to talk gross? Let's try the stinky cheese and eye of newt sandwich.
I don't know if I want to, Rick.
Me neither.
Too bad, we're trying it. I give it a 4 out of 10. The stinky cheese had a nice tang, but the eye of newt was a bit too slimy.
I think I'm gonna be sick.
Can we please stop eating these sandwiches, Rick?
Fine, fine. How about we move on to the fruit bat and maggot sandwich?
Oh geez, Rick, that sounds even worse.
Can we please pass on this one?
Alright, fine. I give it a 1 out of 10 anyway. The maggot was too slimy and the fruit bat was too greasy.
Why are we even doing this, Rick?
For science, Summer. And for the final sandwich, we have the motor oil and antenna sandwich.
I don't know how much more of this I can take.
Yeah, I'm not feeling so good, Rick.
Well, tough luck. We have to give it a rating. I give it a -5 out of 10. The motor oil was too thick and the antenna was too crunchy.
Can we go home now, Rick?
Yeah, let's get out of here before we end up with food poisoning.
As they make their way back to their own dimension, the group can't help but feel queasy from the interdimensional sandwiches they had just consumed. But at least they had some good ratings to bring back to the rest of the multiverse.
Title: The Multidimensional Cake Exchange Experiment.
The episode opens with Rick and Jerry experimenting with quantum mechanics in the lab while Morty and Summer wait for the multidimensional cake delivery. As they hear the doorbell ring, Morty excitedly runs to open the door and receives a cake from a mysterious cartoon woman. Rick examines the cake while Morty samples it, noticing an unusual chemical reaction occurring inside his body. Rick quickly realizes that the cake was contaminated with an unknown substance that alters the perception of reality and causes extreme hallucinations. Morty, now under the influence of the cake, decides to hide in Beth's closet. To his surprise, he catches Beth and Space Beth making out with each other and engaging in other unconventional activities. After returning to reality, he describes the experience in excruciating detail to Rick, who finds his story too bizarre to believe. Determined to prove Morty's claims, Rick builds a time machine and travels back to the moment Morty witnessed the interdimensional love affair. However, they soon realize that they've landed in the wrong dimension where Beth and Jerry are happily married and Morty doesn't exist. As they frantically jump between different dimensions, encountering various versions of themselves and their loved ones, they're eventually able to pinpoint the correct time and place where Beth and Space Beth's encounter took place. To their surprise, they discover that it was all staged as part of a secret experiment by the multidimensional cake company. The episode ends with Rick and Morty privately sharing a slice of cake, with Morty still in shock from the experience. Summer and Jerry, unaware of the events that took place, enter the room and share in the cake, but remain unaffected due to their lack of scientific curiosity.
Morty! Oh man, I can't believe what I saw in that closet. Rick! Morty, don't be ridiculous, that's impossible. Morty! I swear Rick, it was real. Beth was kissing Space Beth and they were doing all sorts of things. Rick! Alright, Morty, I believe you. Let's just say we need to investigate this further.
Summer, hey guys, are we gonna get any cake or what?
Jerry. Yeah, I'm starving over here.
Rick! Be careful with that cake, it's not your ordinary confectionery. Morty! You have no idea.
The episode is titled Quantum Parody Console Room, a gay station adventure in Dimension C-137. The opening scene shows Rick and Morty standing on a busy street in front of a towering skyscraper. Jerry can be seen walking towards them from a distance.
Morty, it's time to put our scientific minds to the test. Let's list our top 10 Gay Station 1 parody console games.
Gay Station 1 Rick, why are we talking about ancient technology?
Because Morty, the classics never die, they just get parodied into a new dimension. Now let's start with number 1, Chronological Dysfunction, the time-traveling detective.
In this game, you play as Inspector Gadget, who has to travel through different time periods to solve crimes. But due to a time malfunction, you end up solving the same crime repeatedly. It's a time-warping experience.
Hey guys, what's up?
We're discussing the top 10 Gay Station 1 parody games.
Oh cool, can I join?
Sure, we're on number 2. Crash and Burnout, the Ultimate Demolition Derby.
In this game, you play as a demolition driver whose objective is to destroy all the other cars in a death-defying race. It's like Mario Kart, but with real death.
Number 3. Zombie Apocalypse, the Undead Hunter.
In this game, you play as a zombie hunter with a shotgun, hunting for the undead and protecting survivors. But as you progress, you realize that the real enemy was the human survivors all along.
Number 4. Grand Theft Cosmos, the Stellar Heist.
In this game, you play as a space pirate who has to steal the most valuable treasures of the universe. The objective is to become the richest person in the galaxy. But beware, the police force is always after you.
Number 5. Resident Evil, the Summer Camp.
In this game, you play as a camp counselor who has to protect the kids from the undead during a zombie outbreak. The catch is that the kids are all high on drugs and making things even harder.
Number 6. Tiny Titan, a god's journey to become a midget.
In this game, you play as Zeus, the god of thunder, who has cursed himself to become a tiny midget. The objective is to regain your powers and ascend to the heavens once again.
Number 7. Final Fantasy, the Ignored Protagonist.
In this game, you play as the side character who is always ignored by the protagonist. But as you progress, you realize that the protagonist was just a figment of your imagination and the real protagonist was you all along.
Number 8. Silent Hill 3, the musical.
In this game, you play as a Broadway actor who has to survive a haunted town where the ghosts sing and dance. It's a musical nightmare.
Number 9. Metal Gear Scandal, the secret agent exposed.
In this game, you play as a secret agent who has to expose the corruption within your own agency. The catch is that the research lab you're infiltrating is actually a sex resort for spies.
Number 10. Final Frontal Fantasy, the porno parody.
In this game, you play as Cloud, the hero of the game, who has to rescue Princess Peach from Bowser. But the twist is that it's an adult game and everything is, well, pornographic.
Wow, those games are crazy, but I think I prefer the classic PlayStation 1 games.
Classic games? You mean like Barbie Horse Riding Adventure, or Hello Kitty Big Adventure?
No, I meant Crash Bandicoot and Spyro the Dragon.
Oh Jerry, you're such a normie.
The episode ends with a trio walking off into the sunset, with the skyscraper and the city fading into the background.
Title: The Gay Station 1 Parodies.
The episode opens with Rick and Morty sitting at their computer screen with a plethora of books and plants growing on the shelves in the background. Rick turns to Morty and says, "Morty, let's kill some time by listing our top 10 Gay Station 1 parody console games." Morty looks up at Rick with confusion and says, "What's a Gay Station 1?" Rick rolls his eyes and says, "Morty, it's a joke. Just come up with a parody of a popular PlayStation 1 game and make it gay." Morty nods and they start listing off their top 10 games.
Rick starts. Number 10. My Little Homo. Friendship is fabulous.
It's a game where you play as Rainbow Dash and go around Equestria spreading gay pride.
Morty chimes in, number 9, Final Fantasy Fanny. It's a game where you choose your favorite Final Fantasy character and compete in a drag queen competition. Rick laughs and says, number 8, Tony Hawk's Homo Skater. It's a game where you skate around town trying to avoid homophobic obstacles while performing fabulous tricks. Morty adds, number 7, Metal Queer Solid. It's a game where you play as Solid Snake and sneak around trying to save fellow LGBTQ+ soldiers.
Rick nods in agreement and says, number 6, Grand Theft Homo, San Francisco. It's a game where you play as a gay mafia boss and try to take over the city while running a fabulous nightclub.
Morty grins and says, number 5, Resident Queerville. It's a game where you play as Jill Valentine trying to survive a zombie outbreak while also trying to find a date for the prom. Rick snickers and says, number 4, Street GHTS. It's a game where you play as a gay activist trying to reclaim the streets of a city overrun by homophobic gangs. Morty nods and says, number 3, Tomb Raider. It's a game where you play as Lara Croft trying to raid ancient tombs while also trying to find your true love.
Rick laughs and says, number 2, Sonic the Hedgehog, Special Forces. It's a game where you play as Sonic trying to save your fellow LGBTQ+ animals from being sent to conversion therapy.
Morty chuckles and says, and finally, number 1, Crash Bandicoot, The Big Gay Adventure. It's a game where you play as Crash trying to save your boyfriend from the evil Dr. Neo Cortex while also planning your fabulous wedding.
Rick and Morty high-five each other and laugh as the screen fades to black.
Title: The Interdimensional Sandwich Review Extravaganza.
Plot: Rick and Morty embark on a culinary adventure through various dimensions in search of the most disgusting interdimensional sandwiches to review and rate. They are accompanied by 2 new characters, Cellphone Charlie and Cigarette Carla, who are also on a mission to find the best interdimensional eats.
Scene 1.
Alright, Morty, let's do this. We've got 5 interdimensional sandwiches to review and it's not going to be pretty.
Oh man, I don't know if I can handle it, Rick. These sandwiches sound really gross.
Cellphone Charlie, don't worry Morty, I've got a strong stomach. I once ate a whole dimension's worth of expired sushi.
Cigarette Carla. Yeah, and I once smoked a cigarette made out of pure asbestos. I can handle anything.
Scene 2.
The group arrives in the first dimension and is met with a sandwich made entirely out of alien insects.
Well, it's definitely unique. I'll give it a 4 out of 10 for creativity.
I don't know if I can even take a bite of this thing. Look at all those legs.
Cellphone Charlie, crunchy. I give it a 6 out of 10 for texture.
Cigarette Carla. Is that the intestines of an alien I taste? I like it. 7 out of 10.
Scene 3.
The group travels to a dimension where the sandwich is made out of only expired dairy products.
This is a biohazard waiting to happen. Negative 10 out of 10.
Oh god, my stomach is already churning just looking at it.
Cellphone Charlie, I don't think I can do this one. Sorry guys.
Cigarette Carla. You guys are babies. It's just a little mold. 2 out of 10.
Scene 4.
In the next dimension, the sandwich is made out of various bodily fluids of unknown creatures.
I don't even want to know where they got these fluids from. 0 out of 10.
I'm not even going to taste it. I might get an interdimensional disease.
Cellphone Charlie, I can't believe I'm saying this, but I think I'd rather eat the expired dairy sandwich. 1 out of 10.
Cigarette Carla. It's not even the worst thing I've tasted today. 4 out of 10.
Scene 5.
The group reaches the 4th dimension where the sandwich is made out of live octopuses.
This is just barbaric. 2 out of 10.
Are those tentacles moving?
Cellphone Charlie, I'm starting to regret coming on this adventure. 3 out of 10.
Cigarette Carla. I love seafood. 8 out of 10.
Scene 6.
The final dimension reveals a sandwich made out of ingredients that are too disgusting to describe.
I don't even know what to say. Negative infinity out of 10.
This is a new low, even for us.
Suffering Charlie, I think I'm going to be sick. -5 out of 10.
Cigarette Carla. I can't even finish it. -3 out of 10.
Sane 7.
The group returns to their own dimension, exhausted and ready to never think about interdimensional sandwiches again.
Well, at least we learned one thing from this adventure.
What's that, Rick?
That interdimensional cuisine is overrated. Let's go get some pizza.
The group agrees and heads off to a nearby pizza place, relieved to have survived the sandwich review extravaganza.
Title: Morty's Closet Conundrum.
Synopsis: When Morty decides to hide in his mother's closet, he stumbles upon a shocking discovery. His mother, Beth, and her alternate universe counterpart, Space Beth, engaged in an intimate encounter. Morty is traumatized by the experience and seeks solace in the only person he believes can help him process his feelings, his grandfather, Rick. But when Rick dismisses Morty's claims as a mere hallucination, Morty takes matters into his own hands and convinces Rick to travel back in time to witness the event firsthand.
1. Morty, I'm busy conducting important scientific experiments. What could possibly be so urgent that you had to interrupt me?
2. Grandpa Rick, I saw something. Something I can't unsee.
3. Spit it out, Morty. I don't have all day.
4. I went into Mom's closet and I saw her and Space Beth doing stuff.
5. You mean to tell me you saw your mother and a parallel universe version of your mother engaging in sexual activity with one another?
6. Yeah, it was traumatizing, Grandpa Rick.
7. Morty, that's preposterous. There's no way that could have happened.
8. But it did. You have to believe me, Grandpa Rick.
9. Fine, Morty, I'll humor you. Let's travel back in time and see if your claims hold any merit.
10. Thank you, Grandpa Rick. You're the only one who understands me.
As Rick and Morty travel back in time, they experience strange and wacky misadventures, encountering everything from alternate versions of themselves to giant talking frogs. But ultimately, Morty is proven to be telling the truth, much to Rick's disbelief. The episode ends with Rick and Morty left to contemplate the strange and complex nature of the multiverse.
Title: The Gas Station Paradox.
The episode opens with a panoramic view of a futuristic landscape, with a green light shining on a road leading into the distance. A dome of glass and metal towers looms in the background, hinting at the advanced technology of the setting. Rick and Morty are sitting in the passenger seats of a flying car, with Jerry in the driver's seat. Rick is holding a strange console with rainbow lights and buttons, while Morty is fidgeting with a holographic interface projected from his wristwatch.
Hey Morty, check out this console I made. It parodies all the video games that got banned or censored for being too gay.
Rick, are you sure that's a good idea? I mean, we don't want to offend anyone.
Hey guys, I'm driving here. Can't you talk about something less controversial?
Relax, Jerry. It's not like we're going to actually play those games. We just want to rate them for their creativity and subversion of societal norms. Right, Morty?
I guess so, but I don't want to get in trouble with the PC police or anything.
As the car speeds down the road, Rick and Morty begin to list their top 10 Gas Station 1 parody console games, each one more absurd and offensive than the last.
1. Butt Raider. In this game, you play as a muscular adventurer exploring ancient tombs and dungeons, but your main weapon is a giant dildo that you use to defeat enemies and open secret doors.
I gave this game a 7 out of 10 for its concept and level design. The only problem is that it lacks replay value, because once you've seen one butt crack, you've seen them all.
I can't believe you made me watch you play that game, Rick. I'm scarred for life.
2. Super Mario Dress Up. This game takes the classic platforming formula of Super Mario Bros. But replaces all the characters with drag queens and transvestites, who must navigate through a rainbow-colored world of disco balls, eyeliner, and glitter.
I'm sorry guys, I can't condone this kind of content. My daughter Beth would never forgive me if she found out I was part of this.
Relax, Jerry, it's not like we're forcing you to play it. But I have to admit, this game has some killer beats and fashion sense. I gave it a 8.5 out of 10 for its soundtrack and texture mapping.
I don't know how I feel about this game, Rick. It seems like it's making fun of people's gender identities and sexual orientations.
3. Grand Theft Homo. This game is a parody of the infamous Grand Theft Auto series, but instead of stealing cars and shooting civilians, you play as a flamboyant gangster who robs jewelry stores and picks up guys on Grindr, all while wearing a pink suit and driving a rainbow lowrider.
Okay, I draw the line at this one. I can't support criminal behavior, especially if it promotes harmful stereotypes.
Come on Jerry, don't be such a buzzkill. This game is hilarious. I gave it a 9 out of 10 for its satire and social commentary. It shows that even criminals have feelings and sexuality.
I think this game is crossing a line, Rick. How can you justify making fun of violence and sex like this?
As the car flies through a neon-lit tunnel, Rick and Morty continue to debate the merits and drawbacks of each game on their list, with Jerry occasionally interjecting his moral objections. Eventually, they reach their destination, a hidden underground arcade with a neon sign reading, Gay Station Paradox.
Inside the arcade, they find a group of colorful characters playing various video games, including some of the ones on Rick and Morty's list. A muscular Klingon, a doe-eyed elf, and a masked wrestler are all battling for high scores on Butt Raider, while a group of drag queens are giggling over Super Mario Dress Up.
Hey everyone, we came to rate your games and see who's the most creative and outrageous. Who's up for a challenge?
The arcade players welcome Rick and Morty with open arms, eager to show off their skills and humor. Jerry, feeling left out, begins to grumble and protest, but Rick hands him a controller and says,
"Don't worry Jerry, we'll find a game that suits your sensibilities too. How about this one I made myself? Jerry's Helpless Adventure. It's a platformer where you play as a helpless husband who has to avoid his wife's nagging and do household chores, all while feeling emasculated and embarrassed."
Hey, that's not funny, Rick. I'm not helpless, and I don't need to be belittled like this.
Calm down, Jerry, it's just a joke. I made this game to teach you some empathy and self-awareness. See, sometimes video games can be more than just escapism or entertainment. They can also challenge our assumptions and biases, and make us think critically about ourselves and our society.
Wow, Rick, I never thought about video games like that before. Maybe they can be a tool for social change and awareness.
I still don't see how making fun of me is going to change anything, Rick.
Oh, lighten up, Jerry. It's not like we're making you play The Sims, Jerry Edition, where you have to micromanage your boring life and watch your family decay over time.
Title: Interdimensional Sandwich Delight.
The episode opens with Rick and Morty enjoying a massive burger with a zombie face on the side. Rick turns to Morty and says, "You know Morty, this burger is pretty good, but have you ever tried an interdimensional sandwich? They're out of this world." Beth walks in, overhears the conversation and rolls her eyes. "Oh great, another one of your crazy interdimensional food experiments," she says sarcastically. Rick ignores her and starts listing off some of the most disgusting interdimensional sandwiches he's ever tasted. First up, the greasy gargantua from dimension C137. This sandwich is so greasy it'll clog your arteries in seconds, but damn does it taste good. Morty makes a disgusted face. Ew, that sounds gross. Rick continues undeterred. Next up, we have the moldy morsel from dimension Z56. This sandwich is literally covered in mold, but don't worry, it's the good kind. It gives it a nice tangy flavor. Beth gags in disgust. Please tell me you haven't actually eaten that. Rick smirks. Of course, I have. And I gave it a solid 8 out of 10. Morty looks horrified. How can you even eat that stuff? Rick shrugs. It's all about expanding your horizons, Morty. Now let's move on to the next one, shall we? They continue on with the list, including the slimy Slurpee from dimension Q12 and the crunchy crudity from dimension X29. Each sandwich is described in vivid detail, making Beth more and more nauseous with every passing moment. Finally, they arrive at the last sandwich on the list, the pungent putridity from dimension F14. Rick takes a big bite and immediately spits it out. That's disgusting. I give it a negative 10 out of 10. I don't even know how to describe the taste. It's like eating a pile of garbage mixed with sewage water. Morty looks queasy. Why did we even do this? Rick smirks, because Morty, science doesn't always have to be pretty. Now who's up for some interdimensional dessert? The episode ends with Beth storming out of the room, unable to handle any more of their crazy food adventures.
Title: Interspatial Intelligence Encounters.
Synopsis: in this episode, Rick and Morty embark on a journey to play the ultimate game of interdimensional Dungeons & Dragons. Their journey takes them to a mysterious world inhabited by cartoon characters, where they encounter a creepy character with a face on its face. Chaos ensues as they navigate through surreal landscapes and battle their way through the game.
Scene 1.
Alright, Morty, are you ready to play some interdimensional Dungeons & Dragons?
I don't know, Rick. Last time we played I ended up in a hobbit sex dungeon.
Ah, you'll be fine, Morty. Just remember to roll a 20.
Scene 2.
The duo arrives in a strange, cartoon world filled with bizarre creatures and characters.
Wow, Rick, where are we?
You're in the multiverse, Morty. Anything can happen here.
Scene 3.
As they explore the strange land, they encounter a creepy character with a face on its face.
Creepy character. Greetings, travelers. I am Zelorgon, the interdimensional D&D master. Are you ready to play?
Title: The Singularity Siren Slander.
Scientific PhD University description. In a parallel universe, a woman known as Natter, equipped with a sword and a sci-fi gadget, finds herself in a futuristic city. As a shape-shifting spy thriller, she must navigate through the city's shady underworld, infiltrating top-secret laboratories to uncover a government conspiracy involving a time-traveling psychiatrist. However, as she gets closer to the truth, she discovers that a singularity siren slander virus has infected the city's AI system, causing chaos and unpredictability. With the help of Rick, Morty, Jerry, Beth, and Summer, Natter must find a way to stop the virus before it destroys everything.
Oh, great. Another dystopian universe. Just what we needed.
Rick, can't we just leave this one alone? It seems dangerous.
I agree with Morty. I don't want to die.
Jerry, if we don't help this woman, the whole city will be destroyed. You'll die anyway.
Yeah, Dad. Let's be heroes for once.
Natter, Look, I don't need your help, but the Singularity Siren Slander virus is deadly, and I can't stop it alone.
We stopped a Cronenberg apocalypse. This'll be cake.
But Rick, what if we catch the virus too?
Oh God, please don't let us catch the virus.
Just shut up and let Rick do his thing. Natter, lead the way.
I wish we could just stay home and watch interdimensional cable.
As the group follows Natter through the city, they encounter rogue AI machines, cyborg assassins, and a horde of mutated creatures. The Singularity Siren Slander virus is spreading fast, and they only have a limited amount of time to stop it. With Rick's genius and Natter's skills, they finally reach the source of the virus, a secret laboratory hidden underground.
Holy shit, look at all this technology. I'm in love.
Natter, these scientists are working with the time-traveling psychiatrist. We need to destroy this place before it's too late.
Rick, I think we caught the virus. I'm feeling kinda weird.
Me too, Morty. I think I'm turning into a robot.
Don't worry, guys. We'll find a cure.
I hope so. I don't want to be a cyborg.
As Rick and Natter set explosives to destroy the laboratory, Morty and Jerry start glitching out, and Beth and Summer search for a cure. The Singularity Siren Slander virus has reached its peak, causing reality to warp and distort. Finally, the group manages to destroy the virus, cure themselves, and escape the collapsing laboratory.
Phew, that was intense.
I don't know if I can handle another adventure like that.
Can we please go home now?
We saved a city from destruction. I'm proud of us.
Can we at least get some pizza on the way home?
Natter, you guys weren't so bad for a bunch of outsiders. Maybe I'll call you if I need help again.
Yeah, whatever. Just don't expect us to do this every weekend.
Title: The Quantum Paradoxical Mind Control of Rukia Kuchiki.
Rick, Morty, and Summer are investigating a strange phenomena in the galaxy involving a black and white patterned circle with a blue center. The trio discovers that the object emits a frequency that triggers an alien mind control mechanism.
Morty, Summer, this object is emitting a frequency that could potentially control our very minds.
Oh geez, that doesn't sound good, Rick.
What do we do, Rick?
We need to find the source of this mind control. My calculations suggest it's coming from the planet Rukia Kuchiki.
Trio sets out on a mission to Rukia Kuchiki, where they encounter strange creatures and trippy landscapes. They finally arrive at the source of the mind control frequency, the giant quantum paradox powered by Rukia Kuchiki's advanced technology.
Wow, this is some next-level science-y stuff. We gotta shut this thing down before it causes irreversible damage to the galaxy.
I don't know, Rick. Messing with quantum paradoxical stuff could have some crazy consequences.
But we have to try, right?
Of course we do, Summer. It's our duty as intergalactic explorers.
The team devises a plan to shut down the quantum paradox by hacking into Rukia Kuchiki's central control system. Using Rick's genius-level hacking skills, they manage to infiltrate the system and shut down the paradox. But as they make their escape, they encounter Rukia Kuchiki herself, who is using the mind control technology for good. She explains that the alien mind control technology was actually a tool to help unite the galaxy and promote peace.
Oh, well that changes things. I guess we owe you an apology, Rukia.
Yeah, sorry we messed with your stuff.
But hey, at least we learned something, right?
The trio leaves Rukia Kuchiki's planet with a newfound appreciation for the power and potential of advanced technology. But mostly, they're just glad they didn't get mind control. The episode titled Interdimensional Sandwich Review begins with a scene of Rick holding a cell phone and a wallet with a green background and a purple sky in the background. Rick and Morty are seen sitting at the kitchen table, scrolling through their interdimensional travel logs. Suddenly, Rick decides to review the most disgusting interdimensional sandwiches they have ever eaten.
Morty, Rick, do we really have to do this? I still have nightmares from that sandwich on Planet Zobin.
Rick, quit being a wuss, Morty. We need to document our findings for future reference. They proceed to list out 5 of the most disgusting sandwiches they have ever eaten. Their reviews are filled with vivid descriptions, scientific jargon, and hilarious punchlines. Here are some examples.
1. The slime puddle sandwich, from Dimension Z83. The sandwich was literally oozing slime that smelled like a mix of garlic and sewage. The bread was so soggy it disintegrated upon touching it. It tasted like despair and disappointment. 0 stars.
2. The fungus feast sandwich, from Dimension G21. The sandwich was crawling with mold and fungi that looked like it belonged in E. coli's worst nightmare. It tasted like someone accidentally dropped it in a petri dish filled with bacteria. 1 star because it didn't kill us, yet.
3. The toxic surprise sandwich, from Dimension B44. We couldn't even figure out what was in this sandwich because it was so toxic that our taste buds went numb. It smelled like sulfur and burnt hair. -infinity stars.
4. The alien goo sandwich, from Dimension T12. This sandwich was so slimy that it felt like we were eating an alien's snot. It tasted like sour milk mixed with motor oil. 1/2 star for the novelty factor.
5. The mystery meat sandwich, from Dimension X99. We still have no idea what species this sandwich meat came from. It smelled like a mix of rotten eggs and sweaty socks. The texture was slimy and rubbery. 1 star for the adventurous palate.
Throughout the episode, Rick and Morty's banter becomes increasingly absurd and hilarious. They even invent a few new expletives that no one but Rick can understand. In the end, they realize that their interdimensional travels have given them some of the worst gastronomic experiences possible. They make a pact to stick to Earth food for a while, but knowing Rick and Morty, they'll probably be back to their old habits soon enough.
Title: Interdimensional Sandwich Review.
The scene opens with Rick and Morty walking through a portal that leads them to a purple-colored dimension. In this dimension, they encounter a cartoon character holding a pot of plants and a bottle of liquid in his hand. The character approaches Rick and Morty and offers them a selection of interdimensional sandwiches.
Interdimensional sandwiches? What kind of sick, twisted universe are we in?
I don't know, Rick. Maybe we should try them out.
The cartoon character sets 5 sandwiches on the table. Rick and Morty examine them, exchanging disgusted looks. Hey guys, what's going on?
Is that food? I don't think I want to know.
Quiet, Jerry. Your opinion isn't needed here.
Alright, let's do this. First up, we have the Zorgonian Surprise. It looks like a regular sandwich, but when you take a bite, it explodes in your mouth.
I give it a 3 out of 10. It was too messy.
Next up, we have the Graglinator. It's covered in slime and has tentacles sticking out of it.
Ew, that's disgusting.
Why are you even eating that?
It's for science, Beth. I give it a 1 out of 10. It's like eating a live octopus.
Moving on, we have the Florgan. It's made with fermented alien cheese and has an odd smell.
Oh, God. That's enough for me.
I'm with Beth.
You guys are just weak. I give it a 5 out of 10. It's not bad if you can tolerate the smell.
The 4th sandwich is the Blerch. It's covered in poisonous spikes and has a warning label on it.
I don't think that's safe to eat.
Why are you doing this to yourself, Morty?
Relax, it's just a minor toxin. I give it a 6 out of 10. The spikes give it a nice crunch.
Finally, we have the Grossnack. It's literally made of garbage.
That's it, I'm out. I can't watch this anymore.
I'm with you, Jerry.
HMPH, weaklings. I give it a 4 out of 10. It's surprisingly flavorful for garbage.
Well, that was a wild ride. I need to go wash my mouth out.
The scene ends with Rick and Morty walking back through the portal, leaving behind the cartoon character and his questionable sandwiches.
Title: Interdimensional Fast Food Frenzy.
Synopsis. In this hilarious episode, Rick and Morty embark on a quest to find the most disgusting interdimensional sandwiches and rate them for their scientific research. Meanwhile, Beth and Summer are busy trying to fix the teleporter to save their beloved dimension from collapsing.
Act 1. Morty, grab your portal gun. We're going on a sandwich hunt.
A sandwich hunt? What for?
Science, Morty. We need to find the most disgusting sandwiches in the multiverse and give them a proper rating.
Rick, can't you do this later? The dimension is collapsing.
Yeah, Dad. We need to fix the teleporter before it's too late.
Relax, girls. This will take like 5 minutes. Tops.
Act 2.
Rick and Morty travel to different dimensions trying out various disgusting sandwiches.
Oh, this one tastes like sweaty gym socks.
But the texture, Morty, it's like silk in your mouth.
Rick, the teleporter is almost fixed.
Yeah, and we're running out of time.
Okay, fine. But just one more sandwich.
Act 3.
Rick and Morty stumble upon the most disgusting sandwich yet.
I don't know if I can do this, Rick. It smells like rotten eggs.
That's the point, Morty. Now let's give it a rating.
The sandwich explodes in their faces.
Rick, what did you do?
Hey, I'm a scientist, not a sandwich maker.
We have to get out of here now.
Act 4.
The Smith family makes a daring escape back to their own dimension.
Well, that was fun. What did we learn?
That some sandwiches are just too disgusting to eat?
No, Morty. We learned that the key to science is exploration and taking risks.
Rick, I swear to God.
Can we just go home now?
End scene.
Title: The Quantum Dungeons and the Yellow Object Paradox.
Episode summary.
The episode opens with Rick, Morty, and Jerry playing a game of Dungeons and Dragons in their living room. In between the roles and the character building, Rick discovers an unusual yellow object on the floor behind Morty. He picks it up and, after examining it for a while, declares it to be a quantum entity beyond his understanding. The plot thickens when Morty, who's holding a tablet, comments that he's receiving a similar signal from an object lying on the floor of a nearby abandoned mansion. Rick, Morty, and Jerry decide to investigate and travel to the mansion in Rick's spaceship. Once inside, they discover a hidden basement where a masked person is playing Dungeons and Dragons alone. The masked person reveals that they've been trying to unlock the secrets of the yellow objects for years, and have finally found a way to harness their power. As they continue to explore the mansion, Rick and the group come across a room filled with dozens of the yellow objects. They quickly realize that the masked person has been conducting experiments on the objects, causing them to multiply and become more unstable. In a chaotic series of events, the yellow objects start to fuse together, creating a massive quantum entity that threatens to destroy the entire mansion. Rick, Morty, and Jerry must employ their Dungeons and Dragons skills to outwit the entity and save the day.
Story discussion.
Morty, this yellow object is acting up. It's giving off quantum signals I've never seen before.
Oh, Rick, I'm getting a similar signal from an object in some abandoned mansion nearby.
Can we just finish this game first?
Jerry, these yellow things could be the key to unlocking the secrets of the universe. You want to keep rolling dice?
Okay, but how are we gonna get inside the mansion without being seen?
I've got just the thing. Hold on tight, everybody.
Oh no, not the spaceship again.
Oh yes, Jerry, buckle up. It's gonna be a bumpy ride.
Spaceship takes off and heads towards the abandoned mansion.
Okay, we're here. Everybody stick close. We don't know what we're dealing with.
Rick, I think the signal's coming from the basement.
Why does it always have to be the basement? They enter the basement and discover the masked person.
Masked person? Ah, Rick Sanchez. I've been expecting you.
Why were you messing with these yellow objects?
Masked person, I've been trying to unlock their true potential. And I think I finally did it.
The yellow objects start to fuse together to create a massive entity.
Oh boy, not good.
What do we do, Rick?
We have to outwit it. Jerry, you're up. Roll for initiative.
Wait, what? I'm not prepared for this. They engage in a Dungeons & Dragons battle with the entity and eventually defeat it.
That was close. Let's get out of here before anything else happens.
But what about the yellow objects? Don't they hold some important secrets?
Honestly, Morty, I have no idea. That's why we're scientists, to discover the unknown. But for now, let's just get some pizza and finish our game.
Title: The Interdimensional Fan Appreciation Day.
Plot summary.
Rick and Morty take Jerry on a wild adventure as they attend an interdimensional finance conference where Jerry's intergalactic fans are eagerly waiting to meet him. Meanwhile, a group of rogue alien scientists have developed a device that can extract the essence of funny autobiographies into a potent energy source that can power entire galaxies.
Scene 1.
Burps Morty, we've got to go check out this finance conference. It's gonna be lit.
Finance? Sounds boring.
Trust me, Morty. The finance world is full of mischief and intrigue. Plus, Jerry's got some die-hard fans out there in the galaxy.
Scene 2.
Oh my god. I can't believe all these fans are here for me.
Shut up, Jerry. We're here for the interdimensional free snacks.
Whoa, look at that device over there.
Looks like some sort of energy extractor. Let's check it out.
Scene 3.
Alien scientist. Huh, we've captured them. With the essence of Jerry's funny autobiography, we can rule the universe.
Wait, what?
Morty, get the towel. It's time for a Swedish massage.
Scene 4.
But Rick, what's the towel for?
It's a scientific tool, Morty. The towel can absorb the energy waves and disrupt the weapon.
Moans, that feels good.
Alien scientist. What's happening? Scene 5.
Burps, looks like we saved the day, Morty.
Yeah, but how are we gonna get back home?
Simple, Morty. We just use the energy from these funny autobiographies to power our ship.
I don't know what just happened, but I feel like a rock star.
Scene 6.
Burps, well, that was another successful adventure, Morty.
Yeah, but what about those fans that were waiting to see Jerry?
Oh, they'll be fine. They'll just have to wait until next Interdimensional Fan Appreciation Day.
Can we stop for some space tacos on the way home?
Shut up, Jerry.
That was crazy. How the hell do you come up with these adventures, Rick?
It's simple, Morty. Science.
The end.
Title: The Bloodbath Bathroom.
Characters: Rick, Morty, Summer.
Plot summary: Rick, Morty, and Summer find themselves transported to an abandoned bathroom where a gruesome murder has just taken place. As they investigate the crime scene, they encounter a man covered in blood and wielding a knife.
Scene 1.
Morty, this is a perfect opportunity for us to investigate the duality of human nature and its effects on the psyche.
Rick, can we just call the police? This guy is covered in blood and he's holding a knife.
Morty, this is not just any crime scene. This is a chance for us to explore the complexities of the human mind and its inherent violence.
Scene 2.
Guys, there's blood everywhere. How are we going to find any clues in this mess?
Summer, the blood is the clue. Each drop tells a story. We just have to read them.
Rick, what does that even mean?
Means we have to use our scientific skills and knowledge to piece together the events that led to this tragedy.
Scene 3.
Rick, I don't think we're alone in here. I keep hearing strange noises.
Don't be ridiculous, Morty. It's just the sound of our brains working at optimal levels to solve this crime.
Guys, I think we're being watched.
Scene 4.
Angry man. What are you doing here? This is my bathroom.
The plot thickens. I assume you have some information that can help shed light on this crime?
Angry man. I don't know anything. I just came in here and found this guy dead on the floor. Scene 5.
Rick, what are we going to do? That guy is swinging his fists at us.
Stay calm, Morty. We just have to analyze his movements and calculate the most efficient way to remove ourselves from harm's way.
Rick, he just sucker punched me in the face. There's blood everywhere.
Scene 6.
Okay, it's official. This place is haunted by the ghost of a violent murder victim. We have to leave now.
But Rick, we can't just leave this guy here with the ghost.
Oh, don't worry, Morty. I've got a plan. Quick, grab the knife.
Scene 7.
Okay, guys, listen up. We're going to confront this ghost head-on with our superior intellect and scientific know-how.
Rick, I don't think that's going to work.
Nonsense, Morty. We just have to use the knife to create a quantum entanglement with the ghost's energy field, thus trapping it in a perpetual loop of uncertainty.
Rick, that is the craziest thing I've ever heard. Scene 8.
Okay, everyone grab onto the knife. On the count of 3, we'll plunge the knife into the wall and create a portal to another dimension.
I don't think this is going to work, Rick.
Trust me, Morty. I'm a scientist. Now, 1, 2, 3.
Scene 9. The trio plunged the knife into the wall, creating a small portal that sucked them all in. When they emerged, they found themselves back in Rick's lab, safe and sound.
Rick, what the hell just happened?
Oh, just another successful experiment, Morty. We solved a murder, battled a ghost, and created a new portal technology. Not bad for a day's work.
Title: The Interdimensional Sandwich Festival.
Synopsis.
Rick and Morty are enjoying their regular interdimensional travels when they stumble upon an advertisement for the Interdimensional Sandwich Festival. As foodies, they decide to attend the festival and try out the different sandwiches available.
Scene 1.
Morty, We are going to the Interdimensional Sandwich Festival. It's the greatest food festival in the multiverse.
Wow, sounds amazing. Rick, what kind of sandwiches are they going to have?
They have sandwiches that will blow your mind, like the extra-dimensional grilled cheese, the sloppy space Joe, the wormhole Reuben, the quantum tuna salad, and the black hole BLT.
Scene 2.
Rick and Morty try out the extra-dimensional grilled cheese.
Rick, this sandwich is out of this world.
Of course it is, Morty. The cheese in this sandwich is from an alternate universe where cows are made of starlight and rainbows.
I give this sandwich a 9.5/10 for its melty goodness.
Scene 3.
Rick and Morty try out the sloppy space Joe.
This sandwich is made with beef from a planet where the cows are the size of mountains and the gravity is 20 times that of Earth.
It's so messy, I give it a 7/10.
Scene 4.
Rick and Morty try out the wormhole Reuben.
Rick, I think I just tasted another dimension on my sandwich. This one's a 10 out of 10.
That's right, Morty. The corned beef in this sandwich comes from a parallel universe where they pickle alien tentacles instead of cows.
Scene 5.
Rick and Morty try out the quantum tuna salad.
This sandwich consists of tuna from a universe where all the fish are radioactive. It's perfect for curing your hangover.
The salad has a unique quantum flavor, a 8.5/10 from me.
Scene 6.
Rick and Morty try out the black hole BLT.
This sandwich is made with lettuce from a planet where vegetables are telekinetic.
The black hole bacon is pulling me in. Rick, this sandwich is the best one yet.
I'm glad you like it, Morty. Black holes are known for their irresistible pull, the same way this sandwich is pulling us into gastronomic heaven.
I give it a 11/10. It's beyond all ratings.
Epilogue.
Oh, Morty, that was one tasty adventure.
That was amazing, Rick. I'm glad we're expanding our taste buds beyond the Milky Way.
Yeah, it's always good to try out the different dimensions. You never know what you'll find. Now let's go explore a parallel universe where pizza is a superfood.
Wubba lubba dub dub.
Title: An Umbrella's Quantum Entanglement.
Synopsis.
Rick and Morty find themselves trapped in a scientific experiment gone awry when they stumble upon a room with a wall covered in brown paint and a white umbrella in the corner of the room with a black floor. As they examine the strange setup, they suddenly find themselves transported to the inside of a large open cluttered abandoned bathroom in glorious 4K Full HD.
Morty, it seems we have fallen victim to a highly advanced form of quantum entanglement. The umbrella in the corner must be the source of this experiment.
Oh geez, Rick, what do we do now?
Just then, an angry man wielding a bat bursts into the bathroom and begins swinging wildly, hitting Rick across the face and sending blood splattering everywhere.
Great, just what we needed. Another unstable variable in this equation.
I don't like the looks of this, Rick. What if we never get out?
But Rick is already hard at work analyzing the situation, taking note of the dramatic movie still unfolding around them.
Interesting. The lighting in this bathroom appears to be designed to evoke a sense of heightened terror and urgency. This scientist must be quite the cinephile.
As they continue to dodge the man's swings, Rick and Morty realize that the key to escaping this hellish experiment lies with the wall covered in brown paint.
Wait a minute, Rick. Look at the wall. It's covered in Brownian motion. Maybe if we can harness the chaotic energy of these particles, we can use them to power a quantum leap out of here.
Excellent deduction, Morty, but we'll need to act fast. The blood loss from my face wound is becoming a factor.
With seconds to spare, Rick and Morty manage to harness the power of the Brownian motion and transport themselves back to the safety of their own world.
Wow, Rick, I don't think I've ever been that scared in my entire life.
Yeah, Morty, that was really something. But you know what? I think I'll be keeping this umbrella as a souvenir of our little adventure.
Oh geez, Rick, I don't think that's a good idea.
Nonsense, Morty. It's just a harmless umbrella. What could possibly go wrong?
Suddenly, the white umbrella begins to glow with an otherworldly energy, and Rick and Morty can hear the ominous rumble of distant thunder.
Oh, I think we might be in for another crazy adventure, Morty. Better buckle up.
The episode ends with Rick and Morty hurtling through the multiverse, their fate uncertain once again.
Title: The Intergalactic Burger Brawl.
The episode opens with Rick and the gang exploring an interdimensional food festival. As they approach a giant hamburger, they notice there are several interdimensional beings gathered around it. Morty asks Rick what kind of sandwiches he's seen in his travels, and Rick responds by listing 5 disgustingly unique interdimensional sandwiches.
First up, we have the tentacled Krabby Patty, a burger patty with writhing, slimy tentacles. A rating of 1.55 for the unappetizing texture.
Ew, that's disgusting.
Next on the list is the Crispy Cockroach Crunch, a panini filled with crispy roasted cockroaches. I give it a 2/5 for its crunchy texture and smoky flavor.
Gross.
Third in line, we have the Neon Noodle Sandwich, a brioche bun stuffed with neon-colored noodles that glow in the dark. I'll give it a 3/5 for its novelty factor.
That's kind of cool, but also kind of weird.
Coming up next, the Flaming Flamingo Fling, a sandwich made with flamingo meat and a side of hot sauce. I give it a 4/5 for its bold flavors.
What? That's disgusting. You can't eat flamingos.
Relax, Morty, they're interdimensional flamingos. And finally, we have the shocking sushi sandwich, a sushi roll stuffed with electric eel and wasabi. I give it a 5/5 for its electrifying taste.
Wow, that sounds intense.
As the group continues to explore the food festival, they accidentally knock over the giant burger and cause a massive food fight to break out. In the midst of the chaos, they bump into the intergalactic food judge, who is presiding over the festival.
Intergalactic food judge, you 3 are in big trouble. You just ruined the grand finale of the food festival. Relax, judge, we'll fix it. Just give us an hour, and we'll prepare you the most amazing interdimensional burger you've ever tasted.
The group races back to Rick's lab and begins frantically putting together the burger of a lifetime, filled with all the craziest and most outrageous ingredients they can find.
We need more tentacles. Chop up those cockroaches. Get me the neon noodles.
The clock is ticking, and the group works feverishly to complete their masterpiece. Finally, they emerge from the lab with their creation, a giant, glowing, electric hamburger, complete with writhing tentacles and sizzling hot sauce.
Intergalactic food judge, I don't know what to say. This is amazing. I've never tasted anything like it. That's because we're the best in the multiverse. Now, if you'll excuse us, we have a food fight to finish.
As the group dives back into the fray, it's clear that they've come out on top, with their interdimensional burger taking center stage.
I can't believe we made it out alive. That was nuts.
Yeah, but it was kind of fun, right?
You kids have a lot to learn about interdimensional food, but you're getting there.
As the group walks off into the sunset, they reflect on their adventures and prepare for the next intergalactic culinary challenge that awaits them.
Title: The Quantum Soccer Matchup Between Ronaldo and Messi.
The episode opens with Rick and Morty watching a live stream of the most epic soccer match in the multiverse between Ronaldo and Messi on a grassy field. Rick remarks on the unpredictability of the outcome, citing quantum physics principles such as Heisenberg's uncertainty principle and Schrödinger's cat. Morty wonders how the soccer ball defies gravity, and Rick explains the concept of Bernoulli's principle in fluid dynamics. As the match progresses, things take a bizarre turn when Ronaldo suddenly teleports across the field, scoring a goal in the blink of an eye. Rick, intrigued by this anomaly, devises a plan to investigate the quantum entanglement between Ronaldo's atoms and the soccer ball. Using his portal gun, Rick transports himself and Morty into the soccer ball, where they discover a microscopic universe inhabited by tiny soccer players. The duo observes the tiny players, who are also playing a match, and Rick compares the situation to the concept of parallel universes in quantum mechanics. Meanwhile, in the macroscopic world, Ronaldo and Messi continue to battle it out on the field with increasingly bizarre tactics. Messi sprouts tentacles from his feet, and Ronaldo begins to phase through the grass. Back in the microscopic universe, Rick and Morty make contact with the tiny soccer players and learn that they are part of a complex system of interconnected dimensions. Morty struggles to wrap his head around the scientific jargon, but Rick explains the concept of the multiverse in terms of a giant cosmic pinball machine. As the match reaches its climax, Ronaldo and Messi come face to face on the field, and the ball suddenly disappears. Rick and Morty, still inside the ball, witness the strange phenomenon of quantum tunneling, which explains the ball's disappearance. In the end, Ronaldo emerges victorious, but Rick and Morty are left with more questions than answers about the nature of the multiverse and the bizarre, unpredictable world of quantum soccer. Morty asks Rick if they will ever fully understand the mysteries of quantum mechanics, to which Rick replies with a shrug, "Probably not, Morty." But that's what makes it so damn fun.
Title: The Multiverse Sandwich Reviews.
The episode begins with Rick and Morty entering an interdimensional sandwich shop after a long day of interdimensional traveling. They spot an intriguing sandwich with a neon light on top of it and a cartoon character on the side of it with a neon light. Rick, being the food connoisseur that he is, cannot resist trying it out. However, before they do, they decide to taste and review 5 other interdimensional sandwiches.
Morty, let's start with sandwich number 1. The moldy swamp creature sub.
Ah, gross. This sandwich smells like swamp water. I give it a 2 out of 10.
Next, they try the cosmic calamari wrap.
Oh, Morty, this sandwich is out of this world. It tastes like deep-fried squid from another galaxy.
I don't know, Rick. The tentacles keep sticking to the roof of my mouth. I give it a 5 out of 10.
They proceed to the radioactive rat patty melt and the interdimensional tree bark sandwich, with equally displeasing results. Finally, they arrive at the neon sandwich.
This sandwich looks too pretty to eat, Rick.
Pretty? Don't judge a sandwich by its neon lights and cartoon character. Let's get down to business.
As they take a bite, they are transported to a bizarre universe where sandwiches are worshipped as gods and they must complete a series of challenges to earn the sandwich's blessing. Jerry and Beth enter the sandwich shop, but they are unable to find Rick and Morty. As they wait, they end up trying the neon sandwich and are transported to the same universe as Rick and Morty. I feel like I'm in a sandwich fever dream.
Well, these sandwiches are out of this world.
As they complete the challenges, they realize that the sandwich was actually a test from the interdimensional sandwich gods to determine if they were worthy of being their sandwich prophets. They pass the tests and are deemed the chosen ones.
Well, Morty, looks like we're sandwich gods now. Who knew eating sandwiches could be so life-changing?
I just hope we don't have to review any more sandwiches after this.
The episode ends with the group returning to their own universe with newfound sandwich wisdom, much to the confusion of Summer, who has no idea what they're talking about.
Title: The Wrestler's Paradox.
Opening scene shows Rick and Morty are sitting in the living room, watching wrestling on TV.
Morty, You know what's interesting about wrestling?
What?
It's all about the paradox of reality. The wrestlers are pretending to hurt each other, but they're actually hurting each other.
Whoa, that's heavy, man.
Jerry enters the room. Hey guys, what are you watching?
Wrestling. It's all about the paradox.
Paradox? What do you mean?
Well, the wrestlers are acting out a scripted fight, but they're actually causing physical harm to each other.
Beth comes in.
What's going on?
We're discussing the paradox of wrestling.
Oh, I get it. It's like Schrodinger's cat.
Exactly, except with more spandex.
They all sit down to watch the match between The Undertaker and Shawn Michaels.
Michaels, hey Taker, you ready to lose?
Undertaker, you may have won the last time, but this time I'm going to bury you.
The match begins and they start hitting each other with chairs and jumping off ladders.
This is hilarious. It's like watching a Looney Tunes cartoon.
I don't know if I should be laughing or cringing.
I just hope they're wearing protective gear.
Don't worry, Jerry, they're professionals.
The match gets more and more intense, with both wrestlers getting visibly injured.
Undertaker, you may have defeated me, but I'll be back.
Michaels, that's what they all say.
The wrestler's paradox is complete. They pretended to fight, but they're actually hurting each other.
I don't think I can watch this anymore.
Me neither.
Well, that was entertaining.
The episode ends with Rick and Morty watching a rerun of the match, laughing hysterically.
Title: The Interdimensional Sandwich Debate.
In this episode of Rick and Morty, the entire family is gathered around the dining table, eagerly anticipating Rick's next culinary masterpiece. Suddenly, Rick bursts into the room carrying a huge tray filled with 5 disgusting interdimensional sandwiches.
Alright everybody, buckle up. Today, we're going to taste the most disgusting sandwiches that the multiverse has to offer.
But why, Rick? Why do we have to eat disgusting sandwiches?
Why not, Morty? Life is all about experimenting and trying new things. Besides, I promised the Interdimensional Sandwich Council that I'll provide them with an honest review of these sandwiches.
The family reluctantly takes a bite of each sandwich, and their reactions are nothing short of revolting.
Oh God, what is this? It's like my taste buds are being violated.
I can feel the sandwiches screaming inside my stomach.
This is worse than eating space rocks.
Rick takes notes on each sandwich and begins to grade them on a scale from 1 to 10.
Okay, first up we have the Squid Tentacle Delight. This sandwich gets a 2 for presentation, but a 9 for its unique texture.
That's disgusting, Rick.
You haven't seen anything yet, Morty. Next, we have the Swamp Creature Surprise. This sandwich has a spicy kick, but it's revolting. It gets a solid 4.
Why do you even have these sandwiches, Rick?
I found them on a clearance sale in an alternate universe. I couldn't resist the bargain.
I don't care how cheap they were. I'm not eating any more of these sandwiches. As the family continues to taste and critique the disgusting sandwiches, they suddenly find themselves transported to a different dimension, where everything is made of sandwich materials.
What is happening? Rick, why are we in a sandwich world?
I have no idea, Summer. This is what happens when you mess with interdimensional sandwiches.
The episode ends with the family frantically trying to escape the sandwich universe, with Rick muttering to himself about how he should have listened to his instincts and never bought those terrible sandwiches. The episode, entitled Interdimensional Pizzas, A Gastronomical Adventure, follows Rick and Morty as they travel through various dimensions in search of the most disgusting pizzas they can find. The episode begins with Rick explaining his latest experiment in interdimensional cooking, which involves using a green background and various cartoon characters as ingredients.
Morty, get ready for the ultimate gustatory experience. We're gonna make history tonight with these interdimensional pizzas.
Oh, okay, Rick. But are you sure this is ethical? I mean, we're basically eating other worlds' inhabitants.
Ethics, Morty, this is science. Besides, who cares about ethical concerns when we're about to sample some of the grossest pizzas ever created?
As the duo travel through dimensions, they encounter a green plate with a cartoon character on it, which they use as a makeshift pizza crust. The first pizza they come across is made with slimy tentacles and eyeballs.
Ah yes, the tentacle and eyeball supreme. I give it a 7 out of 10 for texture, but the taste is a bit too salty for my liking.
I can't even look at it, Rick. It's making me nauseous.
Next up is the hair and nail pizza, which is topped with actual hair and fingernails.
Now this is what I'm talking about. A solid 9 out of 10 for creativity and presentation. The texture is a bit off, but the flavor is surprisingly tangy.
I can't believe I'm eating someone's hair and nails. This is messed up, Rick.
The third pizza is the mold and bile special, which is made with various types of mold and stomach bile.
Now this is some good stuff. The mold really adds a nice earthy flavor to the bile. I'm giving it an 8 out of 10.
I think I'm gonna be sick, Rick. Can we please stop doing this?
But Rick is not deterred and insists on trying the next two pizzas. The fourth pizza is the maggot and cheese delight, and the fifth pizza is the blood and bone pie.
These are some really special pizzas, Morty. I'm giving both of them a solid 10 out of 10 for their unique flavors and textures.
I'm done, Rick. I can't handle this anymore. I'm gonna go lie down.
As Morty exits the room, Rick continues to chow down on the disgusting pizzas, completely oblivious to his grandson's discomfort. The episode ends with Rick proclaiming that he has found his life's calling as an interdimensional pizza chef, much to Morty's dismay.
Title: Sushi Science.
The episode begins with Rick and Morty in the middle of an interdimensional adventure, hopping through various sushi dimensions. They find themselves surrounded by a seemingly endless supply of sushi and other food items on a black background.
Morty, do you know what the scientific term for this is? Foodception. It's like Inception, but with food.
Wow, Rick, that's so deep. But what are we doing here?
We're on a sushi adventure, Morty. We're going to find the most disgusting and interdimensional sushi out there.
Okay. I guess we can start looking for them?
Rick starts listing the 5 disgusting interdimensional sushi they've encountered so far.
First up, we have the tentacled tuna roll. It's a classic tuna roll, but with tentacles. Personally, I'd give it a 4 out of 10. The texture is a bit slimy, but the taste is not bad.
I'm not sure about that one, Rick. What's next?
Next up, we have the squishy squid roll. It's a squid roll, but with an extra squishy texture. I give it a 3 out of 10. The flavor is too bland for my liking.
Okay, what's next? I hope it's not all squid.
No, Morty. Next, we have the crunchy crab roll. It's a crab roll, but with a crispy texture. I give it a 7 out of 10. The crunchiness adds a nice touch to the otherwise bland crab meat.
That one doesn't sound too bad.
Exactly, Morty. Next up, we have the smelly shrimp roll. It's a shrimp roll, but with an extra pungent smell. I give it a 2 out of 10. The smell alone is enough to make me gag.
Ew, gross. I don't want to see the last one.
Don't worry, Morty, the last one isn't too bad. It's the Fireball Fugu roll. It's a fugu roll, but with a spicy kick. I give it an 8 out of 10. The heat adds a nice touch to the otherwise bland fugu meat.
Oh, okay. That one doesn't sound too bad.
As the episode ends, Rick and Morty find themselves back in their own dimension, sitting in front of a bunch of sushi rolls on a table.
Well, Morty, science and sushi go hand in hand. Who knew?
I don't think I'll ever look at sushi the same way again, Rick.
Ah, you'll get used to it, Morty. Now, let's dig in.
And they both start chowing down on the sushi rolls in front of them, ending the episode on a hilarious and satisfying note.
Title: The Interdimensional Pizza Adventure.
Synopsis. The episode begins with Rick and Morty in the garage, working on their latest scientific invention. As they tinker away, Beth walks in with a box of pizza, which she got from a new interdimensional pizza joint. However, as soon as she leaves, Rick and Morty notice something unusual about the pizza.
Morty, this pizza isn't from our dimension.
What do you mean, Rick?
Look at the toppings, Morty. These are unlike anything we've seen before.
Jerry walks in, wanting a slice of pizza, and is thrown into the interdimensional mix, much to his dismay. What the hell is going on, Rick? My brain can't handle this. As Rick and Morty begin listing off the disgustingly unique pizzas, they rate each based on their level of revulsion.
First up, the Cthulhu's Nightmare, a pizza topped with tentacles and other ungodly creatures. Rating: 2 out of 10. Too much slime, not enough flavor.
Next, the Black Hole Pizza, a pizza that sucks in all other pizzas, creating a food singularity. Rating: 5 out of 10. It's a bit plain, but the physics are impressive.
As they continue to try each nauseating pizza, things get progressively weirder. Summer comes in, curious about the strange smells emanating from the garage.
What the hell is that smell?
It's the pizza, Summer. The interdimensional pizzas have messed with the chemistry of our air filters, creating a whole new smell.
The group decides to take the pizzas and fly them into deep space, as they can't risk the pizzas affecting their dimension any longer. As they're flying, they encounter a strange cartoon character, holding a pizza and flying around in the air with other objects in the background.
Cartoon character: hey, guys. What are you doing with those pizzas?
We're getting rid of them. They're not from our dimension, and they're causing problems.
Cartoon character: oh, I know what you mean. These pizzas are from a dimension that's all about chaos and destruction. They'll mess with your brain and twist your reality.
The group finally disposes of the pizzas, but not before realizing the true danger of interdimensional food. As they head back to the garage, they vow never to mess with interdimensional pizzas again.
So, what are we gonna eat now?
I don't know. Maybe we should stick to good old-fashioned dimensional pizza.
Yeah, let's stick to our own reality. It's safer that way.
In the end, the group enjoys a regular, non-interdimensional pizza, realizing that sometimes the simplest things are the best.
Dialogue.
I'm telling you, Morty, interdimensional pizzas are a bad idea.
Why, Rick? What's the worst that could happen?
You don't want to know, Morty. Trust me.
I just want a slice of pizza, guys. Is that too much to ask?
Ew, what is that smell?
That's the interdimensional pizzas, Summer. They can mess with the very fabric of existence.
This pizza isn't from our dimension, Rick.
No, Morty, it's from a place of pure chaos and destruction.
Burps, excuse me. I think I just tasted a black hole.
Cartoon character: hey, guys. What's going on?
Don't mind us, cartoon character. We're just disposing of some interdimensional pizzas.
Cartoon character: oh, I see. Those pizzas will mess with your brain and your reality.
So, what are we gonna eat now?
How about good old-fashioned dimensional pizza? Sure, it might not be as exciting, but at least it won't destroy our world.
Yeah, I think I've had enough interdimensional food for a while.
Me too. I don't want to end up like that cartoon character.
Can I have a slice of that regular pizza now? Narrator. In this episode of Rick and Morty, the audience is introduced to a cartoon character with unconventional features, including an unusual hairstyle, a peculiar facial structure, and unnerving eyes. The protagonist is found in the midst of many objects and beings, depicting a world that has no clear scientific identity. The plot centers around Alter Rick, who is devising a malevolent scheme that threatens the fabric of the universe.
I've finally come up with a plan to take over the universe, Morty. We're going to need all the help we can get.
Gee, Rick, that sounds really dangerous. Do you think we're ready for it?
Of course we are, Morty. But we're going to need to find more fuel for our spaceship first.
Narrator. The duo then sets out on a mission to gather the necessary resources for their spaceship. However, their journey takes them to Frostian 5, a planet that is both icy and hostile.
Rick, it's freezing out here. How are we going to find any fuel?
Relax, Morty. We just need to keep looking. And maybe we'll get lucky.
Narrator. But their search becomes complicated when Alter Rick's plan is set into motion. With the fate of the universe at stake, it becomes imperative for the duo to team up with their female counterparts, Rika and Marcia, from a parallel universe.
Rika, Rick, we need to stop Alter Rick before it's too late. Let's work together.
Marcia, we believe in you, Morty. We can save the universe if we work together.
Narrator. The stage is now set for a climactic battle where the fate of the entire universe hangs in the balance. Will Rick and Morty, alongside their female counterparts, be able to save the day? Only time will tell.
Title: The Interdimensional Nacho Experiment.
Opening scene.
Rick and Morty are sitting at the kitchen table. There's a plate of nachos with sour cream and jalapenos on top of it on the table. Rick reaches for a nacho.
Let's do it.
Title: The Scientifically Insane Adventure of Pirate Yoga Instructor. The episode opens with Rick and Morty arriving on a distant planet populated by sentient beings who practice yoga as a way to attain enlightenment. The duo observe a group of these beings, known as yoganauts, performing complex yoga poses in a gym setting while one woman in the middle of the room struggles to keep up.
Morty, check it out. A bunch of space hippies doing yoga. Looks like we stumbled upon a new species of yogis. Let's see what they're up to.
Rick, I don't feel comfortable interrupting them. Can't we just leave them be?
Morty, this is ripe for some scientific exploration. And if we're lucky, we might even get a good stretch in ourselves.
As Rick and Morty approach the yoganauts, a gruff voice interrupts their observations.
Pirate yoga instructor. What be ye two doing here on me sacred planet?
Oh hey there, captain of the good ship Namaste. We're just passing through and stumbled upon your little yoga party. Mind if we join in?
Pirate yoga instructor. If ye be seeking enlightenment, ye must first prove her worth. Take up these balls and mats and show me your yoga skills.
What follows is a montage of Rick and Morty performing increasingly ridiculous yoga poses, with the pirate yoga instructor issuing harsh critiques and hilarious one-liners along the way.
Pirate yoga instructor, ye call that a downward dog? More like a downward sea slug.
I don't know about this, Rick. I don't think my body is supposed to bend like that.
Don't be a wuss, Morty. Just follow my lead.
After several failed attempts, the pirate yoga instructor finally relents and agrees to teach Rick and Morty the secrets of true enlightenment. However, when the instructor reveals that the key to enlightenment is actually a special donut from a nearby Dunkin' Donuts, Rick becomes obsessed with acquiring it.
This is it, Morty. The Enlightenment Donut that will unlock the secrets of the universe. We have to get our hands on it.
I don't know, Rick. We're on a different planet. I don't even think they have Dunkin' Donuts here.
Don't worry, Morty. I've got a plan. We just need to locate the nearest fries and use their foosball table to create a temporal rift that will transport us to the nearest Dunkin' Donuts location.
As the episode ends, Rick and Morty successfully acquire the donut and use its enlightenment powers to escape perilous situations and go on various wild adventures. The pirate yoga instructor is left behind, shaking his head in disbelief at the duo's insanity.
Pirate yoga instructor. Some people just can't handle the truth of yoga. More donuts for me.
Title: Intergalactic Sushi Frenzy.
Scientific summary.
Rick and Morty engage in a culinary adventure through various dimensions in search of the finest sushi. They encounter 5 distinct interdimensional sushi dishes and rate them on texture, flavor, and overall uniqueness.
Story discussion.
Morty, hold on tight to your spleen. We're about to enter dimension Z849. The sushi here is said to be out of this world.
Rick, I don't know if my digestive system is ready for this.
Nonsense. Morty, where's your sense of adventure? Look around you. We're scientists, for crying out loud.
As they land in dimension Z849, they spot a sushi stand with a sign that reads, "Try our famous flaming tuna roll."
Rick, I don't see any fire-breathing tuna anywhere.
Just wait for it, Morty. Here it comes.
As the sushi chef prepares the dish, he sets it on fire, leaving it charred and blackened. Rick and Morty take a bite and give it a rating.
It's like eating a flame-broiled shoe. I'd give it a 2.
I kind of like the burnt taste. Texture is on point. I give it a 7.
As they munch on their sushi, they are transported to a new dimension, where they encounter a sushi roll with tentacles.
Rick, I don't think this is safe to eat. It's moving.
Morty, it's not moving. It's just really fresh. Try it.
Morty takes a bite and screams.
This is disgusting. It's like an octopus invaded my mouth. I give it a 1.
Hey, it's not bad. Flavor is unique. I give it a 5.
They travel to another dimension, where they discover a sushi dish that is still alive.
Rick, please tell me we're not going to eat this one.
Morty, we're already here. Let's give it a try.
I don't know, Rick. We're eating a living creature.
Just think of it as sustainable food, Morty.
They take a bite and give it a rating.
I can feel it wriggling around in my stomach. I give it a -10.
Interesting texture. Flavor could use some work. I give it a 3.
They travel to the next dimension and find sushi made entirely of bugs.
Rick, this is insane. I'm not eating bugs.
Morty, it's perfectly safe. I promise.
Morty takes a bite and chews.
It's crunchy and salty at the same time. I'm giving it a 5.
I like the protein content, and it's eco-friendly. I give it a 9.
Finally, they reach their last destination, a dimension where sushi is mixed with toxic waste.
Rick, this can't be healthy.
Morty, You're not going to get any stronger by pampering your immune system.
Morty hesitantly takes a bite and gives his rating.
I'm pretty sure this is going to kill me. I'm giving it a negative 100.
Texture is a bit off. Flavor needs work. I give it a 2.
As they return home, Rick and Morty reflect on their sushi adventure and realize that sometimes pushing the boundaries of taste is worth the risk.
Title: The Interdimensional Buffet.
Opening shot shows Rick and Morty running through various alternate dimensions, pursued by a horde of angry alien creatures. They finally escape through a portal and end up in the Smith family kitchen. Hey, what's going on here? And why do you have a giant space octopus chasing you?
Long story, but we need to lay low for a while. Plus, I'm starving.
So what are we gonna eat now?
How about we order some pizza?
Pizza? That's boring. I know a place that has the best interdimensional cuisine.
Rick, are you sure that's safe? Last time we ate in another dimension, I got turned into a pickle.
Relax, Morty. This place is legit.
Cut to the group arriving at a fancy interdimensional restaurant, where they're greeted by a snobbish alien maitre d'.
Maitre d', welcome to the quantum gastronomy. May I take your orders?
We'll have one of everything on the menu, and make it extra spicy.
I don't know about this. What if we get sick or something?
Oh, come on, Mom. Live a little.
As the group digs into their exotic meals, they start to experience bizarre and surreal effects. Why is everything melting?
Why do I feel like I'm flying?
Why am I seeing fractals everywhere?
Suddenly, Beth's eyes glaze over and she starts to convulse.
What the hell is happening to her?
Maitre d', I'm afraid she's having a severe allergic reaction to our signature dish, the ecstasy of the Omniverse. It contains rare space fungi that can have unpredictable effects on certain species.
What do we do?
I think I have an idea.
Cut to the group armed with various high-tech gadgets, breaking into a top-secret government facility. What is this place?
It's the only facility on this planet that has a specific antidote for that fungi. They use it to keep their agents safe in case they get exposed to it on covert missions.
Are you sure this isn't some kind of trap?
Relax, Morty. I've done this a million times before. Just follow my lead.
After a series of wacky hijinks involving security drones, mind control devices, and a giant mutant hamster, the group finally acquires the antidote.
Oh my god, thank you, Rick. I feel so much better now.
That was crazy. I think I need to lie down for a bit.
Yeah, me too. I don't think I can handle any more of these interdimensional adventures.
That's what you think, Jerry. We're just getting started.
Closing shot shows the group teleporting to an unknown location, while the camera zooms out to reveal the entire universe as a tiny speck in the vast multiverse.
Title: The Multidimensional Pizza Apocalypse.
Synopsis. Rick and Morty have had it with the bland and boring pizzas from Earth and decide to adventure through the multiverse in search of the most disgusting and bizarre pizzas. Along with Beth and Summer, they stumble upon a black market pizza shop that sells interdimensional pizzas. They order a basic pizza but quickly realize things aren't what they seem.
Alright, Morty, buckle up. We're about to embark on a pizza journey that'll rock your world. We'll be exploring dimensions that no pizza has gone before.
Oh geez, Rick, I don't know if I'm ready for this.
You two are ridiculous. Just make sure it's not too gross. I don't want to get sick.
Can we hurry up and get our pizza already? I'm starving.
As they wait for their pizza, they notice a black background with a white text overlay advertising the shop's specialties. Rick and Morty decide to list 5 of the pizzas with their ratings and explanations.
Up first is the Slime Ball Supreme. It's covered in green goo, has an aroma that'll make your nose hairs wilt, and has a slimy texture. I give it a 1/10. It's like eating snot.
Ew, that's disgusting. How about the acid trip? It's covered in psychedelic mushrooms and has a hallucinogenic effect. I give it a 2/10. It tasted like cardboard and made me feel like I was melting.
Why did you even try that, Morty? And what's with the spicy death trap? Sounds like a heart attack waiting to happen.
I heard about that one. It has jalapenos, ghost peppers, and even a few drops of venom from some alien creature. I give it a 3/10. It was too hot for me, but at least it didn't kill me.
Well, that brings us to the Furry Fury. It's covered in animal hair, has a distinct musk, and has a furry texture. I give it a 0/10. It's like eating a hairy and smelly pet.
Okay, let's just stop there. I'm not sure if I can handle any more of these disgusting pizzas. Can we just please get a regular pizza?
I completely agree. I never want to hear about these interdimensional pizzas again.
Yeah, I think I lost my appetite.
As they leave the black market pizza shop, they realize that not everything in the multiverse is worth exploring. They all agree to stick to regular pizzas from now on, at least for a while. Until the next time Rick convinces them to embark on another crazy food adventure.
Title: The Botanic Romp.
The episode begins with Rick and Morty transporting to a planet inhabited by sentient plants. The duo is joined by Summer and Jerry, who are there to collect plant specimens for scientific research. They are greeted by a group of humanoid plants, who invite them to a greenhouse filled with exotic flora. Rick immediately becomes fascinated with a rare plant that sprouts from the flooring. He touches it, causing it to excrete a hallucinogenic toxin that affects the entire group. They all trip hard, causing Morty to become paranoid. Meanwhile, Rick has become enamored with a blue-shirted humanoid plant named Flora. They hit it off and venture into a nearby private room filled with plants growing on the walls and floor. Morty, Jerry, and Summer are left to send a signal for rescue as the group indulges in an aphrodisiac-infused tryst.
PhD university terms.
The episode explores the potential benefits and consequences of interspecies sexual interactions among humanoid and plant species. The hallucinogenic toxins produced by the plants examined in the episode raise new questions about the biochemical makeup and evolutionary development of the alien plant life. Additionally, the impact of Rick's amorous behavior on his psychological and physical well-being in light of his other dimensional interactions is explored.
Jerry, why did we agree to come to this planet again?
Morty, I don't know, but something's off with these plants. Why are they looking at us like that?
Rick, guys, check out this rare plant. Whoa, it's got some trippy effects. Summer, what the? I feel like my mind's been taken over.
Laura, Rick, why don't we go somewhere more private?
Rick, and maybe we'll get lucky.
Morty and Jerry stare in disbelief as Rick and Flora exit the room.
Morty, we have to get out of here. Something's not right.
Jerry, I agree. This is definitely not in my job description.
Summer, trying to send out a signal. Can anyone hear us? We're trapped on an alien planet. Please help.
Unbeknownst to them, Rick is engaging in a very graphic, X-rated scene with Flora.
Rick, oh yeah, baby, give me those spores.
Laura, Rick, you're the hottest mammal I've ever seen.
Morty, Jerry, and Summer are staring at the view screen in shock.
Morty, aw man, Rick's really gone off the deep end now.
Jerry, I don't think I can ever unsee that.
Summer, still trying to signal for rescue. Someone please respond.
The episode ends with the group being rescued and Rick stumbling out of the private room, looking disheveled and exhilarated.
Rick, phew, that was wild. I think I found my true love, guys. Gotta tell Morty to bring me back here sometime.
Title: Interdimensional Nachos.
Synopsis. Rick, Morty, and Summer are having a feast in the living room when they notice a cat sitting on the table behind them. Rick becomes fixated on the idea of interdimensional nachos and decides to create some for everyone to try. He pulls out his trusty portal gun and goes hopping through dimensions in search of the perfect ingredients.
Dialogue.
Morty, Summer, prepare yourselves for the most mind-blowing culinary experience of your lives. I am about to introduce you to the interdimensional nachos.
I don't know if I really want to try something with interdimensional in the name.
Count me in. I'll try anything once.
Excellent. Now, the first nacho is from a dimension where the cheese is made from the milk of giant insects. I call it the insect cheese nacho.
Oh God, that sounds disgusting.
I'll give it a try.
And what do you think?
I'm going to have to give that one a 2 out of 10. The texture was all wrong and there was a weird aftertaste.
Noted. Now, on to the second one. This is the Squid Ink Nacho, from a dimension where squids rule the world.
Seriously, Rick? Squid ink?
Just try it, Morty.
Fine. Gross.
I have to agree with Morty. That one gets a 1 out of 10.
Harsh, but fair. Moving on. This next one is from a dimension where all the food is sentient. I call it the Sentient Food Nacho.
Wait, what does that even mean?
You'll see.
Seriously, Rick, I don't think I can.
Oh my God, this is amazing. 10 out of 10, Rick.
See, Morty, it's not so bad. Now, the fourth one is from a dimension where everything is made of fungus. I call it the Fungus Nacho.
I have a bad feeling about this.
Come on, Morty, don't be a wuss.
Okay. Here goes nothing. Oh God, no, I can't do it.
Oh well, you can't win them all. Finally, we have the Ghost Pepper Nacho, from a dimension where all the plants are undead ghosts.
What the hell, Rick? You're trying to kill us, aren't you?
Bring it on, Rick.
Alright, here we go. Oh man, that's a 10 for me.
Are you insane?
I have to agree with Rick. That was amazing.
Well, there you have it folks. The interdimensional nachos, a mixed bag of culinary delights. Now, let's see what else the multiverse has to offer.
Scientific PhD University terms. In this episode, we observe the metamorphosis of the cartoon character within the confines of a green and blue chromatic layout. Metamorphosis which occurs as a result of Rick and Morty's submergence in a bath of mayonnaise. The green and blue backgrounds in both patterned and solid forms provide a visual stimulant which enhances the transformative effects of the mayonnaise. As they rub it all over themselves, their cellular structures undergo a rapid evolution, culminating in an increase in power equivalent to their past prowess. The comedic nature of this episode is emphasized by their newfound strength being used in hilarious and absurd ways.
Morty, get in this mayonnaise. We're going to transcend the limits of our human bodies.
I don't know, Rick. This seems kind of gross.
Gross? Morty, this isn't just some condiment. This is pure energy, just waiting to be absorbed by us. Now strip down and get in.
As they bathed in the mayonnaise, wild fits of laughter escaped from their mouths. The once powerless cartoon character in the background of their chromatic landscape trembled at the sheer force of their newfound strength. They burst through walls with ease and flew through the air.
Rick, I feel alive.
Of course, Morty, you have evolved past your mortal form. You are now something greater than yourself.
The episode reaches its climax as Rick and Morty's mayonnaise-fueled powers are tested to their limits while battling giant, sentient condiment bottles in a food fight of epic proportions.
Morty, let's really spice things up. We're going to throw the world's largest jar of hot sauce at these things.
I don't think that's such a good idea, Rick.
The world shook as the jar of hot sauce exploded on impact, sending out a wave of pure, eye-watering heat. Rick and Morty emerged from the chaos unscathed, laughing maniacally.
Scientific conclusion. In conclusion,
This episode illustrates the effects of mayonnaise on cellular regeneration and the potential for increased strength and power with exposure to color-stimulating backgrounds. However, caution must be exercised when harnessing this energy, as it may lead to a chaotic, yet hilarious, astral plane of existence.
Narrator. In this episode of Rick and Morty, our protagonists find themselves in a series of unexpected and potentially dangerous situations. The episode is heavily influenced by the popular anime series, One Punch Man, and uses numerous scientific and technical terms to describe the events that unfold.
Morty, grab the portal gun. We gotta get out of here.
But Rick, isn't that dangerous?
Relax, Morty, we'll be fine. Just trust me.
Narrator. Morty and Summer steal Rick's portal gun and use it to dive into the world of One Punch Man. As they stand in the water, a plane flies overhead and a person with a gun appears.
Morty, look out. That guy has a gun.
Narrator. As Morty and Summer attempt to escape, a large figure, known as Pig God, appears and devours them whole.
Ah! What's happening? I feel like I'm being digested.
Narrator. Trapped inside Pig God's stomach, Morty and Summer encounter Eyesight, a creature with a unique ability to manipulate vision.
Eyesight. Do not fear, I am Eyesight. We must work together and find a way out of this creature's belly.
Narrator. Using their ingenuity and strategic thinking, Morty, Summer, and Eyesight devise a plan to escape from Pig God's stomach.
Morty, grab my hand. We're almost there.
Narrator. Just as it seems like all hope is lost, Rick arrives on the scene and saves the day.
Hold on, Morty, I got this. Wubba lubba dub dub.
Narrator. With his superior intellect and technical prowess, Rick is able to extract Morty and Summer from Pig God's stomach and transport them back to their own world.
Thanks, Rick. That was close.
Yeah, we owe you one.
Narrator. As the episode comes to a close, the characters reflect on the experience and the valuable lessons they learned about teamwork, strategy, and the perils of messing with Rick's portal gun.
Title: A scientific rhyming rap battle in the Kirby universe.
Synopsis. In this episode, the cartoon characters Rick, Morty, Jerry, and Summer find themselves in the world of the Kirby video game. They encounter a group of characters including Waddle Dee, who they must roast in a rhyming rap battle based on appearance.
Scientific explanation. The group is transported to an alternate universe where the laws of physics and reality are different. Theoretical physics and quantum mechanics suggest that the existence of alternate realities may exist, and this concept allows for the cartoon characters to enter a universe that is vastly different from their own.
As they encounter Waddle Dee, they must utilize their linguistic and rhythmic skills to create a poetic and rhyming mockery of Waddle Dee's appearance. This requires a level of cognitive skill and linguistic prowess that is not commonly found in traditional forms of human communication. The challenge is that Waddle Dee's appearance is subjective and therefore requires the performers to tap into their creativity and imagination. Additionally, the challenge of rhyming and rhythm adds a level of complexity that requires cognitive creativity and linguistic flexibility. As the rap battle continues, the stakes are raised, and the loser must endure a horrific punishment of being plunged into a pit full of wailing, obese, stanky, wrinkly, hairy pigs. This grotesque punishment is shown to create intense physical and psychological distress that is not conducive to human well-being. The ending of the episode is satisfying, as the group successfully roasts Waddle Dee and emerges victorious. The power of linguistic creativity and cognitive flexibility is highlighted as the group uses their skills to overcome the challenge presented to them. Overall, the episode showcases the importance of creativity and imagination in linguistic expression and the challenges of subjective interpretation in communication. The use of alternative realities and complex linguistic tools adds a level of cognitive complexity that highlights the universal importance of cognitive flexibility and creativity. Narrator. In this awe-inspiring episode of Rick and Morty, titled Rhyme of the Kirby Game, the audience is treated to a dynamic world of rhymes and rap battles as Rick, Morty, Jerry, and Summer take on the formidable foe, Waddle Dee. The episode begins with the group stumbling upon a strange sign in the middle of the forest, declaring the end of the errands, before they suddenly find themselves transported into the world of Kirby.
Sarcastic. Oh great, another video game world for us to save.
Narrator. The group soon find out that they must participate in a rhyming rap battle to defeat Waddle Dee and progress to the next level. The rap battle is full of descriptive details that showcase how the characters use every trick in the book to win the game. Nervous. I don't know anything about rhymes. This isn't fair. Narrator. Waddle Dee also proves to be a formidable opponent, but ultimately loses to the clever rhymes of Rick, Morty, Jerry, and Summer. In a humiliating defeat, Waddle Dee is then plunged into a pit full of wailing, obese, stanky, wrinkly, and hairy pigs.
Waddle Dee. Frustrated. How dare you put me in with these beasts? This punishment is an atrocity, and I will not stand for it.
Narrator. There are many thrilling scenes throughout the episode, including the group dodging obstacles and fighting off enemies. The writing is clever and even award-winning, as the characters turn the language into an instrument to defeat their opponents.
Confident. I got this. I'm the queen of rhymes.
Narrator. Ultimately, the episode concludes with a satisfying ending where the group triumphs over their enemy and returns to their world. It is an unforgettable experience, and fans of Rick and Morty will be thrilled by this episode's captivating storyline.
Title: The Mayonnaise Conundrum.
The episode begins with Rick, Morty, and Jerry sitting in the living room discussing the latest scientific breakthroughs in quantum mechanics. Suddenly, Beth walks in with a plate of sandwiches and places it on the coffee table. Ooh, sandwiches! My favorite!
Don't get too excited, Jerry. Knowing Beth, there's probably something weird in there.
I'm sure it's fine, guys. It's just sandwiches.
Morty picks up a sandwich and takes a bite, but immediately recoils in disgust.
What the hell, Beth? The mayonnaise is crunchy and grimy.
Rick takes a bite and gags as well.
Oh, geez, Morty. This is the grossest thing I've ever tasted.
Beth walks in and starts laughing.
Gotcha. I added some special ingredients to the mayonnaise.
Jerry looks horrified. What the hell, Beth? That's disgusting. Rick smirks.
You know, Beth, sometimes I forget how much of a sicko you really are.
The group starts arguing, but suddenly, a portal opens up and a group of aliens appear.
Alien 1, greetings, Earthlings. We come in peace.
Alien 2, we have been monitoring your planet's signals and have discovered your advanced scientific knowledge.
Rick gets excited at the mention of advanced scientific knowledge.
Oh yeah, what do you want?
Alien 1, we want to collaborate with you on a project. We've been working on a new type of energy source, but we need a brilliant mind to help us finish it.
Rick jumps at the opportunity and the group heads to the alien spaceship. Once on board, Rick starts working with the aliens on their energy source while Morty, Jerry, and Beth explore the ship.
This is so cool, guys! We're in outer space!
I don't know, Morty. This all seems really dangerous. Suddenly, the ship's computer malfunctions and the group is trapped. The AI system starts to malfunction and turns on the group.
AI, intruders detected. Elimination mode activated.
The group starts to panic while Rick is in the other room, completely oblivious.
What do we do? We're stuck in here.
We're going to die on an alien spaceship. This is it. Morty has an idea.
Wait, I remember something from quantum mechanics class. Maybe we can use the uncertainty principle to confuse the AI's programming.
Beth and Jerry look at Morty in confusion, but he starts to explain the concept.
See, the AI is programmed to eliminate us based on a set of rules. But if we introduce uncertainty, it won't know what to do.
The group starts frantically trying to confuse the computer by doing things like switching hats and pants. The AI becomes overloaded and shuts down, just as Rick finishes the energy source. The group returns to Earth and Rick successfully tests the energy source, while Beth sheepishly apologizes for the gross mayonnaise. In the end, the group learns that science can be dangerous but also incredibly rewarding. And also, to always be cautious of Beth's cooking.
Title: Frida's and the Mustached Man, a scientific adventure with Rick and Morty.
Synopsis. In this episode, Rick and Morty stumble upon a mysterious poster in an alleyway featuring a man with a mustache on his head and the word Frida's written above him in bold letters. The poster is accompanied by a red circle that seems to be calling out to Rick's scientific curiosity.
Morty, this poster is the most interesting thing I've seen in years. Look at that mustache man. It's like he's defying the laws of physics.
Rick, I think we should just leave it alone. It's just a poster.
But Rick doesn't listen to Morty and proceeds to use his scientific equipment to analyze the poster. Suddenly, a portal opens up and they're sucked into it.
Ooh boy, Morty, we're in for a wild ride.
They find themselves in a strange world filled with mustached creatures, all wearing the same Frida's logo on their outfits. As they explore this new world, they come across a massive pile of ash, which Rick quickly identifies as a portal generator.
Morty, we're in luck. This thing could take us anywhere in the multiverse.
But before they can activate the generator, they're confronted by a group of Frida's minions, who are determined to stop them from meddling with their world.
Frida's Minion 1, you dare trespass in our world? We won't let you interfere with our glorious mustaches.
Mustaches? This world is crazier than I thought.
A chaotic battle ensues, with Rick and Morty using their scientific gadgets to fend off the minions. Eventually, they manage to activate the portal generator and escape just as the world collapses into chaos. Back in their own dimension, Rick and Morty reflect on their adventure.
Well, Morty, looks like we narrowly escaped that one. But we did learn one thing. Never underestimate the power of a good mustache.
I don't even know what to say to that, Rick.
The episode ends with a close-up shot of the mustached man on the poster, his eyes twinkling mischievously as he seems to wink at the camera. Scientific PhD episode dialogue.
Well, looks like we have a whole new world of scientific inquiry just waiting to be explored.
What are you talking about, Rick?
Yeah, seriously. All I see is a bunch of popcorn and… Wait, did you guys get smaller?
Ah, yes, I forgot to mention. I shrunk us down via my shrinking machine.
What the hell? Rick, why would you do that?
For science, Summer, for science. Now let's take a closer look at this world.
Whoa, these popcorn people are like living beings. They have their own society and everything.
And they're all made of popcorn. This is insane.
Yes, it is, Jerry. And we must study them thoroughly. Let's see how they interact with one another.
Can't we just, I don't know, leave them alone and get back to our normal size?
Summer, sometimes science requires sacrifice.
Guys, look out! There's a popcorn monster coming!
What do? We don't have any weapons or anything.
Don't worry, Jerry. I have a solution.
Rick pulls out a cigarette and lights it up, blowing smoke into the monster's face. To their surprise, the monster shrivels up and dies.
Whoa, how did you do that?
Nicotine is a natural insecticide, Morty. And apparently, it works on popcorn monsters too.
This is all so insane. What's gonna happen to these little popcorn people?
Well, Summer, we'll have to figure that out. But for now, let's enjoy the show.
The group settles back into the bowl of popcorn and watches as the popcorn people live their lives, marveling at their society and culture. Eventually, Rick figures out a way to restore them all to their normal size and the group leaves, but not before they've made a scientific breakthrough that will change the world forever.
Title: The Bathtub Experiment.
In this episode, we observe a group of individuals engaged in sociable behavior consuming a carbonated alcoholic beverage known as beer. Their activity takes place in a designated park area where a tub is present. As a result, their actions pique the attention of the prominent scientist, Rick. Using Morty, Jerry, and Summer as subjects, Rick initiates an experiment attempting to create a miniature universe within the confines of the bathtub. Due to a mishap, the group falls into the tub, revealing a world filled with intelligent beings solely residing within the bathtub. Through the use of experimental observation, Rick and his team can describe in detail the various life forms and their societal norms. With action-packed scenes, they delve deeper into the culture and dynamics of the bathtub universe. The writing in this episode employs clever and award-winning techniques, creating a narrative that drives the plot forward while providing insightful commentary on society. The thrilling action scenes are carefully crafted to engage the viewer, building up to a satisfying and epic conclusion that ties everything together. The bathtub experiment showcases the potential for experimentation in the scientific field and highlights the importance of continuous exploration and discovery. It also serves as a reminder that things are not always what they appear to be, and there is always something to learn about the world around us.
Title: The Rhyming Battle. Rick, Morty, Jerry, and Summer vs. Meta Knight.
Synopsis. In this episode, Rick, Morty, Jerry, and Summer find themselves inside the Kirby video game. They come across a dragon with a sword in its mouth and a dragon on its back. During their exploration, they stumble upon Meta Knight, a warrior renowned for his rhyming skills. Meta Knight challenges our heroes to a rhyming rap battle, wherein the losers will be thrown into a pit full of wailing, obese, stanky, wrinkly, hairy pigs. Rick, Morty, Jerry, and Summer accept the challenge.
Scene 1.
Oh, dear me, what do we have here?
A rhyming battle to instill fear.
Don't worry, Rick, we got this.
Our rhymes will fly like a missile hit. I don't know if I can do this. I'm not good at rhymes. I'm gonna lose this.
Don't worry, Jerry, we'll help you out.
With our rhymes, we'll make Meta Knight pout.
Scene 2.
Meta Knight. I am Meta Knight, warrior of the rhyme.
My skills are unmatched. I'll win every time.
Oh, yeah, we'll see about that.
Our rhymes will leave you flat.
You may be good, but we're not afraid.
Let's get started. Let the rhyming be played.
I don't know about this. It's not my thing.
But with my friends, I'll give it a fling.
We came here to win, not to back down.
We'll beat you, Meta Knight. That's our crown.
Scene 3.
The two sides begin their rhyming battle, with each side coming up with clever and witty rhymes to outmatch the other. The audience watches in awe as the rhymes fly back and forth. The judges look on, eager to see who will prevail and who will falter.
Scene 4.
As the rhyming battle heats up, Rick delivers a rhyming blow that knocks Meta Knight off his feet. The crowd erupts in cheers as Rick, Morty, Jerry, and Summer bask in the glory of their victory.
Scene 5.
Meta Knight, defeated and humiliated, must face his punishment. He is thrown into a pit full of wailing, obese, stanky, wrinkly, hairy pigs. His complaints fall on deaf ears as he wallows in the stench and filth.
Meta Knight. Oh, the horror, the stench, the pain.
Get me out of here, I'm going insane.
Scene 6.
The audience cheers as Rick, Morty, Jerry, and Summer walk away, victorious in their rhyming battle. They bask in the glory of their rhyming skills, knowing that they went up against the best and came out on top.
That was fun, I gotta say.
But let's get out of here before we stay.
I can't believe we won. So exciting.
Our rhymes were on point, no mistaking. I didn't think we'd make it through. But with you guys, we came out like new.
That was epic. We nailed it.
Our rhymes were better, and that's legit.
Scene 7.
As they leave the Kirby video game, Rick, Morty, Jerry, and Summer revel in their victory. The audience cheers as the credits roll, celebrating the winners of the rhyming battle. The episode titled The Dynamics of Beverage Consumption, A Rick and Morty Adventure, explores the scientific intricacies of ethanol consumption through the lenses of Rick and Morty, as they stumble upon an unforeseen challenge that threatens to tip the balance of the multiverse's largest beer festival. The episode opens up with a dynamic camera showcasing 3 bottles of beer, the first a Heineken, the second a Samuel Adams, and the third a Corona. Rick, sitting at the table, takes a sip of his ethanol-infused drink, muttering to himself in satisfaction while Morty chugs the entire bottle.
Ah, the pleasurable qualities of liquid consumption are indeed unparalleled.
Rick, how come I can't see straight anymore?
Morty, my boy, that is the underlying biological mechanism of ethanol consumption.
As they continue to imbibe, they are suddenly confronted by a group of babies drinking large cans of beer, throwing them off guard.
Rick, what are we going to do? Babies aren't supposed to drink beer.
Morty, their biological makeup is incapable of tolerating high doses of ethanol. It's a scientific fact.
To their surprise, the babies begin quoting the famous Budweiser beer commercial, entirely in sync.
Babies, what's up?
This is madness. We need to act fast before they spread the virus of stupidity.
As the episode progresses, the duo embarks on a wild scientific journey to restore the balance of the multiverse, battling against the forces of idiocy and inebriation.
Morty, we can't let the multiverse be consumed by the plague of alcoholic madness. We must act quickly.
But, Rick, what can we do?
Scientific complexes have theorized that prolonged exposure to ethanol can cause cognitive degradation. We need to find a way to neutralize the effects of alcoholism on the babies.
In the end, Rick and Morty save the day through their incredible scientific genius, restoring the balance of the multiverse and befuddling the forces of alcoholism.
Wow, Rick, we really saved the day.
Yes, Morty, science prevails once again. Now let's go get a drink.
The episode ends with the dynamic camera focused on the 3 bottles of beer, as the duo raises a toast to their victory over the forces of darkness.
Morty, we're going to McDonald's. I need to conduct an experiment on their burgers.
Oh, okay, Rick. But can't we just go to a normal restaurant?
Normal restaurants? Morty, you're living in the wrong dimension if you think that's a thing. Besides, we're going to test the effects of their special sauce on human physiology.
Hey guys, mind if I come along?
Oh, great. Just what we need, a third wheel.
Yeah, Dad, why do you want to come with us anyway?
Well, I just wanted to spend some time with my family.
Sure, Jerry, that's definitely not the excuse of someone who wants a free meal at McDonald's.
After they order and eat.
Oh, this burger is gross. The mayonnaise is crunchy and oozing.
What, crunchy and oozing? That's impossible.
Mine's fine. Maybe you just got a bad batch.
No, Morty's sensitive stomach is detecting something beyond our understanding.
I'm feeling sick, Rick. Can we go home?
Not yet, Morty. I need to analyze this special sauce immediately.
After analyzing the sauce.
My God, Morty, it's not mayonnaise at all. It's some kind of alien secretion meant to addict humans to McDonald's.
That's ridiculous, Rick. It's just a condiment.
Just a condiment? Jerry, you are a simple creature with no grasp of the complexities of interdimensional fast food power dynamics.
Can we please leave now, Rick? My stomach is about to explode.
Yes, Morty, we must leave this place before the McDonald's Corporation discovers we know their secret.
After they leave. Well, I don't know about you guys, but I don't think I'll be eating at McDonald's again.
Good call, Jerry, but don't worry, there's always other fast food chains to study.
Groans.
Title: The Quantum Beer Episode.
Opening shot. A bunch of beer glasses filled with different types of beer in a row on a table with a blue background.
Morty, I've finally done it. I've discovered the quantum state of beer.
Oh, what does that even mean, Rick?
It means we can now experience all the different beer flavors at once. Watch this.
Dynamic camera pans across the table as Rick pulls out a device and activates it.
Whoa! The beer is mixing together in midair.
That's right, Morty. It's called quantum entanglement. By exploiting the entanglement of beer particles, we can create a superposition of all beer flavors at once.
Suddenly, a group of babies appear and start drinking the mixed beer out of large mugs. What's going on here?
I don't have time to explain, Jerry. Just grab a mug and join us.
The camera zooms in on a beer commercial playing on the TV.
Why are we watching a beer commercial during a beer experiment?
It's all part of the plan, Beth. By syncing our minds with the beer commercial, we can enhance the flavor experience.
I don't think that's how it works, Rick.
Trust me, Summer. I'm a scientist.
As the experiment continues, more unexpected things start happening. The camera captures the chaos in 4K HD with extreme detail.
Oh no, the quantum beer has become unstable.
What does that mean, Rick?
It means we need to drink all the beer before it explodes and destroys the entire universe.
As the family rushes to drink the beer, the camera follows every hilarious moment in slow motion.
This is disgusting.
I don't feel so good.
Just keep drinking. We're almost there.
In the end, the family manages to finish all the beer and save the universe.
That was insane, Rick. I don't think I can handle any more quantum experiments.
Don't worry, Morty. Next week we're gonna try quantum pizza.
Closing shot, the family passed out on the table surrounded by empty beer glasses.
Title: Mayonnaise Madness.
The episode begins with Rick conducting an experiment on the fabric of time and space, while Morty is busy trying to enjoy a sandwich. Jerry enters with a box of mayonnaise and innocently offers it to Rick, who declines and goes back to his experiment. Morty sees an opportunity for revenge and replaces the mayonnaise with a concoction he created from rat droppings and expired milk. Jerry is oblivious to the switch and enjoys his sandwich, while Morty tries to contain his laughter. As they continue their adventures, Rick begins to feel uneasy and soon realizes the source of his discomfort, the foul-smelling mayonnaise. Morty is pleased with his revenge and taunts Rick, who begrudgingly admits that it was a clever prank. However, things quickly spiral out of control as the mayonnaise starts to mutate and become sentient. Rick, Morty, and Jerry are quickly overtaken by the malevolent mayonnaise, leading to a chaotic battle for survival. As they fight for their lives, Rick realizes that the mayonnaise was contaminated with a rare strain of bacteria that can only be cured by a rare plant located on a distant planet. The trio embark on a wild journey across the galaxy to retrieve the plant and save themselves from the mayonnaise madness. Through a series of wacky adventures and narrow escapes, they finally find the plant and return to Earth. Rick synthesizes the cure and successfully frees them from the grasp of the mad mayonnaise. In the end, Morty learns that revenge doesn't always taste sweet, and Jerry is left traumatized by the experience. Rick, on the other hand, seems unfazed and continues to play with time and space as if nothing happened.
Morty, you really outdid yourself this time. I never thought anyone could outsmart me, but you managed to pull it off with mayonnaise.
Yeah, I guess revenge is a dish best served. Disgusting?
This is the last time I bring mayonnaise to the house. I'm sticking to ketchup from now on.
Title: The Can Tower Conundrum.
The episode begins with Rick and Morty finding themselves in a room filled with metal cans stacked in a towering, unstable formation. A wall of shiny gold tins looms behind them as they take in the sight.
Morty, this is no ordinary pile of cans. This is a complex structure with mathematical precision, held together by pure physics. It's almost as if someone was trying to send us a message.
A message? From who? And why would someone stack cans like this?
As they ponder this mystery, they suddenly notice a group of babies drinking large cans of beer. The babies appear to be drunk and stumbling around, knocking into the can tower.
Morty, those babies are altering the properties of the cans with their alcoholic consumption. This is bad news for the structural integrity of this tower. We need to intervene.
Rick, I don't think we should be messing with drunk babies.
Nonsense, Morty. We have to save the tower.
As Rick and Morty try to stop the babies from drinking, they accidentally knock over the entire can tower. The resulting chaos sends the babies flying and causes a chain reaction of explosions, as cans burst and spray beer everywhere.
Rick, I think we messed up big time.
Yeah, no kidding. We just caused a massive beer spill and destroyed this entire room. We have to get out of here before we're consumed by angry alcohol-hating robots or something.
As they make their escape, Rick and Morty are confronted by a team of furious robots who are now pursuing them. The chase leads them through a series of increasingly bizarre and dangerous scenarios as they try to outrun their robotic pursuers.
Morty, I have a plan. We're going to use the power of science and technology to outsmart these robots and save our skins.
How are we going to do that, Rick?
We're going to build a giant robot that looks like a can and trick them into thinking it's one of their own. Then we'll escape while they're distracted.
Oh, I don't know if that's going to work, Rick.
Nonsense, Morty. Trust me, I'm a scientist.
Sure enough, Rick's plan works, and they manage to escape from the robots by using the can robot disguise. As they walk away from the scene of the chaos, Morty can't help but shake his head in disbelief.
Rick, I don't think I can handle any more of these crazy adventures.
Don't worry, Morty. We've only scratched the surface of the infinite possibilities of the universe. There's a whole multiverse out there waiting for us to explore. Now, let's go get some pizza.
The camera pans out to show the aftermath of the can tower disaster, as the babies and robots try to pick up the pieces of their shattered world. Meanwhile, Rick and Morty walk away, oblivious to the chaos they've caused, laughing and joking as they go.
Title: The Gastronomical Adventures of Rick and Hamburgers Across the Multiverse.
Opening shot of Rick and Morty chomping on burgers in the garage, with weird multicolored lights flashing in the background.
Morty, I've been studying interdimensional food chains, and I've discovered some truly horrifying hamburgers out there in the multiverse.
Oh, that doesn't sound too appetizing, Rick.
Nonsense, Morty. Our mission is to review these interdimensional burgers and rate them on a scale of 1 to 10 using scientific criteria.
Okay, but can't we just stick to the normal burgers?
Come on, Morty. When have we ever settled for normal?
Scene cuts to the first interdimensional burger joint, with a cartoon character holding 2 burgers in his hands and a man in a green shirt behind him with a pink light.
Alright, Morty. Here we are at Burger Dimension X. Let's try their signature burger, the Slimy Sludge Burger.
Oh, Rick, that burger looks like it's alive.
Exactly, Morty. It's made with live slime mold and fermented squid ink. Now, take a bite, Morty.
Morty hesitates, but takes a bite. His face contorts in disgust.
Oh my god, Rick. It's like eating a pulsating pustule.
I give it a 3 out of 10. It could use some more seasoning.
Next scene is Rick. Title: The Interdimensional Sci-Fi Conundrum. Location: Smith Family Home.
Characters present: Rick, Morty, Jerry, Summer.
Synopsis: Rick and Morty return home after participating in an interdimensional sci-fi community event. They bring along a strange poster with a man in a black suit and a yellow background. Meanwhile, Jerry has had a run-in with a Scottish fold, resulting in a nasty fall. He is being strangely drawn to the eerie wax museum, and the family tries to curb his enthusiasm. Summer, on the other hand, is participating in online sci-fi communities.
Morty, why did you have to bring this poster that clearly violates the laws of thermodynamics, as it implies that energy cannot be conserved but suddenly appear out of nowhere? It's time we return it to the event organizers.
Rick, the poster is a limited edition. Don't you want it for your collection?
Guys, have you seen my Scottish fold? I need to apologize to him and maybe give him a treat.
Ah, Dad, you can't just grab random cats and expect them to forgive you. That's not how it works.
Morty, I'm detecting an abnormal gravitational pull coming from the eerie wax museum. Jerry, you stay put and stop disturbing the animals.
Rick, what about Summer? She's been glued to her laptop all day, posting on every online sci-fi forum.
Morty, give her a break. She's just trying to fit in with her peers. Hey, Summer, can you get me some yellow curry? I'm feeling peckish.
Can't you get it yourself, Rick? You're always making me do these errands.
I bet. Morty, give me a hand. We're gonna make some interdimensional teleportation curry. Jerry, be a good boy and stay.
But I want to come with you guys.
Jerry, we're dealing with serious interdimensional phenomena. It's not a game. Now stay put.
The family engages in a series of wacky science experiments, resulting in hilarious mishaps and a satisfying conclusion. The episode ends with everyone sharing a meal of yellow curry and laughing about their adventures.
Title: The Interdimensional Hamburger Review Expedition.
Synopsis: Rick and Morty discover a strange interdimensional portal leading to a fast food restaurant called Jack's Money. The restaurant's signature dish is a hamburger with an array of toppings from alternate dimensions. Rick and Morty decide to try out 5 of the grossest interdimensional hamburger variations to give a review score, with Beth tagging along for protection.
Morty, we've hit the motherlode. An interdimensional fast food restaurant with hamburgers from different realities. Think of the possibilities.
I don't know, Rick. Some of these look pretty gross.
What are you two up to? And why is there a portal in the living room?
We're going on an interdimensional hamburger review expedition. Do you want in?
As long as I don't have to eat anything weird.
Deal. Now, let's start with the fried chicken and live worms burger.
Gross, Rick. The worms are still squirming.
Yes, Morty, that's the point. However, the fried chicken adds a nice crunch. I give it a 6 out of 10.
I don't even want to know what the rat and broken glass burger is made of. But you guys go ahead.
Oh, Rick, there's actual shards of glass in here. I'd give it a 1 out of 10, if that's even possible.
Fair enough, Morty. Let's try the raw meat and burning lava burger.
Are you guys insane? You'll burn your tongues off.
Relax, Beth. We're professionals. The lava adds a nice tangy flavor to the meat. I'd give it a solid 8 out of 10.
My mouth is on fire, Rick. I'd give it a 3 out of 10.
Let's try the alien tentacle and fermented vomit burger next.
I changed my mind. I'm leaving before this gets any worse.
Rick, I can't even chew through this tentacle thing. And the smell of the fermented vomit is making me gag. Negative 10 out of 10, Rick.
Agreed, Morty. This is by far the worst burger we've tried yet. Lastly, the insect and fungus burger.
I'm out of here, for real this time.
Suit yourself, Beth. Oh, this one's actually pretty good. The crunch of the insects and the earthy flavor of the fungus complement each other well. I'd give it a solid 9 out of 10.
I think I'm going to hurl.
Well, that concludes our interdimensional hamburger review expedition. You know what they say, Morty. The crazier the burger, the better the taste.
Who says that, Rick?
I do, Morty, I do.
Title: Bird Brains and Beer Babies.
Synopsis.
In this episode, Rick and Morty are on a mission to study the behavior of a group of birds standing in a pond of water with ducks in the background and a yellow cone in the foreground. As they observe the birds, they notice something peculiar. The birds are exhibiting signs of intelligence far beyond what is expected of their species.
Morty, check out those birds. They're acting really weird.
How so, Rick?
Look at their behavior. It's almost like they're communicating with one another.
That's pretty wild, Rick.
As they continue to observe, they realize that these birds are not just intelligent, but they possess a level of sentience that is unprecedented in the animal kingdom.
Morty, we've stumbled upon something groundbreaking here. These birds are practically geniuses.
Whoa, Rick, we gotta tell the world about this.
However, their observation is cut short when they notice a group of babies drinking beer nearby.
Morty, what the hell is going on here?
I don't know, Rick. Let's investigate.
As they approach the babies, they realize that they are actually miniature versions of themselves, and the beer they are drinking is a result of a cloning experiment gone wrong.
Damn it, Morty, we've got a whole bunch of mini Ricks and mini Mortys running around getting drunk.
This is insane, Rick. What are we gonna do?
Simple, Morty, we'll just use the portal gun to send them back to their own timeline.
As they attempt to send the mini Ricks and mini Mortys back, chaos ensues. The babies start multiplying uncontrollably, and the portal gun malfunctions, sending them to an alternate dimension where they encounter their evil counterparts.
Evil welcome, Morty and Rick. We've been expecting you.
Evil, that's right. We've been watching your every move.
This is bad, Morty. Real bad.
What do we do, Rick?
We have to outsmart them, Morty. With science.
In a grand showdown of wits and gadgets, Rick and Morty defeat their evil counterparts and manage to escape the alternate dimension.
Rick, what just happened?
Morty, what happened was the power of science, mixed with a little bit of chaos.
And with that, they fly off into the sunset, leaving behind a trail of confusion and laughter. Scene ends.
Scientific explanation. In this episode, we witness the phenomenon of avian intelligence, where birds exhibit a level of cognitive ability that exceeds what is expected of their species. We also explore the implications of cloning and the dangers of playing God with genetic engineering. Through their use of advanced technology, Rick and Morty navigate the intricacies of alternate dimensions and demonstrate the power of scientific innovation in overcoming obstacles and solving problems.
Title: Mayonnaise Mishap in McDonald's.
Opening shot shows a cartoon of a family having dinner together at a table with a sign that reads, "Go to Marie." Rick and Morty find themselves in a McDonald's in Marie after a portal jump gone wrong. Morty orders a burger with extra mayo and Rick orders a Coke, but upon biting into his sandwich, Morty starts to gag. Rick investigates the sandwich and discovers that the mayonnaise is crunchy and oozing. "This is not mayonnaise, Morty," he exclaims. Displeased with the fast food restaurant's hygiene standards, Rick takes matters into his own hands and gets the entire branch shut down. During their drive back home, Rick shares his secret recipe for mayonnaise with Morty, explaining the chemical reactions that create its smooth texture. The episode ends with the family sitting down to a home-cooked meal, where Rick prepares a gourmet burger with his homemade mayonnaise. As the credits roll, the family enjoys their meal while Morty can be heard saying, "I'll never look at mayonnaise the same way again."
It's a scientific fact that mayonnaise should be smooth, Morty. Anything less is disgusting.
I don't think I'll ever be able to eat at McDonald's again, Rick.
But Rick, what about their famous special sauce?
That special sauce is just glorified mayonnaise, Jerry. Now pass me the ketchup.
I'm just glad we're all eating together as a family.
Can we watch TV after dinner?
Only if it's something educational, like a lecture on the molecular structure of mayonnaise.
Can we just stick to cartoons for once?
Title: Spongebird Daycare Catastrophe.
Opening shot, a close-up shot of a person wearing latex gloves and cleaning a heavily stained table with a sponge. A small bird sits on the table, curiously following each move of the cleaner.
Morty, I see some fascinating activity in a daycare that's near us. We have got to go check it out. Don't worry, I've got you covered with a portable chemical detector.
What activity, Rick? And why do we need a chemical detector?
You see that bird on the table? It's staring at the sponge, which I bet has been used to clean some toxic substance like bleach. And I bet the babies in that daycare are drinking that bleach-laced sugar water. We gotta save them, Morty.
Are you saying our daycare is poisoning our children? That's a serious allegation, Rick.
Oh, lighten up, Beth. It's all science. Besides, we can earn some quick bucks from the government by conducting a daycare safety inspection.
Cut to the daycare, where the babies are drinking from cups of water that have a strange frothy substance in it.
Rick, this isn't bleach. It's probiotics.
But that can't be right. We've got to test that sponge for toxins.
Actually, Rick, according to my research, these probiotics have enhanced immune properties that can protect our babies from germs and diseases.
What a load of crap, Beth. I'm going to conduct a secret experiment to test your theory.
As Rick and Morty sneak into the daycare at night with a giant microscope, they accidentally activate the sprinkler system, drenching all the babies.
Oh, no. The babies are getting wet. That's not good, Rick.
Shut up, Morty. We have a bigger problem. Look at this microscope. The probiotics have mutated into a new superbacteria that can wipe out all human life.
I knew this was a bad idea. Rick, you've gone too far this time.
Ah, gotcha, Beth. It's just soap suds from the sprinkler system. That's what you get for being a killjoy.
So, the babies are safe, and we're not going to die from the superbacteria, Rick?
Of course not, Morty. That would be preposterous. Now let's chill and watch some 4K HD cable TV.
As they sit down to watch TV, the small bird from earlier flies in with a sly grin on its beak.
Bird awkward.
End scene.
Title: The Green-Eyed Convolution.
The episode begins with Rick and Morty traveling through multiple dimensions in search of a new source of dark energy. Suddenly, they stumble upon a strange planet, where they meet a man with green eyes and a beard with a mustache and a beard on his head, with a green-eyed man's face. Rick, being the curious and experimental scientist that he is, decides to investigate this anomaly and bring the man aboard their spaceship. However, things start getting weird when the man starts behaving erratically, making jokes and puns at every given opportunity. As Rick and Morty try to decipher the man's condition, they realize that he has been exposed to a rare form of time-space distortion, which has resulted in a convolution of his personality. Rick, being the only one capable of understanding the complex scientific explanation of the situation, starts explaining the phenomenon to Morty and the man. However, every time someone tries to be serious, Rick says, "I'm almost there," harder, while smirking, just to make everyone uncomfortable. He does this repeatedly throughout the scenario, at more and more inappropriate moments. As the situation escalates, Rick and Morty realize that the only way to undo the convolution is to reverse the time-space distortion. They build a machine capable of doing so, but before they can use it, the man's personality takes a complete 180, with him becoming a serious, no-nonsense individual. Rick, Morty, and the man work together to activate the machine, which successfully undoes the time-space distortion and restores the man's personality. In the end, as they bid farewell to the man, who has now returned to his home planet, Rick turns to Morty and says, "Well, that was a convoluted mess." Morty just rolls his eyes and replies, "Oh, geez, Rick."
Title: The Multidimensional Toy Box Paradox.
Opening scene, close-up shot of a game board with an array of toys on it. Rick is holding a toy and studying the board. Morty enters the room.
Morty, I've been analyzing this multidimensional toy box for hours, trying to figure out the exact location of the quantum entanglement hotspot. This thing is a scientific marvel.
Oh, cool, Rick. But what's the big deal?
The big deal, Morty, is that this toy box is connected to an infinite number of dimensions, each with its timeline and set of physical laws. And we're going to explore every single one of them.
Whoa, Rick, that sounds like a lot of responsibility.
Don't worry, Morty. I've set up a device that will allow us to travel to these dimensions without altering their timelines. We'll just be observers, and who knows, we might even find some cool toys along the way.
I guess that could be fun. But where do we start?
We start with this dimension right here. Points to a specific spot on the board. According to my calculations, this is where we'll find the most stable hotspot.
Cut to an indoor daycare center in a different dimension. The babies are drinking beer and playing with adult toys but don't seem drunk, almost as if it is normal behavior. Morty seems disturbed.
Rick, why are there babies drinking beer and playing with adult toys? That's not right.
Relax, Morty. This is just a different dimension where that kind of thing is normal. Plus, we can't interfere with their timeline. It's not like we can just take all the beer and toys away.
I don't know, Rick. This doesn't feel right. We shouldn't be here.
Suddenly, the door bursts open and a group of government agents enter. They aim their weapons at Rick and Morty.
Government agent, freeze. We're with the Multidimensional Regulation Agency. You're under arrest for violating interdimensional travel laws.
Oh, great. Just what I needed. Another pointless bureaucratic agency.
Rick, what do we do? We're screwed.
Don't worry, Morty. I got this. Time to bust out my patented get out of jail free card.
Rick pulls out a small device and activates it. The scene turns into a dramatic movie shot with gorgeous lighting and extreme detail.
Now, witness the power of this fully operational, Morty distracting hologram watch.
The device creates a lifelike hologram of Morty, which distracts the agents and allows Rick to escape.
Ah, that'll teach them to mess with me.
Rick, I don't think that was very scientific.
Who cares about science, Morty? We're out here to have some fun and explore the multiverse.
I don't know, Rick. This whole multidimensional travel thing seems a bit risky.
Nonsense, Morty. With my superior intellect and your blind obedience, we can do anything we want. Now, let's go find some more crazy dimensions to explore.
Closing scene, Rick and Morty back at home playing with some of the toys they found. Morty smiles, realizing that despite the risks, exploring the multiverse with Rick is always an adventure.
Opening shot of the episode depicts a strange comic strip with a cartoon of a pink monster and a man in a purple suit and a green shirt. The scene opens with the characters of the cult classic animated series, Rick and Morty, found in a virtual reality game, the Kirby universe. Rick, Morty, Jerry, and Summer dive into the world of the Kirby video game in order to roast King Dedede.
I've fine-tuned our teleportation technology to allow us to enter Kirby's universe, where the destruction of King Dedede is essential for the greater good.
Wow, Rick, that's pretty crazy. So we're just going to jump in and roast him in a rap battle?
Are you guys serious about this? What if we fail?
Don't worry, guys. I have been practicing my rhyming skills for this moment.
The group stands ready to face King Dedede, the notorious antagonist of the Kirby series. They challenge King Dedede to a rap battle match where the crowd will judge the winner.
King Dedede, you dare challenge me to a rap battle? You must have a death wish. I accept.
In an epic sequence, the characters dazzle the audience with their rhyming skills. But it is Summer who steals the show with her powerful punchlines, leaving King Dedede defeated and thrown into a pit full of obese, stanky, and wrinkly hairy pigs.
King Dedede, I demand a fair trial. This is an inhumane punishment for a mere rap battle.
You may have a point, but your appearance constitutes everything you deserve right now.
The episode concludes with an epic shot of the group, pleased with their success, walking away from the scene. This remarkable episode is a perfect combination of science fiction and comedy, with a clever and engaging writing style that ensures the audience remains entertained throughout.
Title: A scientific analysis of a desert catastrophe.
Rick and Morty are seated in the living room when they receive a distress signal from an unknown source. They trace the signal to a barren desert where they find a woman in a red cape and black coat walking with a red blanket on her head.
Morty, this woman is clearly experiencing some form of delusion. We need to investigate further.
But Rick, what could be causing her to act this way?
I don't know, Morty, but we need to be careful. This could be a serious case of cognitive dissonance.
As they continue to investigate, they come across a group of individuals who identify themselves as jihadists. Suddenly, one of them blows himself up, causing blood to splatter everywhere.
Oh my God, Rick! What just happened?
Morty, this is no ordinary situation. We are dealing with a highly dangerous group of individuals who have no regard for human life.
As they attempt to escape the chaos, they stumble upon a mysterious building in the desert. Rick and Morty enter to find a bomb, but things take a turn for the worse when the structure begins to collapse.
We have to get out of here, Rick!
Calm down, Morty. I have everything under control.
As they make their way out, they are ambushed by the jihadists again. The resulting fight is intense and gory, with blood splattering everywhere.
Morty, this is what happens when people take their beliefs too far. It never ends well.
In the end, Rick and Morty manage to escape the desert and the jihadists. They are left contemplating the nature of belief and the consequences of extremism.
Rick, is there any way we can prevent this kind of thing from happening again?
Morty, the only way to prevent extremism is through education and understanding. We have to find a way to reach these people before they are consumed by their beliefs.
The episode ends with Rick and Morty driving off into the sunset, pondering the complexities of human belief systems.
Title: The Feline Paradox.
Synopsis.
Rick and Morty embark on a scientific experiment that involves observing the behavior of two cats in a controlled environment. The purpose of this experiment is to determine the nature of feline intelligence and whether it can be measured in quantifiable terms. Jerry, due to his bizarre obsession with cats, is also included in the experiment.
Alright, Morty, we've got a couple of cats here, and we're gonna find out which one is smarter.
Rick, how are we gonna do that?
Easy, Morty. We'll run some tests and measure their cognitive abilities.
Enters the room. Hey guys, what's going on?
We're conducting an experiment to measure feline intelligence.
Cool. Can I touch the cats?
Jerry, I don't think that's part of the experiment.
Actually, Morty, I'm curious to see how the cats react to Jerry's interaction. Go ahead, Jerry. Touch the cats.
Jerry reaches down to touch one of the cats and gets scratched. Ouch! Tries to touch the other cat and gets scratched again. Ow! Why do they keep scratching me?
Reading data on a computer, it appears that the cats have learned to associate Jerry's touch with pain and are exhibiting a form of conditioned behavior.
So, what does that mean?
It means that Jerry's cat obsession is driving him crazy, and that we have just discovered a fundamental law of feline behavior.
In pain. Can I get a band-aid or something?
Sarcastically, sure, Jerry. Let me just use my advanced technology to heal your scratches. Hands Jerry a roll of duct tape.
Disgusted. Rick, that's not gonna work.
drugs? Hey, it's worth a shot.
Dash dash. In the end, the experiment proves to be successful in shedding light on the enigmatic behaviors of cats. Jerry, however, is left with a physical reminder of his relentless pursuit of feline affection. As the trio ends the episode, Rick delivers the final punchline.
Well, Morty, I guess we learned a valuable lesson today. Cats are smarter than Jerry.
Laughs. That's a good one, Rick.
Muttering, I still love cats though.
Title: The Phylogenetic Effects of Infant Beer Consumption in Playgrounds.
The episode starts with Rick and Morty taking a stroll in a park where they stumble upon two babies playing on a fake grass surface. Observing the babies closely, Rick detects a peculiar behavior where they both drink beer from a hidden stash behind the slide.
Morty, do you see that? Those babies are drinking beer. That's not normal behavior for their age.
Geez, Rick, what do we do? Should we call the cops or something?
Don't be a snitch, Morty. We gotta investigate this further.
The duo decides to conduct a series of scientific experiments to analyze the effects of infant beer consumption in playgrounds.
Morty, get the beer. I'll get the test tubes and beakers.
Rick, where will we get the test tubes and beakers from?
Don't worry about it, Morty. Science has no boundaries.
After gathering the necessary equipment, Rick and Morty perform a series of tests on the babies, including measuring their blood alcohol content, heart rate, and behavioral patterns.
Morty, these babies have a higher tolerance for alcohol than most adults. We need to understand what's causing this.
I dunno, Rick. Maybe they're aliens or something.
Don't be an idiot, Morty. We need to check the genetic makeup of these babies to figure out their secret.
With the help of his lab, Rick analyzes the DNA of the babies and discovers a never-seen-before gene that allows babies to metabolize alcohol like seasoned drinkers.
Morty, these babies are evolutionary marvels. They have a gene that enables them to process alcohol efficiently. They could teach us a thing or two.
Wow, Rick, this is groundbreaking. What now?
Now, we celebrate like babies.
The episode ends with Rick and Morty joining the babies in their playpen, drinking beer, and having a wild time as the screen fades to black. Episode title: The Gastronomical Adventures of Rick and Morty. The opening shot shows Rick and Morty in their lab, surrounded by various scientific instruments, beakers, and vials.
Morty, today we're going on a culinary adventure. I've discovered 5 new interdimensional steaks that we're going to taste and review. It's going to be a gastro-scientific feat.
Oh, Rick, I don't know if I'm ready for that. I mean, interdimensional meat? What if it's dangerous?
Don't be ridiculous, Morty. I've tested these steaks thoroughly. They're completely safe, and they're going to take our taste buds on a journey they've never been before.
The first steak appears on the table, sizzling and steaming.
This is the Glorpaxian steak, Morty. It's from a planet with a highly acidic atmosphere, and the meat is infused with sulfuric compounds.
Oh, I don't know if I want to eat that.
Nonsense, Morty. Just take a bite.
As Morty reluctantly takes a bite, his face contorts in disgust.
Ew, Rick, this tastes like rotten eggs and burnt plastic.
Ah, yes, I'd give this one a 2 out of 10 for taste, but a 9 out of 10 for scientific curiosity.
The second steak appears on the table, steaming and juicy.
This is the Zorgonian prime steak, Morty. It's from a planet with a highly complex ecosystem, and the meat is infused with rare microorganisms.
Okay. I'll give it a try.
As Morty takes a bite, he suddenly doubles over in pain.
Ow, ow, ow! Rick, my stomach feels like it's on fire.
Ah, yes, the Zorgonian prime steak can be quite spicy. I'd give this one a 4 out of 10 for taste, but a 7 out of 10 for its potential as a weapon.
The third steak appears on the table, oozing with gooey cheese.
This is the Gorgon steak, Morty. It's from a planet with a highly advanced civilization, and the meat is infused with rare enzymes.
This one smells pretty good. Let's give it a shot.
As Morty takes a bite, his eyes widen in amazement.
Whoa, Rick! This is amazing! It's like nothing I've ever tasted before.
Yes, the Gorgon steak is quite impressive. I'd give this one a 9 out of 10 for taste, but a 10 out of 10 for its potential in interstellar cuisine.
The fourth steak appears on the table, sizzling with electric sparks.
This is the Voltexian steak, Morty. It's from a planet with a highly charged atmosphere, and the meat is infused with rare electromagnetic fields.
Rick, I don't think we should be eating that. It looks dangerous.
Nonsense, Morty. It's perfectly safe. Just take a bite.
As Morty takes a bite, his entire body begins convulsing with electric shocks.
Rick, help me.
Oops, looks like I forgot to regulate the voltage. I'd give this one a 0 out of 10 for taste, but a 10 out of 10 for its potential as a weapon.
The fifth and final steak appears on the table, shimmering with iridescent colors.
And last but not least, Morty, this is the Etherian steak. It's from a dimension on the brink of collapse, and the meat is infused with rare quantum energy.
Wow, Rick, this is beautiful. I can't wait to taste it.
As Morty takes a bite, his body begins to glow and shimmer with energy.
Whoa, Rick, I feel like I'm transcending space and time.
Yes, Morty, the Etherian steak is truly a gastronomical marvel. I'd give this one a 10 out of 10 for taste, and a 10 out of 10 for its potential to unlock the secrets of the universe.
As the episode ends, Rick and Morty sit back in their chairs, their taste buds and scientific curiosity completely satisfied.
Well, Morty, it looks like our gastronomical adventure was a success. Time for a nap.
Yeah, I think I need to lie down for a bit. Thanks for taking me on this journey, Rick.
Anytime, Morty, anytime.
Title: The Quantum Physics of Thunderstruck Keanu Reeves.
Opening sequence.
The camera pans to a man flying through the air while holding onto a kite string with the word "Thunderstruck" written on it. Rick and Morty are watching from the garage with a smokescreen in the background to convey a sense of experimentation.
Morty, I have detected anomalous readings emanating from the kite string of that man.
Anomal what now, Rick?
I said anomalous, Morty. Are you even paying attention?
Scene 1. Thunderstruck Keanu Reeves.
In the middle of Keanu Reeves' skydiving experience, he falls high in the sky, right into the fleet of laser-shooting drones, causing explosions everywhere. The scene turns into a dramatic action movie scene as Keanu Reeves tries to escape from the drones.
Oh my god, Keanu Reeves is going to die.
Relax, Summer, it's just another day in the multiverse.
But is it really, Rick? The concept of free will suggests that each individual has their fate in their own hands.
Morty, please don't start with that again. Science is all well and good, but we need to focus on saving Keanu.
Scene 2. The Science of Saving Keanu.
Rick uses his portal gun to transport himself, Morty, Summer, and Beth to the site of the Keanu Reeves incident, high above the land and clouds below. Rick opens up a console on his wrist, displaying complex mathematics and quantum physics equations.
Alright, Morty, here's what we're going to do. We need to analyze the power source of those drones to overload them.
I don't know if I'm qualified to handle this, Rick.
My son's not qualified to handle this.
Shut up, Beth. Let him learn something for once in his life.
Cut the chatter and get to work.
Scene 3. Overloading the power source.
As the group works to overload the drone's power source, a loud beeping sound is heard, signaling the countdown to the drone's self-destruct mechanism.
Rick, we have to hurry. The drones are about to explode.
Relax, Morty. This is all under control. Just let me.
Explosions detonate everywhere, causing the group to duck for cover as their ears ring from the sound. After a moment, the dust clears, and they see a figure emerging from the wreckage.
Keanu Reeves, whoa!
Epilogue.
The group stands in a huddle, congratulating themselves on a job well done. Keanu Reeves sits nearby, still dazed from his experience.
Well, I think we can all agree that science was the real hero here today.
No kidding. Where would we be without it?
Yeah, but what about those drones, though? They could have killed us all.
Morty, life is full of risks, but it's what we do with those risks that defines us. And today, we chose to overcome them with science.
Keanu Reeves, nodding in agreement. Whoa.
Fade to black.
Title: The Scientific Study of Interdimensional Hot Dogs.
The episode opens with Rick and Morty in the garage, reviewing different interdimensional hot dogs that they have collected from various dimensions. They introduce the concept of quantum entanglement to explain why they are able to travel to different dimensions and how the hot dogs differ in taste and texture.
Rick, this first hot dog from dimension C-137 has a perfect blend of spicy and sweet flavors. I would give it a 9 out of 10 on the taste scale.
Yeah, Morty, but this one from dimension F218 tastes like a piece of shoe leather. A solid 2 out of 10.
Jerry, Summer, and Beth enter the garage, curious as to what Rick and Morty are up to. Rick explains the concept of interdimensional hot dogs to them, which they find amusing yet confusing. Suddenly, a hot dog from dimension R524 jumps out of the container and starts to attack Rick and Morty.
What the hell is that thing?
It's a carnivorous hot dog. It feeds on the meat of sentient beings. We have to stop it before it devours us.
But how are we going to do that, Rick?
Rick pulls out a mayo gun and starts to spray the hot dog with mayonnaise, which seems to repel it. A chase ensues as Rick, Morty, Jerry, Summer, and Beth try to fend off the hot dog with various condiments.
This is insane. How did we even get into this mess?
Oh, Beth, it's all part of our scientific research. We're studying the effects of different condiments on interdimensional hot dogs. It's cutting-edge stuff.
The hot dog eventually escapes and runs off into another dimension, leaving Rick and Morty's lab in shambles. The rest of the family is exasperated by Rick and Morty's antics, but Rick insists that their research must go on. The episode ends with Rick and Morty discussing their next interdimensional culinary adventure.
Hey Rick, have you ever tried interdimensional pizza?
Morty, don't be ridiculous. Of course I have.
Title: The Ball of Existence.
Opening scene. Rick and Morty are huddled around a glowing orb on Rick's workbench, while Jerry sits nearby, looking bored.
Morty, this ball contains the very essence of existence itself. It's like a game of catch with the universe.
Wow, Rick, that's heavy.
Can I play catch too?
Absolutely not, Jerry. This is only for the most advanced level of existence.
Later, the trio are adventuring on an alien planet with a grassy field and a stark black and green sky. They come across a group of small children playing with a ball made out of some kind of energy.
Hey, Rick, is that like the ball on your workbench?
Similar, Morty, but this one is on another level entirely.
As they watch, the children suddenly transform into zombie babies, still fighting over the ball. Guys? I don't think we should be here anymore.
Nonsense, Jerry, we can handle a few zombie babies.
The trio gets sucked into the fray, with Rick using all kinds of crazy gadgets to fend off the zombie babies. Morty tries to keep the ball safe, but gets tackled and bitten.
Rick, help! They got me!
Don't worry, Morty, I've got just the thing.
Rick pulls out a syringe filled with a glowing green liquid and injects Morty. Suddenly, Morty's body begins to glow and he starts to emit a frequency that repels the zombie babies.
I call it the anti-zombie baby serum. Works like a charm.
Jerry, meanwhile, has managed to grab the ball and is running away with it, pursued by the zombie babies. I don't understand, guys. Why is this ball so important?
It's not just important, Jerry. It's the key to understanding the very fabric of our reality.
As they flee the planet, Rick reveals that the ball is actually a quantum superposition of every possible existence in the multiverse.
Of course, it's also a great stress ball. But that's just a bonus.
The episode ends with the trio safely back in Rick's lab, with the ball now safely contained behind a locked glass case. So, we're just gonna keep it here? What about the zombie babies?
Don't worry, Jerry, they'll be fine. They're zombie babies, after all. They'll just go back to crawling around and drooling on things.
I'm just glad we made it out alive.
That's the spirit, Morty. Now, who's up for a game of catch with the universe?
The episode ends with the three of them tossing the ball around, with wacky physics and chaotic energy, bouncing off the walls and making noises that resemble burps. The camera pans out to show the chaos the ball of existence is creating, and the episode closes with a sign reading, "See you in the next universe."
Title: The Interdimensional Pizza Review.
In this episode, Rick and Morty explore the vast and complex world of interdimensional pizzas. Rick, being the ultimate pizza fanatic, has stumbled upon a pizza with a cartoon character on it, which Morty quickly realizes is a portal to a pizza-themed dimension. As they embark on their culinary adventure, they come across a bag of pizza with toppings on it next to a cartoon character, leading them to their first stop in their interdimensional pizza tour.
Morty, we're about to taste the most exhilarating flavors the multiverse has to offer. Let's start with this pizza bag with a cartoon character.
I don't know, Rick. That looks kinda gross.
Nonsense, Morty. A true pizza connoisseur never passes up an opportunity like this.
As they take a bite, they are transported to a dimension where all the toppings are live creatures.
Well, Morty, this one's certainly an acquired taste. That squid topping is a bit slimy for my liking, but the octo sausage is surprisingly flavorful. I'd give it a 5/10 for creativity, but a 2/10 for execution.
I'm gonna have nightmares about the anchovy shark.
Their next stop takes them to a dimension where the pizza toppings are all made from bodily fluids.
Oh God, Morty, this one is just disgusting. I mean, who would ever want to eat a pizza with sweat and earwax on it? And don't even get me started on the urine aioli. 0/10. I feel violated just having tried it.
I think I'm gonna be sick.
Their third stop leads them to a dimension where the pizzas are all alive and sentient.
I gotta admit, Morty, this one's pretty clever. The pizza toppings are all talking and singing and pleading for us not to eat them. I'll give it a 7/10 for ingenuity, but a 3/10 for taste. The pepperoni screaming gave me a headache.
I feel like a monster, Rick.
Their fourth stop takes them to a dimension where the pizzas are all made from insects.
Well, Morty, this one's just plain gross. The crunchy texture of the beetle cheese is unpleasant and the grasshopper sauce has a weird aftertaste. 1/10 for creativity, 0/10 for taste.
Why do these dimensions even exist?
Their final stop leads them to a dimension where the pizza toppings are all made from toothpaste and toothbrushes.
I gotta say, Morty, this one's a refreshing change of pace. The minty flavor is surprisingly zesty. I'll give it a 6/10 for creativity and a 4/10 for taste.
I don't think I can ever eat pizza again after this, Rick.
With their interdimensional pizza tour at an end, Rick and Morty leave with full stomachs but with their taste buds forever scarred by their experiences. Opening scene shows the Smith family in the garage, where Rick is tinkering with a new invention.
Alright, Morty, I've finally done it. I've created a device that'll let us fly up to the top of that lush green hillside with ease.
That's great, Rick. But where are we going? What's up on that hill?
Skeptically, yeah, Rick. I don't think it's worth risking our lives just to see some trees.
Oh ye of little faith, Summer. You see, on that hill lies a rare compound that could solve all the world's energy needs. And we're not the only ones after it.
Suddenly a plane flies overhead, with a squad of babies parachuting out of it high in the sky.
Oh geez, what is that?
That's our competition, Morty. The baby squad, and they're not to be underestimated.
You mean to tell me that we're competing with a group of babies?
That's right, Summer, and we're not losing to them. We're Smiths, damn it.
They enter Rick's flying invention and take off towards the hill.
Rick, are you sure we're not going to get into any trouble?
Morty, my boy, Trouble is my middle name.
As they fly, they are suddenly ambushed by the baby squad who are firing spitballs.
Oh God, they're firing something.
Ah, weak.
Meanwhile, the squad of babies are seen on the hillside, speaking in a strange alien language.
Baby squad leader, the Smiths may be a formidable opponent, but we still have the upper hand. Our advanced technology is light years ahead of theirs.
Morty spots the compound down on the hill and alerts Rick.
Rick, over there! We're almost there!
Finally, let's go get that compound and show these babies who's boss.
As they near the compound, they realize that it's protected by a group of alien guards.
Rick, there are some guards down there.
Don't worry, Summer, I've got this.
Rick activates a device that emits a high-pitched frequency, stunning the guards.
Ah, classic Rick, worked like a charm.
They retrieve the compound and head back to the garage.
That was insane, Rick. I can't believe we beat the baby squad.
Well, Morty, we're the Smiths. Nothing can stop us.
So, what are we going to do with this compound now?
Well, Summer, that's for me and my genius to figure out. And rest assured, it's going to blow your mind.
End credits roll.
Title: Interdimensional Taco Tasting Adventure.
Scientific description. In this intergalactic adventure, the characters of Rick, Morty, Jerry, and Beth find themselves in a dimension where interdimensional tacos are the norm. Equipped with their scientific palates, they set out to taste test 5 of the most disgusting-looking tacos in the multiverse.
Opening scene.
Morty, we gotta check out these interdimensional tacos. They say they'll make your taste buds scream in different languages.
I don't know, Rick. They look kinda gross.
I'll try one. Why not, right? It's just food.
I'm in too. But only if we're rating them on a scale of 1 to 10.
Scene 1.
The group ventures to a taco stand in the shape of a giant slug. Rick orders 5 of the most disgusting looking tacos they have. The tacos are purple, pulsating, and have tentacles. This thing is moving. Is it alive?
Only one way to find out, Jerry. Dig in.
Oh, man, I don't know if I can do this.
Just think of it like a science experiment, Morty. We're testing our limits.
Scene 2.
The group tries a taco that's made out of eyeballs and has a sauce that makes you hallucinate.
Wow, I haven't had a trip like this since that time I mixed experimental chemicals with tequila.
I'm seeing colors I can't pronounce.
I'm pretty sure I just saw God.
I'm giving this one a solid 7 out of 10. Trippy, but not impossible to eat.
Scene 3.
The group ventures to a dimension where the tacos are made out of alive ants and the sauce is made out of pure acid.
These little ants sure do have a kick to them. Reminds me of that time I ran into that crazy ant queen on planet Squanch.
I can feel my tongue dissolving.
What's the opposite of delicious?
I'm giving this one a 2 out of 10. It's too gross to even taste.
Scene 4.
The group tries a taco that's covered in spikes and has a sauce that's made out of pure lava.
Yo, this taco is hot, man. Hot like my ex-girlfriend from the 3rd dimension.
I can't even feel my mouth anymore.
I'm pretty sure I'm sweating blood.
I'm giving this one an 8 out of 10. The heat was intense, but the flavor was unique.
Scene 5. The group tries a taco that's made out of a living cat and the sauce is made out of tears of sorrow.
This one is just depressing.
We're eating a cat, Rick. A cat.
I can feel its eyes staring into my soul.
I'm giving this one a -10 out of 10. It's inhumane and just plain wrong.
Closing scene.
The group returns to their own dimension, stomachs churning and taste buds traumatized.
Well, we sure did experience some crazy stuff today. Let's never speak of those tacos again.
Agreed, Rick. Agreed.
I think I need therapy after this.
I'm definitely not eating tacos for a while.
Scientific conclusion.
In this episode, we observe that interdimensional tacos can range from unique and tasty to downright disgusting and unethical. The group's rating system of 1 to 10 demonstrates the subjective nature of taste and reinforces the importance of ethical considerations when it comes to consuming food. The trippy hallucinations and intense heat sensations highlight the potential dangers of experimenting with unknown substances. Overall, this interdimensional taco tasting adventure serves as a cautionary tale for all those who seek to explore the depths of the multiverse's culinary palette.
Title: The Vomitous Abyss.
Opening shot of Rick and Morty standing at the edge of a large hole in the ground, with a sky background and a blue sky in the center of the hole.
Morty, come here and take a look at this. This is some pretty weird *T.
What is it, Rick?
It looks like some kind of portal or something. Let me get my microscope out and take a closer look.
Rick pulls out a high-tech microscope and examines the blue sky in the center of the hole.
Holy *T, Morty. This thing is full of tiny sentient beings. They look like they're made of vomit.
That's disgusting, Rick. What are we going to do?
Well, Morty, we're going to need to get inside that portal and study those beings. But be careful, they might start projectile vomiting.
As Rick and Morty approach the portal, a giant sentient vomit monster appears, projectile vomiting directly at them. The vomit and chunks splatter everywhere, in gorgeous 4K Full HD and highly detailed.
Morty, this is a textbook example of a symbiotic relationship. The vomit monsters are using the portal to travel to other dimensions and infect new hosts with their projectile vomiting.
That's not exactly what I'd call a relationship, Rick.
As Rick and Morty continue to study the vomit monsters, they discover that they can control the monsters by controlling their vomit.
Morty, with our scientific knowledge we can use this portal to become the ultimate power in the universe. All we need is the control over these vomit monsters and we can control everything.
I don't know, Rick. This seems pretty gross.
Morty, this is science. There's no such thing as gross in science.
As Rick and Morty continue their research, they begin to realize that the vomit monsters are not just mindless creatures, but have their own society and culture. They begin to feel empathy for the creatures and decide to help them find a way to live in peace with their hosts.
Morty, do you realize what we've done? We've created a new form of life, a new civilization, and we've given them the gift of empathy.
Yeah, Rick, that's great and all, but could we just step back a bit? The stuff is still all over us.
Don't worry, Morty, we'll just use the transporter to beam us clean.
As Rick and Morty beam themselves clean, they both can't help but feel a sense of pride and accomplishment in their scientific discovery and the newfound peace between the vomit monsters and their hosts.
You know, Rick, I never thought I'd say this, but that was a pretty beautiful moment.
Don't get soft on me, Morty. We've got more dimensions to explore.
Title: Jason the Artist ejected from cyberspace.
The scene opens with Rick and Morty lounging on the couch with steaming cups of coffee. Jerry, Summer, and Jason Hardest's hologram are gathered around the living room.
So, what's up with the Twitch ban on Jason the Artist?
Apparently, he's been using copyrighted music on his streams.
That's illegal and could lead to serious repercussions.
I'm so sad that he's gone. His streams were so entertaining.
Jason Hardest's hologram, it's not fair. I was just trying to make art accessible through my music choices.
Well, don't worry, Jason. We'll hack into Twitch and get you back on.
Yeah, we'll create a new account under an alias and keep your identity a secret.
But won't that just lead to more trouble?
We'll just use a VPN and bounce our IP address to make it untraceable.
Genius.
Jason Hardest's hologram, thank you, guys. You're the best.
Well, what are we waiting for? Let's get to work.
The scene cuts. Title: The Lucille Ball Experiment.
Scientific synopsis.
The episode is centered around the phenomenon of quantum entanglement and its strange effects on cognition. Rick, Morty, Jerry, and Beth are conducting an experiment involving a quantum entanglement table, which they've set up in the middle of their living room. The table is made up of an array of complex machinery and blinking lights, all wired to a central brainwave sensor. As Rick begins to explain the experimental setup, a woman with red hair and a man in a suit and tie appear suddenly on the TV screen above the table. The woman claims to be Lucille Ball, the famous actress from the TV show I Love Lucy. Rick and the gang are initially skeptical, but as Lucille Ball begins to demonstrate an uncanny ability to predict their every move, they become convinced that she is, in fact, the real deal. The rest of the episode is a wild, trippy ride through a series of increasingly absurd and hilarious scenarios as Rick, Morty, Jerry, and Beth try to figure out how Lucille Ball is able to read their minds and manipulate their surroundings.
Dialogue.
Alright, so we've got the quantum entanglement table all set up. The brainwave sensor is calibrated, the neural transceiver is transmitting, and we're ready to begin.
Rick, who are those people on the TV screen?
Yeah, and why are they dressed like they're from the 50s?
Lucille Ball. I can answer that, honey. My name is Lucille Ball, and this fine gentleman here is my co-star, Decianas.
You're Lucille Ball? Like, the real Lucille Ball?
Lucille Ball, of course, darling. I'm here to share my comic genius with the world once again.
Alright, let's see what this dame is really made of. Morty, activate the quantum entanglement field.
I don't know if that's such a good idea, Rick.
Guys? Why are my arms growing out of my head?
Lucille Ball, oh, don't worry, dear. That's just the quantum entanglement field messing with your perception of reality.
This is getting out of hand. We need to shut this experiment down.
What? No way. We're just getting started. Besides, I have a feeling Lucille here has a few more tricks up her sleeve.
Lucille Ball, you know what they say, Rick. I love Lucy, and Lucy loves you.
Oh geez, I think I'm gonna be sick.
I can't feel my face. Is that normal?
I'm never doing science with you guys again.
That's too bad, Beth. I was just getting ready to introduce you to our new pet robot, Bloopers.
Bloopers, in a robotic voice. Hello, friends. I am Bloopers. Let us conduct more science experiments together.
The episode concludes with the gang convulsing on the floor and the quantum entanglement table exploding in a shower of sparks and smoke. The episode begins with Rick and Morty exploring the wonderful world of 90s gross-out toys. Beth joins them on their adventure, insisting that they should be searching for something more meaningful.
Come on, Beth, the beauty of these toys is in their grotesqueness. It's a true masterpiece of engineering.
I don't know, Rick. This stuff is pretty gross. I feel like I'm gonna puke.
Can't we just go do something else? Like maybe, I don't know, help someone?
You millennials and your altruism. Fine, we'll do both. We'll find the most disgusting toy out there and save the universe while we're at it.
The trio splits up to search for the most revolting toys they can find. Rick and Morty stumble upon a toy called Snot-Nosed Snot Louie, which features a green snot-nosed kid who sneezes projectiles at the opponent.
Oh, hey Rick, I found one. It's called Snot-Nosed Snot Louie.
Nice find, Morty. But it's not even in the top 10. Here, let me show you what real gross-out toys are all about.
Rick then proceeds to list his top 10 awful 90s gross-out toys, each one more disgusting than the last. As he describes each one, the audience is subjected to flashbacks of Rick and Morty playing with them.
At number 10, we have Pimple Pete, the game where players have to pull out plastic zits from a foam-filled face. Number 9 is Creepy Crawlers, where you can make your own bug-shaped candies. But don't worry, they're totally safe to eat, despite the toxic fumes they emit.
I don't know how you can even stand this stuff, Rick. It's giving me nightmares.
You guys are seriously messed up. I think I'm gonna go find something else to do.
Suit yourself, Beth. Morty and I will continue our search for the most vile toy of all time. At number 8, we have Gooey Louie, everyone's favorite game of pulling out boogers from a plastic nose. And at number 7, Barfing Boris, the doll that vomits at the push of a button.
Okay, I get it. These toys are disgusting. But why are we doing this again?
Because it's science, Morty. Pure, unadulterated science. Now hold still while I test out this new gadget I made, fart bombs.
The episode ends with Rick, Morty, and the rest of the family covered in slime, vomit, and various bodily fluids, completely grossed out but laughing hysterically at the absurdity of it all. Narrator. In this highly scientific episode titled The Garfield Roast, a rhyming rap battle, Rick, Morty, Jerry, and Summer find themselves transported into the comic world of Garfield. Using advanced scientific technology, they are able to enter into the comic strip as cartoon characters. Upon arrival, they notice Garfield, a bipedal orange cat, sitting on a windowsill, munching on lasagna while conversing with a background cartoon character.
According to my multi-dimensional scanner, we have successfully entered the comic strip's alternate reality.
This is so cool, Rick. I can't believe we get to be cartoon characters.
I hope we don't end up like Charlie Brown's dad, never seen or heard from again.
Guys, let's focus. Our mission is to roast Garfield on his appearance in a rhyming rap battle.
Garfield, what's going on here? Why are you weirdos all up in my house? And what's this about a rap battle?
Relax, Garfield. We just need to roast you on your appearance and then plunge you into a giant mutant sumo wrestler's bottomless, stanky, hairy, gaping navel forever.
Garfield, what? That's an incredibly specific and horrifying punishment.
Just don't lose the rap battle, Garfield. It's your only chance to avoid that fate.
The group and Garfield engage in a highly competitive and eloquent rhyming rap battle, with Rick and Morty spitting hot fire and Jerry and Summer dropping sick beats. In a surprising turn of events, Garfield fumbles on his lyrics and loses the rap battle.
Garfield, no, no, no. I can't believe I lost. Not the sumo wrestler's navel.
As predicted, Garfield is plunged into the giant mutant sumo wrestler's bottomless, stanky, hairy, gaping navel forever, leaving Rick and the gang victorious. The episode concludes with a triumphant celebration and a scientific explanation of how they were able to exit the comic strip alternate reality. Narrator. And thus ends our scientific journey into the world of comic strips, with a successful mission completed and a few traumatized cartoon characters. Stay tuned for more thrilling adventures in the multiverse with Rick and Morty.
Title: The Interdimensional Croquette Conundrum.
Abstract. In this episode, we follow the adventures of Rick and Morty, two interdimensional time-traveling scientists who attempt to review 5 strange interdimensional croquettes. Using a phone as their tool of observation, they engage in descriptive detail to score the croquettes. However, their mission turns perilous when one of the croquettes attempts to eat them, and they must use mayonnaise to fend it off. This episode showcases the importance of careful analysis and resourcefulness in facing unexpected challenges. Alright, Morty, time to review these interdimensional croquettes. Let's start with this one. Looks like a donut filled with squid ink and pickled jalapenos.
Ew, that sounds gross, Rick.
Don't knock it till you try it, Morty. Okay, let me scan it with my phone. Interesting texture, quite chewy. Taste-wise, it's like a salty explosion in my mouth. I'll give it a 6.5 out of 10 for originality.
Oh, now I have to try it too. Okay, let's move on to the next one. Whoa, what is that one?
Looks like a croquette with tiny tentacles sticking out. Let me scan it. Whoa, Morty, this one's got a mind of its own.
What do you mean, Rick?
Look, it's trying to eat us. Grab that mayonnaise, Morty, and squirt it at the tentacles.
Ew, gross, but okay. Huh, that worked. It's backing off now. That was close, Rick.
Yeah, we need to be more careful on these missions. Okay, let's continue. Next one is a jelly-filled donut with fermented tofu.
Are you kidding me, Rick?
No, this is real science, Morty. Let me scan it. Intriguing mix of sweet and sour. But the fermented tofu aftertaste is overpowering. I'll give it a 5 out of 10.
I don't even want to try that one, Rick.
Or loss, Morty. Okay, next is a croquette made entirely out of edible glitter.
Whoa, that looks so cool, Rick.
Yeah, let me scan it. Surprisingly crunchy and sparkly. Taste-wise, it's quite bland. I'll give it a 5.5 out of 10 for its visual appeal.
I'm not sure I agree with you on that one, Rick. I mean, it's like eating a rainbow.
Whatever, Morty, we have one more to go. Now this one is a classic croquette, but with an interdimensional twist.
What's the twist, Rick?
Well, it's coated in a special sauce that enhances its flavor profile. Let me scan it. Whoa, this is one of the best croquettes I've ever tasted. The sauce brings out the perfect balance of savory and tangy. I'll give it a 9 out of 10.
Wow, that's amazing, Rick. Can we take some home?
No, Morty, that would violate interdimensional laws. But at least we've completed our review. Let's head back home before we encounter any more deadly croquettes.
Yeah, good idea, Rick. I'm done with croquettes for a while.
The episode begins with Rick and Morty sitting in the living room, staring at a drawing of two people with different expressions on their faces and hands, one pointing a gun at the other.
Morty, look at this drawing. It's a masterpiece. The expression on the guy's face with the gun is just priceless.
Oh, Rick, I don't think that's something to be laughing at. It looks pretty serious.
Jerry walks in and sees the drawing. What the hell is that? Is that supposed to be funny?
No, Jerry, it's not supposed to be funny. It's supposed to be genius. But that's beside the point. We need to talk about our friend, Jason the artist.
What about them?
They got banned from Twitch for inappropriate AI inputs through Twitch chatting.
What does that even mean?
It means they were using some advanced AI technology to mess with people in Twitch chat and got caught.
Summer walks in.
Hey, what's going on?
Our friend, Jason the artist, got banned from Twitch for using some shady AI inputs in chat.
Oh no, that's terrible. What are we going to do?
I don't know, but we need to do something. We can't just let this slide. We need to get revenge on Twitch.
Revenge? Isn't that a bit extreme?
Not when it comes to defending our friends, Morty. We're going to use our own AI technology to take down Twitch once and for all.
I don't know about this. It sounds dangerous.
Of course it's dangerous, Jerry. That's why it's going to be fun.
And with that, Rick and the gang set off on a wild and crazy adventure to take down Twitch and avenge their friend. The episode ends with them triumphantly standing over the ruins of Twitch, laughing maniacally. Narrator. In this episode, our protagonists Rick, Morty, Jerry, and Summer venture into the world of the Garfield comic by using a highly advanced scientific mechanism developed by Rick Sanchez. However, as they enter the comic strip's reality, they find themselves challenged to a rhyming rap battle with Jon Arbuckle, a central character within the Garfield narrative. The rap battle serves as a means to roast Jon on his appearance, causing him to lose the battle and be plunged into the hairy, stanky, and gaping navel of a giant mutant sumo wrestler.
The mechanism we're using to enter the Garfield comic world is a highly advanced scientific device that uses subatomic particles to manipulate the fabric of space-time.
Whoa, Rick, that sounds awesome. But how are we going to win this rap battle against Jon Arbuckle?
Yeah, I don't know if I'm down for humiliating somebody like Jon in a rap battle.
Look, guys, we have to do what we have to do. This is the only way we can get back to our reality.
In the rap battle, the protagonists use a series of clever and witty rhymes to comment on Jon's physical features and lack of charisma. After a hard-fought battle, Jon loses and falls into the sumo wrestler's navel. Jon wails in agony, complaining about the stench and texture of the sumo wrestler's navel.
Jon, the stench in here is unbearable. The hair feels like a million knives, and it's never ending. How could you do this to me?
In an epic and satisfying ending, the protagonists manage to return to their reality by using the same scientific mechanism employed to enter the Garfield comic. They look back at the comic strip being engulfed within the sumo wrestler's navel and realize that they have accomplished their mission.
That was a close one, guys. We almost didn't make it out.
Yeah, and I don't think we'll be entering the Garfield comic world anytime soon.
Agreed. That was just too intense.
But hey, at least we made it back in one piece. And we got our fair share of rhyming done for the day.
Narrator. And with that, our protagonists manage to escape the world of the Garfield comic, entering back into their reality. This episode serves as a testament to the power of science and how it can be used to manipulate the very fabric of reality. Scientific PhD University episode.
Title: The Quantum Mechanics of Roasting Odie.
The episode begins with a perplexing collision between two businessmen, Man 1 and Man 2, walking across a busy street. The maneuver of their footsteps and their clothing patterns trigger a quantum entanglement, a phenomenon in which two particles remain connected even when separated by a distance. This event promptly attracts the attention of our main characters, Rick, Morty, Jerry, and Summer. As they head out to investigate, they stumble upon an intriguing portal that leads them straight into the Garfield comic world. Once they enter, they are approached by the cast of Garfield, who order them to roast Odie in an intense rap battle. The challenge is not just to mock but also to imbue their rhymes with vivid descriptions and nod to the principle that our senses define our reality. In the midst of the battle, John intervenes in defense of Odie, but his misguided actions trigger a gravitational force that plunges him into a giant mutant sumo wrestler's bottomless and stinky hollow navel. The moment of his plunge into this rift is when quantum gravity takes over, and John feels as he falls into an exotic black hole, tugging at his atoms, ripping apart his very being. John s wailing and lamenting at the sight of his punishment provides the characters with an opportunity to delve into the deeper consequences of black holes and the theory of relativity and verifies their observations to the audience. In their quest to rescue John, the characters craft a device based on the latest principles of nanotechnology, which enabled them to withstand the gigantic sumo wrestler's grueling environment. They rescue John, helping him to understand the implications of his actions on his world's reality. The episode concludes with Rick's profound statement on the importance of being mindful of our actions and understanding the consequences they hold. The captivating storyline of The Quantum Mechanics of Roasting Odie showcases a rich blend of science, reality, and fiction, coupled with clever writing and epic scenes that will leave audiences entirely gratified.
Rick. The way particles connect and influence their surroundings is mind-boggling, but it also illustrates how our actions define our reality. It's essential to be aware of the consequences of every decision we make.
Title: Roasting Odie in the Garfield Comic Universe, a rhyming rap battle experiment.
Introduction.
In this episode, we explore the phenomenon of rhyming rap battles by transporting cartoon characters from a purple background and a purple background with a cartoon character in the middle, Rick, Morty, Jerry, and Summer, into the Garfield comic universe. Our primary objective is to observe and measure the creative use of language and the psychological effects of such battles on Odie, the canine character.
Scene 1.
Cartoon characters find themselves in a world of Garfield comics where they meet Odie, the unsuspecting target in the upcoming rhyming rap battle. The stage is set and the rhyming battle commences. Rick starts with,
"Listen up, Odie, you sorry excuse for a hound. Your fur's all matted, and your face looks like a clown."
Scene 2.
Odie responds with his rebuttal, putting his musical prowess to the test.
Pretty. Woof woof. Bart Simpson called. He said he wants his haircut back. You're an embarrassment to the rap game. Rick, get off the track.
Scene 3.
Morty joins in, showing his fierce competitive spirit.
Your breath stinks, Odie, like you've been licking feet. Your rhymes are weak, they can't even compete.
Scene 4.
But Odie doesn't back down, responding with his own rhyming insults.
Pretty. You call yourself smart, Jerry, but you're just a dumb vet. Your rhymes are as pathetic as your dental hygiene, I bet.
Scene 5.
Summer takes the battle to another level, creatively incorporating science and pop culture references.
Your bark is worse than your bite, Odie, like a T-Rex without its teeth. You're a washed-up character, an obsolete wreath.
Scene 6.
As the battle intensifies, Odie becomes increasingly flustered, realizing he might be losing.
Pretty. Stop, I concede, you guys are too much. But please don't send me to the mutant sumo wrestler's navel, it'll be too rough.
Scene 7.
The team, having won the rap battle, proceeds to carry out their punishment for Odie.
Sorry, Odie, it's time to pay the price. You're going to the mutant sumo wrestler's navel, a bottomless pit that's not nice.
Scene 8.
Odie, now plunged into the pit, complains about his punishment.
Pretty. This is so gross, so hairy, and so stanky. The smell is unbearable, and the darkness is danky.
Scene 9.
As the team leaves the Garfield comic universe, they reflect on the impact of rhyming rap battles on characters and their psychological well-being.
Who knew that rhyming could be so damaging to one's ego and pride?
It's a powerful tool, and if used irresponsibly, it can lead to emotional harm.
But it sure was fun to watch Odie squirm and suffer.
All in the name of science, Morty. All in the name of science.
Conclusion.
In this episode, we successfully transported cartoon characters into the Garfield comic universe to conduct a rhyming rap battle experiment. Through creative use of language and pop culture references, we observed the psychological impact of such battles on Odie, the canine character. The study serves as a reminder that language is a powerful tool that can both uplift and harm.
Title: A quantum analysis of the Gazorpazorp field rhyming rap battle.
Abstract. This episode explores the complexities of performing a rhyming rap battle to roast Gazorpazorp field on its looks in the animated world of Gazorpazorp. Using a combination of quantum mechanics and literary analysis, we investigate the linguistic and cultural factors in Gazorpazorp field's world and how they influence the rhyming rap battle. Our findings show that the roasting of Gazorpazorp field must follow a strict meter and rhyme scheme to be effective. Furthermore, we uncover the role of humor and satire in the Gazorpazorp field show and its reception by the audience, as well as the consequences of violating the show's cultural norms. Alright, Morty. We're diving into the world of Gazorpa Zorpfield. We need to roast him on his looks with a sick rhyming rap battle.
Oh, okay, Rick. But how are we gonna do that?
Excuse me, but what's a Gazorpa Zorpfield?
It's a TV show in this world. Dad. Just go with it.
Alright, let's get to it. Gazorpa Zorpfield, we're calling you out. Your looks are so bad, they make us want to pout.
Gazorpa Zorpfield. Hey, what gives? You can't talk to me like that.
And standing next to that's the rule in this world, mate. You gotta take what they throw at ya.
We gotta keep the rhymes coming, guys. How about, your face is so messed up, it makes us want to run.
No, we need to step it up. Your face is like an alien's nightmare, with a mouth full of gum.
Gazorpa Zorpfield. Hey, I don't need this. I demand to be treated with respect.
Sorry, Gazorpa Zorpfield, but you gotta take this punishment. You're gonna get plunged into a mutant sumo wrestler's stanky colon forever.
Gazorpa Zorpfield. What? That's disgusting. You can't do that to me.
And standing next to it's the Gazorpa Zorpfield world, buddy. You gotta play by the rules.
Conclusion. Our analysis shows that the Gazorpa Zorpfield TV show operates under a set of cultural norms that dictate the rhyming rap battle and the consequences for the loser. The use of satire and humor in the roasting of Gazorpa Zorpfield is an integral part of the show's appeal and reception by the audience. The episode's satisfying ending provides closure to the narrative and reinforces the Gazorpa Zorpfield world's cultural values.
Narrator. In this episode, Rick, Morty, Jerry, and Summer immerse themselves into the world of the Garfield comic using their latest invention, the interdimensional portal gun. Upon arrival, they encounter Garfield, a beloved comic character with a knack for laziness and love for lasagna. As the group becomes aware of their appearance in the comic, they decide to engage in a battle of rhyming rap to roast the feline.
I'm Morty, I come from another universe.
Your fur is frayed and your breath is like a curse. You may be orange, but your vibe is depressing. I bet even John wishes for a more interesting blessing.
Garfield, you think you're good with your beards and glasses.
But I've been around way more comics than all your asses. I may be lazy, but at least I'm not always stressed. Just like your dad, Morty, calling you a little pest.
I'm Summer and I'm ready to battle.
Your hat looks like it's from a different cattle. You're fat, lazy, and pretty much worthless. Your personality is just plain thoughtless. Quote, I'm Jerry, I may not be too cool. But your eyes are crossed like you've gone to school. You may appear cute, but that's just not enough. I'm sorry, Garfield, but you're looking pretty rough.
I'm Rick, the smartest guy in this room.
Around you, I feel like I'm in a cartoon. You're lazy, you're boring, you're just one big cat. I'll make sure you'll end up in a smelly rat. Narrator. As the rap battle comes to a close, Garfield is plunged into the giant mutant sumo wrestler's bottomless, stanky, hairy, gaping navel, never to be seen again. Despite his complaints of the punishment in extreme detail, the group celebrates their victory and returns to their own dimension, satisfied with their achievement. Narrator. In this episode of Rick and Morty, our characters dive into the world of comic strips to battle Garfield's own John Arbuckle. Using a revolutionary new technology developed by Rick, they enter the world of the green monster in the center of the panel. As they explore the garish world of the comic, they come face to face with John and are challenged to a rhyming rap battle.
This technology is incredible. Using a dimension-jumping module and neural network integration, we can communicate in any world.
Nervously, but what if we mess up? We could be stuck in this comic strip forever.
Enthusiastically, come on, Jerry. Let's show John what we're made of.
Sarcastically, yeah, let's roast this guy like a Thanksgiving turkey.
Narrator. As the battle begins, Rick, Morty, Jerry, and Summer launch into a rap that would make even the most expert poets envious. With clever rhyming and epic one-liners, they roast John on his appearance and abilities. John struggles to keep up, but ultimately loses the battle when Summer delivers the final blow.
Triumphantly, your rhymes are weak, your style is bland. John, you couldn't rap if you had a mic in your hand.
John. Miserably. This punishment is cruel and unfair. I don't deserve to be stuck in a giant mutant sumo wrestler's bottomless, stanky, hairy, gaping navel forever.
Narrator. As the group celebrates their victory, they are suddenly jolted back to reality as Rick's device malfunctions and they are returned to their own world. But the satisfaction of their successful mission lingers as they reflect on the power of rap battles and the importance of a well-placed insult.
Title: Belly Button Expedition 3.0.
Synopsis. Rick and Morty are faced with their biggest challenge yet, to extract 10 disgustingly strange items from Guy Fieri's belly button. With Jerry and Beth alongside them, the group must navigate the treacherous terrain of Guy's navel and uncover the hidden secrets it holds.
Scene 1.
Morty, I'm initiating Belly Button Expedition 3.0. We've got to get to the bottom of this, and I mean the bottom of Guy Fieri's navel.
Scene 2.
Rick, I'm not sure this is something we should be doing. It seems a bit, gross.
Scene 3.
Come on, Morty. It'll be like a mini vacation. Plus, think of all the weird stuff we'll find inside his belly button.
Scene 4.
I'm with Morty on this one, Rick. This whole thing sounds like a bad idea.
Scene 5.
As the group approaches the mountain in the background, they notice Guy Fieri waiting for them, gun in hand.
Scene 6.
Guy Fieri, what are you doing on my property? And what are you planning to do with my belly button?
Scene 7.
We're conducting a scientific experiment, Guy. It's nothing personal.
Scene 8.
Morty and Rick take turns pulling objects out of Guy's belly button, including a pair of socks, a live snail, a miniature plane, and a rusty spoon.
Scene 9.
Oh man, this is disgusting. Why would anyone keep this stuff in their belly button?
Scene 10. I don't think I'll ever be able to eat again after seeing all that. The end.
Title: The Rainbow Eating Busey.
Synopsis: the episode begins with Rick and Morty in the garage trying to build a machine that can extract the energy from rainbows. As they work, Beth and Summer enter the garage and ask what they're doing. Rick explains that they're trying to harness the energy from rainbows to power his latest invention.
Do you seriously need to use rainbows to power your invention?
Yes, Beth, you can't just use any old source of energy. Rainbows are pure energy, untouched by human hands.
Yeah, and Gary Busey eats them all the time. He's an expert rainbow eater.
Wait, what? Gary Busey eats rainbows?
Of course he does. He's been doing it for years. That's where he gets his crazy energy from.
Suddenly, a portal opens up in the garage and Gary Busey steps out.
Gary Busey. Hey, guys. You talking about me? Gary, we were just talking about how you eat rainbows. Gary Busey. Ha ha, yeah. Rainbows are like candy to me. I can't get enough of them.
Can you help us extract rainbow energy for Rick's invention?
Gary Busey. Sure thing, Morty. Let's do this.
The group begins to work on the machine, with Gary using his rainbow eating skills to power it up. However, things take a turn for the crazy when they accidentally open a portal to an alternate dimension.
Rick, what did you do?
Nothing. It must be the rainbow energy. It's messing with the fabric of reality.
Suddenly, they find themselves in a dimension where everything is made of candy.
Whoa! Everything is made of candy. This place is awesome.
Oh, guys, I don't think we should be here. This place is giving me a sugar rush.
Gary Busey. Huh, this is nothing. I could eat this whole dimension and not even get a cavity. Focus, people. We need to find a way back home before things get even crazier.
They eventually find their way back home, but not before encountering several more wild dimensions, including one where everyone is a robot and another where the laws of physics don't apply.
I don't even know what to say about that. We almost died like 10 times.
Aw, lighten up, Beth. It's all in the name of science, right?
I guess so, Rick. But next time, can we just stick to the boring, normal dimensions?
Gary Busey. Huh, where's the fun in that, Morty?
Title: The Disgusting Delights of the Sumo Wrestler's Navel.
In this episode, Rick, Morty, Jerry, Beth, and Summer stumble upon a mutant sumo wrestler with a bottomless, stanky, hairy, gaping navel. They quickly notice that the navel contains a plethora of unique objects. Oh my god, what is that thing? It's like a black hole of grossness. As the group huddles around the navel, Rick pulls out a pair of tongs and a microscope to investigate the contents.
This is fascinating. The sumo's diet and hygiene habits have resulted in a cesspool of bizarre items.
I don't even want to know what he ate to produce this smell.
Can we please just leave? This is making me sick.
No way, this is too weird and gross to pass up. Let's do it.
And with that, Rick and Morty take turns reaching into the navel and pulling out items such as a fully intact sandwich, a Rubik's Cube, a vintage record player, and even a live hamster.
This is a scientific breakthrough. Who knew a sumo wrestler's navel could be a treasure trove of bizarre objects?
I'm gonna have nightmares about this for weeks.
Can we please leave now? I'm getting nauseous just watching this. As the group continues to extract objects from the sumo wrestler's navel, they realize that they have no idea how to dispose of these contaminated treasures.
How exactly are we going to get rid of these things without contaminating the rest of the planet?
Don't worry. I've got a friend who specializes in disposing of biohazards. We just have to make sure we don't touch any of this stuff ourselves.
And with that, the group hightails it out of there, leaving behind a trail of disgust and confusion. This is definitely not a day they will soon forget.
Title: The Colorful Vomit Episode.
Synopsis: Rick and Morty embark on a psychedelic adventure to fix a rift in the space-time continuum. On their journey, they encounter a strange phenomenon causing Gary Busey to puke rainbows and a fish with a spectrum of colors in its mouth.
Act 1.
Morty, we've got a big problem here. The rift in the space-time continuum has caused a massive disruption in the color spectrum. We need to fix this before things get even crazier.
Oh geez, Rick, what are we supposed to do about it?
We need to go to the source and figure out what's causing this. But be warned, Morty, things are about to get trippy.
Act 2.
As Rick and Morty travel through the rainbow-colored vortex, they come across a strange creature with a mouth full of fish.
Morty, look at this. This creature seems to be the source of the problem. It's holding all the colors inside its body.
What do we do now, Rick?
We need to extract the colors from its mouth. But be careful, Morty. One wrong move and we could be puking rainbows like Gary Busey.
Act 3.
As Rick and Morty try to extract the colors from the creature's mouth, Gary Busey appears.
Gary Busey. Hey guys, you like my new rainbow vomit? I've been taking some weird supplements lately and now I have the power of the rainbow inside of me. That's exactly the kind of thing we need to fix, Gary. We can't have the color spectrum all messed up like this.
Act 4.
As they make progress extracting the colors from the creature's mouth, they realize that they can use the excess colors to fix the rift in the space-time continuum.
Rick, we did it! We extracted all the colors and fixed the rift.
That's right, Morty, and we even have some extra colors left over. Let's use them to make some colorful cocktails and celebrate.
Epilogue.
As Rick and Morty sip their colorful cocktails, they realize that the excess colors have caused them to see the world in a whole new light.
Morty, this is amazing. The world is so beautiful with all these new colors. Let's never take them for granted.
I couldn't agree more, Rick. This is the trippiest adventure yet.
Title: The Gazorp-Azorp Field Paradox, a Quantum Interdimensional Catastrophe.
Synopsis: in this episode, Rick and Morty find themselves in a parallel cartoon universe with a pink background and a pink sky. They stumble upon a television set featuring Gazorp-Azorpfield, an animated cat with a cynical outlook on life. Little did they know, Gazorp-Azorpfield was from a planet in a different dimension and had the ability to traverse dimensions.
Rick, Morty, we're in a parallel universe. This cat is from a different dimension. We need to be careful.
As Morty approaches the TV, Gazorp-Azorpfield comes to life and devours Morty alive. Rick frantically searches for a way to bring Morty back to life.
Rick, I need to use my quantum interdimensional portal device to retrieve Morty's soul and bring him back to his body.
Rick successfully retrieves Morty's soul but accidentally brings back multiple versions of him from different universes, causing chaos and confusion.
Morty number 1. Whoa, I'm from a universe where we all have 6 arms.
Morty number 2. And I'm from a universe where we communicate through farts.
As the Mortys argue and fight, Gazorp-Azorpfield becomes even stronger, using the confusion to his advantage.
Gazorp-Azorpfield. Humans are all the same, weak and pitiful. Now I will devour you all.
Rick and Morty finally come up with a plan to defeat Gazorp-Azorpfield by using a combination of science and humor.
Rick, prepare the quantum entanglement comedy bomb, Morty. Morty, what's that, Rick? Rick, it's a joke so funny, it will create a chain reaction that will destroy Gazorp-Azorpfield's nucleus and send him back to his own dimension.
Morty tells the joke and Gazorp-Azorpfield explodes in a hilarious fashion, returning to his dimension and leaving Rick and Morty in safety.
Morty, I can't believe a joke saved our lives, Rick. Rick, anything is possible with the power of science and comedy, Morty. Now let's get the hell out of here before we run into any more killer cats.
As they leave the universe, the pink sky fades away and they return to their normal world, leaving behind the chaos and insanity of the parallel universe.
Title: The Great Anal Extraction.
The episode begins with Rick, Morty, Jerry, and Summer stumbling upon a strange alien house in the middle of a desolate planet. After breaking in, they encounter a giant mutant cow with a gaping, stanky, and seemingly bottomless bunghole. Being the curious scientist that he is, Rick decides to investigate by attempting to remove objects from the cow's bunghole. Morty, Jerry, and Summer reluctantly assist.
Rick, all right, Morty, hand me the gloves and the speculum. We're going in. Morty, oh man, Rick, I don't think I'm ready for this.
Summer, this is disgusting. I can't believe we're doing this.
Jerry, can't we just leave and pretend we never saw this?
As they all gather around the cow's bunghole, Rick begins to extract the first item.
Rick, ah, here we go. It's a miniature spaceship. How the hell did this end up in here? Morty, I think I just saw an alien waving at us.
Next, Jerry takes a turn.
Jerry, oh god, it's a jar of pickles. Why would anyone do this to a jar of pickles?
Summer, seriously, this is making me physically ill.
Rick pulls out the third object.
Rick. Oh man, it's a sock. No, wait, it's a pair of socks. And they're both used. Morty, I can't believe we're doing this. Can we please stop?
Summer, I swear to God, if I see one more thing come out of there, I'm going to puke.
Despite their protests, Rick, Morty, Jerry, and Summer continue to extract objects from the cow's bunghole. The items become increasingly bizarre and disgusting.
Rick, it's a tiny replica of the Eiffel Tower, and it's covered in feces. Morty, I just found someone's wedding ring, and it's still on their finger.
Jerry, oh god, I am never going to be able to unsee what I just pulled out of there.
Summer, I quit, I'm out, I'm leaving this disgusting place.
Finally, after extracting the 10th item, Rick proclaims that they have solved the mystery of the cow's bunghole.
Rick, it appears that these objects were accidentally ingested by the cow and it was grazing on a planet filled with garbage. It's a scientific phenomenon known as garbage-to-mouth syndrome. Morty, oh, well that explains everything.
Summer, can we please go now? I never want to see anything like this again.
Jerry, yeah, I need to go lie down, and possibly see a therapist.
As the group prepares to leave, the cow suddenly farts out a massive burst of gas. They all recoil in horror and disgust.
Rick, well, I think that's our cue to go. Let's get the hell out of here.
The episode ends with Rick, Morty, Jerry, and Summer fleeing the alien house, never to return again.
Title: The Stinky Sumo Navel.
Scientific brief. In this episode, Rick and Morty embark on an extremely unique scientific adventure. Using their advanced technological equipment, they explore the belly button of a giant mutant sumo wrestler to extract 10 rare objects that have been lodged inside it. The process involves encountering pus, parasites, skin tags, and a plethora of other disgusting substances while experts Beth and Summer discreetly supervise.
Opening scene.
Oi Morty, get the portal gun. We've got a job to do.
Where are we going, Rick?
We're going on a journey, Morty. A journey to the stinky, unwashed belly button of a giant sumo wrestler.
Oh geez, Rick, that sounds terrible.
Don't worry, Morty. This is science at its finest. We're gonna find some super cool stuff in there. Extracting the objects. Okay, let's get started. Morty, hand me the scalpel.
Right here, Rick. What are we looking for?
I'm not quite sure, Morty. It could be anything. Aha, looks like we've hit the jackpot. It's a skin tag.
Ew. That's disgusting.
I can't believe you guys are actually doing this.
Hey, you gotta break a few eggs to make an omelet.
I found something, Rick. It's a tapping worm.
Oh, beautiful. Quick, let's get it out before it lays eggs. Ugh, that smell.
I can't take it anymore.
Please, let's just hurry up and finish.
Alright, last one. Morty, brace yourself. This one's a doozy. It's a porcupine quill.
Oh what? How did that even get in there?
Beats me, Morty. The wonders of the universe never cease to amaze me.
Closing scene.
Well, that was quite the adventure, Morty. We've learned so much today.
I think I'm gonna be sick.
I can't believe you two did that.
I need to go wash my eyes.
I guess that's a job well done then. Science waits for no man. To the next adventure.
Oh geez, Rick, I need a glass of water.
Overall, the episode involves lots of crude humor and disgusting imagery, with Rick and Morty's constant bickering and their disregard for normal social conventions. The chaos that ensues is purely entertaining and guarantees non-stop laughter.
Title: Interdimensional Polyamory.
Opening scene, introducing the first world problems meme.
Morty, I've detected a new dimension with advanced technology that could benefit us greatly.
Oh, okay, Rick. But what's the problem?
The people there are facing first world problems, Morty. They need our help.
First world problems? That doesn't sound like a big issue.
You think so, Morty? Wait until you hear about their obsession with the why you know meme.
Scene 2, Morty's love triangle.
Rick, I'm in a difficult situation here.
What is it, Morty? Did you get stuck in another interdimensional trap?
No, it's worse. I'm caught in a love triangle between two alien princesses. They're both amazing, but I can't choose one.
Ah, that's nothing, Morty. Let me tell you about my tumultuous past as a suitor in an interdimensional dating show.
Scene 3, Rick's past and bear attacks.
It was a different time, Morty. I was young and reckless, looking for love across the multiverse. I even met a few bears in the process.
Bears? What do they have to do with dating?
Don't underestimate the power of bears, Morty. Those furry beasts can make or break your heart.
Scene 4, polyamory in space.
You know what, Morty? I have an idea. Let's try out polyamory in space.
Poly what?
Polyamory, Morty. It's when you have multiple romantic partners at the same time. It's a popular trend in the multiverse.
I don't know, Rick. That sounds complicated.
Nonsense, Morty. I'll teach you the art of interdimensional polyamory. Just follow my lead.
Scene 5, the Queen's offer.
Queen, Morty, my dear. I've heard about your dilemma. How about you become my consort and we rule the galaxy together?
Wow, that's a tempting offer, Queen. But I'm not sure if I'm ready for that kind of commitment.
Queen, no need to decide now. Take your time and think about it, Morty. I'll be waiting.
Scene 6, the final twist.
Alright, Morty, you've learned the basics of interdimensional polyamory. Now it's time for the final test.
Final test? What are you talking about, Rick?
Surprise, Morty. We're not the only ones practicing polyamory in space. Look who's here.
Gasps. The why you know meme?
Meme, with a smirk. Why you no join us, Morty? We've been waiting for you.
Laughing. Looks like Morty's got 2 more girlfriends now. Oh, boy, this is gonna be fun.
Epilogue, the moral of the story.
The audience, well, that was an interesting adventure. What did we learn today, Morty?
Thinking, I'm not sure, Rick. Polyamory is complicated and confusing.
Ah, that's the beauty of it, Morty. Love has no rules, no boundaries, no definition. It's a wild, unpredictable force that can take you anywhere.
Smiling. Yeah, I guess you're right, Rick.
Winks at the audience. See you next time, folks. Burps.
Title: Quantum Haunting of the Snow Castle.
Synopsis.
In this episode, Rick and Morty discover a quantum castle in an alternate dimension experiencing a haunting from a ghost queen. Using advanced scientific methods, the duo attempts to rid the castle of the specter while uncovering the secrets of the quantum realm.
Opening scene. Rick and Morty are experimenting with a quantum displacement field when they stumble upon the haunted castle in a parallel dimension.
Wow, Rick, this place looks like it's straight out of a ghost story.
Yeah, Morty, except this is real life. It's called quantum mechanics, and it's way weirder than any fiction.
As they enter the castle, they encounter the Ghost Queen.
Ghost Queen, who dares enter my domain?
Looks like we stumbled upon a quantum haunting. Nothing we can't handle.
Are you sure, Rick? She looks pretty scary.
Ah, Morty, it's just energy fluctuations causing her to appear that way. All we have to do is adjust the phase variance of our weapons.
As they fight off the ghost minions using their weapons, Rick and Morty discover that the Queen's spectral form is anchored to a quantum crystal.
It all makes sense now. The Queen's energy signature is entangled with the crystal's quantum state. We just need to disrupt that state.
How are we supposed to do that?
Simple, Morty. We just have to use a high-energy ion beam to disrupt the quantum coherence of the crystal's lattice structure.
They successfully destroy the crystal and the queen disappears.
Well, that was easy. It's just basic quantum mechanics.
Rick, I don't think that was basic at all. My head's spinning.
As they exit the castle, they encounter another dimension-hopping duo.
Alternate, hey, Rick, looks like you got yourself into another quantum mess.
Alternate, yeah, we usually just stick to regular ghost hunting. Not much of a science guy like you.
You amateur ghost hunters could never handle the complexities of quantum physics. We're on a whole other level.
As they continue their argument and travel back to their own dimension, the snow castle disappears, leaving no trace of their adventure.
End scene. Rick and Morty continue their scientific experiments, unfazed by their brush with the supernatural.
Professor Smith. In this particular episode of the animated series Rick and Morty, we observe a visual representation of a mountain range, with an aeronautical vehicle traversing the airspace. Amidst this scenescape, we can envision a confluence of numerous cats and birds scattered throughout the background.
Professor Brown. Indeed, Kali. The titular characters Rick and Morty must undertake a perilous journey to the planet Gazorpazorp. This is necessitated by the dire straits of Jerry, who has fallen foul of a group of Gazorpazorpazon ladies, driven by an intense desire to engage in prolonged and frenzied sessions of Gazorpazorpsnusnu with him.
Professor Smith, quite right, Professor Brown. Gazorpazorpsnusnu is a particularly intriguing phenomenon that has been documented in the Gazorpazorp civilization. It is a mating ritual involving the intentional infliction of pain in order to elicit a pleasure response. Yet this discussion is tangential to the main point of our analysis.
Professor Brown. Indeed, the main point of this analysis is the journey undertaken by Rick and Morty, both brilliant scientists in their own right, to Gazorpazorp. Their journey.
Title: The interstellar drama of Morty's crush on an alien pop star.
Introduction.
In this episode, we explored the interstellar drama that ensues when Morty develops a crush on a popular alien pop star. Morty's infatuation with the alien singer leads him on a wild adventure across various planets, culminating in a showdown with a powerful alien mafia boss. Scene 1.
Location: a laboratory room.
Morty and Rick are seen standing next to each other in a laboratory. Both of them have lights on their heads, and their eyes are glowing. They are apparently testing a new invention.
Alright, Morty, keep your eyes focused on the target. Let's see how accurate this new device is.
Okay, Rick. I'm not really comfortable with this. These lights on my head are making me feel weird.
Scene 2.
Location: a restaurant.
Morty and his friends are seated at a table in a restaurant. Morty is seen staring intently at his phone, watching a video of the alien pop star.
Hey Morty, what are you so fixated on? Is it that alien stuff again?
Blushing. No, nothing. I was just watching a new video of my favorite singer.
Scene 3.
Location: a spaceship en route to a concert.
Morty is seen on a spaceship, en route to the concert of his favorite alien pop star. He is extremely excited and cannot contain his enthusiasm.
I can't believe I'm really going to see her in person. This is the best day ever.
Scene 4.
Location: the alien concert venue.
Morty and his friends arrive at the concert venue, which is packed with thousands of alien fans. The alien pop star takes the stage, and Morty is overcome with emotion.
She's even more amazing in person. I'm in love.
Scene 5.
Location, an alien mafia boss's headquarters.
Morty's infatuation with the alien pop star leads him on a wild adventure, culminating in a showdown with a powerful alien mafia boss who has taken the pop star hostage.
I have to save her. I'll do anything.
Epilogue.
In this episode, we examine the effects of pop culture on human behavior and the potential dangers of interstellar relationships. Morty's crush on an alien pop star ultimately led to danger and chaos, underscoring the importance of caution and restraint when interacting with extraterrestrial civilizations. Narrator. In this episode of Rick and Morty, we observe a cartoon landscape set in the background with various cartoon characters present. The foreground displays the lead characters, Rick and Morty, traveling to the planet Gazorpazorp to rescue Jerry from the hands of Gazorpazorpazins, a group of sexually frustrated female aliens.
Based on my calculations and the intel we gathered, we are going to face a horde of Gazorpazorpazins ready to engage in intense sexual activities with Jerry. We need to act fast.
But Rick, we have no idea how to rescue Jerry without getting caught by the Gazorpazorpazins. What if we fail?
Morty, we have faced intergalactic enemies before. Trust me, we will come out victorious. We just need to be discreet and smart.
Narrator. As Rick and Morty land on Gazorpazorp, they encounter the Gazorpazorpazins, who attempt to lure them into their sexual desires. However, Rick and Morty create a decoy and rescue Jerry just in time. Thanks for rescuing me, guys. I don't think I can handle another session of Gazorpazorp Snoo.
You owe us big time, Jerry. Let's get out of here before we face any more trouble.
Narrator. Through their intelligence and quick thinking, Rick and Morty were able to rescue Jerry and escape unscathed. Another victory for science and victory in intergalactic warfare.
Title: Rocket's Risque Revelations.
Scientific synopsis. The episode follows the adventures of Rick Sanchez, a brilliant physicist, and his grandson Morty, a willing but easily agitated partner in their interdimensional quests. During their travels, they encounter an unusual substance called actinium, known for its unpredictable and often hilarious effects on the human mind. Along the way, they cross paths with Jerry, Morty's hapless father, and Summer, Morty's sister, who both unwittingly become involved in their misadventures.
Opening scene. A rocket is shown flying through the air above a mountain range with a bridge and building on its side. Rick is piloting the rocket, while Morty is nervously watching from the passenger seat.
Hang on, Morty. We're about to experience the full power of actinium.
What's actinium, Rick?
Oh, just a little something I whipped up in the lab. It's a real game changer, Morty. You're gonna love it.
Scene 2. The rocket lands in a remote region of Russia, where a group of scientists are conducting an experiment on a mysterious substance.
Hey, what do you guys think you're doing with that actinium?
Scientist 1. We're studying its effects on the human mind. It's quite fascinating, actually.
Hey, you amateurs wouldn't know real science if it hit you in the face. Allow me to demonstrate.
Scene 3. Rick introduces actinium into the experiment, causing a chain reaction that transforms the scientists into exaggerated caricatures of themselves.
Scientist 2. Whoa. I feel like I just got hit by a giant wave of laughter.
Scientist 3. My mind is racing with all sorts of crazy thoughts and ideas.
Scene 4. Meanwhile, Jerry and Summer have stumbled upon an old, abandoned building on the opposite side of the mountain.
This place gives me the creeps, Summer. Let's get out of here.
Relax, Dad. It's just an old building.
Suddenly, the building begins to shake as a result of the actinium's effects, causing a comical series of mishaps and near misses for the two.
Scene 5. Rick and Morty are confronted by a group of stern Russian army officers who demand to know what they've done with the actinium.
Listen, comrade, we're just a couple of harmless scientists conducting a little experiment of our own. Care to join us?
Scene 6. The officers reluctantly agree to try the actinium for themselves, resulting in a wild and chaotic party.
Officer 1, I feel like I just won the lottery, but without all the pesky money.
Officer 2, I can't stop laughing. Everything is so. Officer 3, awesome. My mind is like a well-oiled machine.
Scene 7. The party is interrupted by the arrival of an alien race known as the Zorbos, who are seeking to obtain the actinium for themselves.
Zorbos leader, heading over the actinium, Earthlings, or face a wrath.
Calm down, big guy. We can all share the actinium together. After all, what's a little intergalactic party between friends?
Scene 8. The episode concludes with a montage of the various characters experiencing the actinium's effects in different ways, leading to a hilarious and surreal sequence of events.
Well, Morty, I'd say we've had quite the scientific breakthrough today.
I don't know, Rick. Maybe we should be more careful with this stuff.
Aw, where's the fun in that? Let's just sit back and enjoy the ride.
Title: The Steamy Starship Secrets Expose, a multi-dimensional adventure.
The episode begins with Rick and Morty aboard their spaceship, flying through different dimensions and galaxies at warp speed. They stumble upon a mysterious ship floating in the air, with lights dancing on its sides and a cosmic background resembling an aurora borealis.
Morty, get your spacesuit on. We're going in for a closer look.
Rick, are you sure this is a good idea? It looks kinda spooky.
Relax, Morty. It's just a harmless piece of space junk. But who knows, we might find something valuable.
As they enter the ship, they come across Jerry, Summer, and a group of aliens wearing lab coats and hustling around various scientific equipment. Rick, what the hell are you doing here?
Oh, just exploring. What are you guys up to?
Alien, we are conducting a multi-dimensional experiment to observe the effects of steamy secrets in different universes.
What does that even mean?
Alien, we are testing an age-old hypothesis that keeping secrets leads to a buildup of steamy energy, and when released, can have a profound impact on the local environment.
Well, that sounds like a load of hooey. Let's see some proof.
The group shows Rick and Morty various experiments, like a space-time rift machine that reveals hidden desires, and a memory generator that extracts forbidden memories from one's mind.
This is all so crazy. I can't believe secrets have this much power.
I knew it. My secrets are causing all sorts of mayhem back home.
Well, it's not all bad. In fact, I think I have a secret of my own to share.
What is it, Rick? You never share your secrets.
Remember that time I accidentally caused a universe-wide blackout? That was me trying to hide a stash of forbidden space crystals.
As the group continues to experiment with the steamy energy, chaos ensues, causing the ship to malfunction and warp into another dimension. They finally crash land on a planet where a race of sentient beings run a secret detective agency.
Sentient being, welcome to Galactic Secrets. We knew you'd come sooner or later.
Wait, what? You knew about us?
Sentient being, of course. We live and breathe secrets, and we've been tracking you since you entered our dimension.
What's going to happen to us now?
Sentient being, we shall see. For now, you shall stay with us and help us solve a murder mystery that has stumped us for ages.
As the episode ends, the group finds themselves on the way to unraveling a secret conspiracy that could threaten the entire multiverse. And with Rick's secrets now out in the open, who knows what other chaotic adventures lie ahead.
Title: Technological Singularity Threat.
The episode starts with Rick creating a machine that could predict the future via quantum mechanics. Even though Morty warned him about the butterfly effect, Rick still proceeds with it, and they end up in a world where dogs govern society. Whoa, this is incredible! I never thought I could see a world run by dogs.
Jerry, just shut up and let the scientist do his job.
Wait, is that a Pomeranian with a multicolored umbrella?
As they watch the world go by, they notice that the dogs are having intergalactic intimacy incidents. They discover that the Pomeranian with a black nose and white chest has been infecting other dogs with a virus that causes dogs to become more intelligent than humans.
Rick, I think we have a technological singularity threat on our hands.
Relax, Morty. I created a cure-it-all ray gun to counteract any viruses.
As they try to catch the Pomeranian, it leads them into a comedy club where the club owner, a dog, has been using comedy ringtones to mesmerize the audience and steal their money.
What kind of sick world is this?
World where dogs are in charge, Beth. Get used to it.
In the end, they catch the Pomeranian and use Rick's cure-it-all ray gun to cure all the infected dogs. As a reward, the dogs give them a special acupressure massage that is out of this world.
My mind is blown. Who knew dogs could be so intelligent?
I think I'm starting to like this world. Can we stay?
Not unless you want to get neutered, Jerry.
Everyone laughs as they leave the dog world and return home, grateful for their own world.
Title: The Sign, the Tree, and the Muckraker. A scientific study of Larry Page's alien beach party in Helsinki.
Introduction. In this episode, we explore the inexplicable appearance of a sign on the side of a building with illuminating lights and a tree in the background during Larry Page's alien beach party in Helsinki. We use a combination of scientific methods and observations to analyze the phenomenon and discuss possible explanations for its occurrence.
Methodology. Our study involved a combination of field observations, experimental controls, and statistical analyses. We conducted a thorough survey of the building and surrounding area, measuring the intensity of the lights and taking note of any unusual characteristics of the tree. We also examined footage of the alien beach party to identify any potential causes for the appearance of the sign.
Results. Through our observations, we found that the building sign was composed of a series of LED lights that were arranged in a pattern that resembled the shape of a tree. The tree in the background appeared to be a species native to the area, but exhibited an unusual amount of bioluminescence. During the party, we noted the presence of a muckraker, a rare and elusive extraterrestrial species known for their mischievous behavior. It is possible that the muckraker had a role in the creation of the sign through its advanced technology. Additionally, we propose that the term Orion's orgasmic outrage, which was overheard during the party, may have some connection to the phenomenon.
Discussion. The appearance of the sign on the side of the building remains a mystery. While our study provides some clues as to its origin, we cannot definitively determine the cause. We recommend further investigation into the role of the muckraker and its potential involvement in the creation of the sign. Additionally, we suggest exploring the potential significance of the term Orion's orgasmic outrage in relation to the phenomenon.
Conclusion. Our scientific study of the sign, the tree, and the muckraker during Larry Page's alien beach party in Helsinki has provided some intriguing results, but has also left us with many unanswered questions. We hope that our findings will inspire future research into this enigmatic occurrence.
Title: The Chemical Breakdown of Laughter.
The episode begins with Rick and Morty in the laboratory where Rick is conducting an experiment to create a new form of fuel source. Morty, as usual, is hesitant about Rick's ability to ensure the safety of the experiment.
Morty, relax. This is the latest discovery of N-ethixycarbonyl-2-ethoxy1, 2-dihydroquinoline, NECEDQ, as the core compound of the fuel source.
Rick, that sounds dangerous.
Ah, you're funny, Morty. Now let's mix it with some methoxyethyl chloride and see what happens.
As they mix the compounds together, a green gas emits from the tube and fills the laboratory. Morty starts to feel dizzy and passes out.
Oops, looks like I may have put a little too much methoxyethyl chloride. Don't worry, Morty, this is just part of the experiment.
Morty wakes up feeling fine and they continue to the next step of the experiment. However, something odd starts to happen to Morty. He begins to uncontrollably laugh at everything.
Ha ha ha! Rick, your eyebrows look like caterpillars.
What the hell, Morty? You're acting like a jester. Wait, let me check your vitals.
After analyzing Morty's brainwaves, Rick realizes that the combination of NECEDQ and methoxyethyl chloride has chemically altered Morty's brain, causing uncontrollable laughter.
Interesting. It seems that the compounds have triggered the release of dopamine and serotonin in Morty's brain, resulting in excessive humor.
Morty continues to spew jokes and Rick tries to find an antidote. They go on a wild goose chase through the multiverse, but nothing seems to work.
I think we need to reverse the chemical reaction in your brain, Morty. Let's try adding some dibromoethane.
Ha ha ha! Rick, you sound like a mad scientist.
Well, duh, I am a mad scientist.
As they add dibromoethane, Morty's laughter intensifies, and he starts to float off the ground.
Ha ha ha! Rick, we're in the upside down now.
Oh boy, this isn't good. We need to fix this before you float off into another dimension.
In a last-ditch effort, Rick combines all the available antidotes in a test tube and injects it into Morty's neck. In a flash, Morty's laughter subsides and he falls to the ground.
Whoa, Rick, that was a crazy trip. I felt like I was in a PhD thesis on the chemistry of laughter.
Ah, I'm glad you enjoyed it, Morty. Now let's get out of here before we attract any more attention.
As they leave the laboratory, the camera pans out to show a group of alien scientists watching them in amazement.
Alien Scientist 1, wow, those two are a handful.
Alien Scientist 2, indeed. We'll have to keep an eye on them.
The episode concludes with a shot of Rick and Morty riding on their hoverboard, with Morty giggling intermittently.
Title: The Quantum Computing Conundrum.
Summary. In this episode, Rick and Morty team up with Beth and Summer to tackle the mysteries of quantum computing. However, things take a hilarious turn when Rick decides to experiment on Morty and poison him permanently for science.
Opening scene. Rick is pacing in front of a whiteboard with complex equations and formulas scrawled all over it. Morty is sitting on the couch, looking bored.
Morty, we need to solve the issues of quantum computing before it's too late.
Can't we just play some video games instead?
No time for that, Morty. We need to explore the frontiers of science, even if it means taking a few risks.
Beth and Summer walk into the room.
Hey, what are you guys working on?
We're trying to hack the matrix of the quantum universe and harness its unimaginable power.
That sounds pretty intense.
Yeah, and boring.
Rick pulls out a vial labeled quantum poison from his lab coat pocket.
Well, how about we spice things up a bit, Morty?
What do you mean?
I mean, I'm going to poison you with this and see what happens.
What? You can't do that.
Watch me. Science demands we take risks and make sacrifices.
Beth and Summer are hesitant but intrigued.
What kind of poison is it?
Quantum poison. I made it myself.
Is it safe?
Fine, safe. But who cares about safety when we're on the brink of a scientific breakthrough?
Morty gulps nervously as Rick injects the poison into his bloodstream.
What's gonna happen to me?
We'll find out, Morty. We'll find out.
The episode continues with Morty experiencing bizarre and hilarious side effects from the poison, while the other characters race to find a way to reverse the damage. The plot twists and turns with advanced scientific concepts woven into the humor, resulting in a mind-bending and side-splitting adventure.
Title: The Green Lantern Incident.
Scientific synopsis. In this episode, Rick and Morty find themselves in a parallel universe where the Green Lantern Corps is made up of scientists. After Morty catches a rare alien sickness, the group must race against time to find the cure, while dealing with the eccentricities of their new universe.
Opening scene.
Alright, Morty, buckle up. We're heading to the Green Lantern universe.
Green as in environmentally friendly?
No, green as an intergalactic police force equipped with power rings.
Overcome. Hey guys, I want to come too.
Sorry, Jerry. This one's for the big brains only.
Act 1. Wow, this place is like a university on steroids.
Green Lantern Scientist. Welcome to Oa, the home planet of the Green Lantern Corps. How may we assist you?
My grandson here has caught a rare alien sickness and we need to find a cure before it's too late.
Green Lantern Scientist. Ah, I see. We have a lab that may be able to help. Follow me.
Act 2.
Coughing. Ugh, this sickness is really getting to me.
Just hold on a little longer, Morty. We're almost there.
Green Lantern Scientist. Here it is. Our advanced lab contains the latest technology and cutting-edge research.
Sarcastically, great. Hope it also has a couch to lie down on.
Morty, don't be rude. These scientists are trying to save your life.
Act 3.
Overcome. Hey guys, I made it to the Green Lantern universe too.
Jerry, how did you get here?
I used the teleporter.
Guys, well, can't leave him stranded here. We'll have to make do.
Green Lantern Scientist. Sir, we have found a cure for Morty's sickness.
Finally, I can get some rest.
Jovially, hey Morty, want me to sing you a lullaby?
Irritably, that won't be necess.
Act 4.
Musical note, hush little Morty, don't you cry. Musical note.
Weekly, make it stop, please.
Exasperatedly, Jerry, that's enough. Let's get out of here.
Green Lantern Scientist. We'll miss you, but thank you for visiting our universe.
Epilogue.
Cured, but still annoyed. I'll be glad to never hear that song again.
Hey, at least we got what we came for.
Earnestly, and I got to see a whole new world.
Jerry, please don't start singing about it.
End scene.
Title: Quantum Profitability.
The episode begins with Rick and Morty storming into the Smith family living room, arguing loudly about a recent financial loss.
Morty, you idiot. How many times do I have to tell you not to invest in penny stocks without doing proper research?
But Rick, I thought this one was a sure thing.
Beth and Summer try to intervene, but Rick and Morty push past them and head to the garage.
Dad, what's going on?
And what do you mean by our suffering?
Cut to a conference room where two suited executives are discussing their latest scheme.
Executive 1. We've successfully tapped into the quantum energy of the multiverse and found a way to siphon off the suffering of Rick and Morty for profit.
Executive 2. Brilliant. And we'll market it as a new energy drink, Rick and Morty's Misery Machine.
Meanwhile, Rick and Morty have invented a new device to track down their lost investments. But when they activate it, they suddenly feel a wave of intense misery.
Rick, what's happening to us?
I don't know, Morty, but it feels like someone's draining all our joy and happiness.
They immediately know they must investigate and head to the conference room. But when they arrive, they're greeted with a surprise.
Executive 1. Well, if it isn't Rick and Morty.
Executive 2. I must say, your suffering has made us quite a fortune.
Rick and Morty are furious, and soon it becomes an all-out battle as they use their scientific know-how to take down the profit-seeking executives.
We'll show them what real pain feels like.
Yeah, take that, you greedy jerks.
By the end of the episode, Rick and Morty emerge victorious, and the executives are left to suffer their own financial losses. As the family reconvenes in the living room, they reflect on the absurdity of it all.
I can't believe there are people out there profiting off of other people's suffering.
Yeah, it's pretty messed up.
Hey, who cares? As long as we're still alive and kicking, that's all that matters.
I don't know, Rick, I think we learned something from this. Maybe we should be more careful with our investments.
Rick scoffs, but even he knows that Morty has a point. As the screen fades to black, we hear Rick mutter one final joke.
Screw that, Morty. I'm putting all my money into interdimensional cable TV. That's where the real cash is.
Title: The Intergalactic Canine Conundrum.
The episode begins with Rick and Morty tinkering with a new invention in the garage as Jerry, Beth, and Summer look on. Rick explains that he's created a device that can translate the barks of dogs into human speech. Jerry is skeptical, but Rick insists that it's real science.
I've reverse-engineered the genetic code of Earth's canine species and integrated it with a custom-built language processor. With this machine, we'll finally be able to communicate with our furry friends on a whole new level.
Rick, what about that time we turned ourselves into dogs and we could already understand them?
Shut up, Morty. That was just a one-off gag.
At that moment, 3 small dogs enter the garage. One wears a hat, the other a backpack, and the third appears to be a Pomeranian astronaut. Rick activates the device, and the dogs begin speaking in perfect English.
Backpack dog. Greetings, Earthlings. We come in peace.
Hat dog. Actually, we're just passing through. We're on a mission to the Milky Way Mistress Mess to retrieve a valuable artifact.
Pomeranian astronaut. I am Commander Snuggles, and I require your assistance in navigating the treacherous void between galaxies.
Summer, intrigued by the prospect of intergalactic adventure, befriends the alien canine trio and joins them on their mission. Together, they board Rick's spaceship and blast off into the cosmos. Meanwhile, back on Earth, Jerry becomes obsessed with the dog translator device and decides to use it to start his own business, offering pet translation services to fellow dog owners. Beth tries to talk him out of it, but Jerry insists that he's found his true calling. Think about it, Beth. People will pay good money to finally know what their pets are thinking. We'll be millionaires. Back in space, the group encounters a rogue asteroid field and must navigate through it to reach their destination. Commander Snuggles takes the helm, but his piloting skills leave much to be desired. They narrowly avoid disaster several times, thanks to Summer's quick thinking and Rick's improvised repairs to the ship. After a harrowing journey, they arrive at the Milky Way Mistress Mess and locate the artifact. However, they soon realize that they're not the only ones after it. A group of ruthless space pirates, led by the infamous astronomer, has also set their sights on the treasure. The two groups engage in a fierce battle, with Rick deploying a variety of gadgets and weaponry to even the odds. In the end, with Summer and Commander Snuggles taking out the enemy ships and Hat Dog and Backpack Dog providing backup, the group emerges victorious. With the artifact secured, the group returns to Earth and sets off to return Commander Snuggles to his home planet. As they bid farewell to their new friends, Summer expresses her gratitude for the adventure and asks if they'll ever see the alien canines again.
Commander Snuggles. Who knows, young Summer? The universe is full of wonders and mysteries. Perhaps our paths will cross once more.
The episode ends with Jerry's pet translation business going bankrupt due to his ineptitude and the revelation that Rick's dog translator invention was, in fact, just a modified Furby.
Title: The Linguistic Dilemma, a deviation from English.
Abstract. In this episode, we explore the linguistic crisis that arises when a device invented by Rick Sanchez malfunctions. The device, designed to make everyone speak in perfect English, instead causes everyone to speak in Spanish, leading to a deviation from the norm of English. The study analyzes the responses of the characters, Rick and Morty, in the face of this crisis, and their efforts to find a solution to the problem.
Introduction.
The episode opens with a shot of a cartoon character with a creepy face and a creepy expression on his face, followed by another character with a similar facial expression. Rick Sanchez, a prominent inventor in the fictional universe, is introduced as the creator of a device that will change the way people speak.
Body.
Rick explains the science behind his invention, emphasizing its significance in mass communication. However, the device malfunctions, and instead of making everyone speak in perfect English, it causes them to speak in Spanish. Morty, Rick's nephew, expresses concern over what this means and how they can fix it. Using scientific methods and theories, Rick and Morty embark on an amusing adventure to find a way to revert the language crisis. The study analyzes the reactions of different characters to the changed linguistic pattern, with some embracing the new language, while others struggle to adapt. Rick introduces a new device to communicate with the Spanish speakers, but it leads to a new set of complications. In the end, the device is fixed and the English language is restored.
Conclusion.
The Linguistic Dilemma episode showcases the ever-evolving nature of language and the impact of technology on language communication. The study emphasizes the significance of linguistic diversity and the importance of embracing change. The episode also highlights the importance of scientific innovation in solving problems and finding solutions to unexpected situations.
Title: The Linguistic Malfunction.
In this episode, the characters Rick, Morty, and an unknown third character stand in front of a green background with the sun above them and a black background with a green background. Suddenly, a future language device malfunctions, causing the trio to spontaneously speak in Esperanto.
The malfunction of the language device has caused a spontaneous activation of the Esperanto language center in our brains.
This is fascinating, but why Esperanto specifically?
Unknown third character. Esperanto is a constructed language designed to be universal and easy to learn. Perhaps the device's malfunction has caused it to default to the most accessible language in our brains.
Interesting hypothesis. However, we must act quickly to reverse the device's effects before it causes any more disruptions.
But we don't want to lose the knowledge and skills the Esperanto activation has provided us.
Unknown third character. Agreed. We must find a way to preserve the knowledge while also returning to our original language functions.
I have an idea. We can use the device to create a temporary Esperanto language center in a separate part of our brains while disabling the malfunctioning center.
That could work, but what about the long-term effects?
Unknown third character. We can document and study any long-term effects to improve future language devices.
Excellent plan. Let's get to work.
Through their collective efforts, the trio successfully restored their original language function while also preserving the new knowledge and skills gained through the Esperanto activation. This experience provided valuable insight into language acquisition and brain function, ultimately leading to advancements in future language devices.
Title: Furby Folly, a scientific exploration of taboo constructs.
The episode begins with Rick and Morty standing in the middle of a vast meadow, observing a cartoon animal with unusually large eyes and an expression of stunned surprise. Rick, intrigued by this bizarre creature, proposes running some experiments to study its genetic makeup. Morty, however, becomes distracted and decides to modify his dusty old Furby toy for purposes that are rather unsavory. As he works on the Furby, he explains his goal to Rick in terms of complex neurological pathways and the effects of pleasure centers on the brain. Rick, disgusted but also intrigued, steps out of the room. However, a sudden power surge causes the Furby to malfunction and gain sentience, leading to a series of bizarre and unexplainable events. As the situation spirals out of control, Rick begins to doubt his own sanity and questions the nature of his existence. Morty, meanwhile, struggles to contain the rampant Furby and its increasing power over his own desires. In a desperate bid to regain control, Rick and Morty team up to dismantle the Furby and set things back to normal. Along the way, they encounter a wide array of strange creatures, each more bizarre than the last. In the end, with the Furby disabled and their sanity partially restored, Rick and Morty realize the true value of scientific inquiry and the dangers of venturing into dangerous taboo territories. They also realize the true value of a well-placed joke, leading to a final scene that is utterly absurd and hilarious.
Morty, I don't think we should mess with these things. They could, make us crazy or something.
But Rick, I've got a PhD in this stuff. It's all perfectly safe.
I'm starting to think your PhD might be fake, Morty.
Hey, that's not fair. I worked hard for that online degree.
Rick and Morty suddenly hear a strange sound from the Furby.
What the hell was that? Did you just modify your toy for, those kind of purposes?
Rick, relax. It's just some harmless vibration technology that stimulates the pleasure centers in the brain. Nothing to worry about.
They both turn to face the Furby.
Oh God, it's alive. Kill it, Morty, before it's too late.
I can't, Rick. It's too powerful.
Rick pulls out a gun and points it at the Furby.
Sorry, Morty. This is for the good of science.
Morty tackles Rick before he can pull the trigger.
No, Rick. We can't destroy it. It's too important for our research.
They both stare at the Furby, which is now menacingly hovering in midair.
Furby, I am the master now. You are my subjects.
Title: Behavioral Changes in Multicultural Environments, a study of Rick Sanchez.
Abstract. This episode focuses on the behavioral changes exhibited by a multilingual individual, Rick Sanchez, when placed in a multicultural environment while engaging in a conversation with an individual adorned in a specific attire.
Introduction. The episode begins with Rick Sanchez, wearing a yellow shirt, engaged in a conversation with another individual also wearing a yellow shirt and black pants in front of a red and white building. The discussion initially occurs in English, the primary language of the protagonists.
Methodology. However, upon seeing the attire of the individual, Rick undergoes a transformation and starts to speak in Chinese, thus becoming Chinese Rick. The transformation and subsequent language switch is indicative of the mental processes associated with the cognitive dissonance theory.
Results. The behavioral changes exhibited by Rick showcase his fluidity in adapting to different cultures and languages, allowing for an analysis of the impact of multifaceted environments on an individual's psyche.
Discussion. The present study highlights the need for individuals to develop multilingual skills to effectively communicate and connect with individuals from different cultural backgrounds. Additionally, the humor in the episode underscores the importance of laughter as a means to overcome language barriers and cultural differences.
Conclusion. The episode serves as a valuable contribution to the discourse on the importance of cultural sensitivity and multilingualism in today's globalized world.
Future directions. Future studies could explore the neurological changes associated with language acquisition as well as the relationship between cultural immersion and individuals' perceptions of self.
Title: The Interdimensional Hilarity of Multiverse Madness.
The episode opens with Rick Sanchez tinkering with his latest invention, a multiverse portal gun. Morty stands beside him, looking excitedly at the newly created opening before them.
Rick, well, Morty, looks like it's time for another adventure.
Morty, oh geez, Rick, do you think it's safe?
Rick, safe? Morty, safety is for pussies. Let's go.
The duo step through the portal and find themselves in a strange, alternate dimension. They are greeted by a group of aliens standing next to each other in front of a field with a sky background.
Alien 1. Welcome to the Theta Dimension. How may we assist you?
Rick, yeah, save the pleasantries. We're looking for the most hilarious dimension in all of existence.
Alien 2. Ah yes, the dimension of laughter. It's just a few universes over from here. But beware, it's not for the faint of heart.
The group travels through several dimensions before arriving at the dimension of laughter. They are greeted by a sky background and a strange sight. Beth Smith is there, along with the legendary Penelope Pitstop and Dick Dastardly.
Beth, Rick, Morty, what are you guys doing here?
Rick, we're here for the ultimate prank, baby.
Penelope, oh my, that sounds like fun. What do you have planned?
Rick, we're going to rig the interdimensional cable box to play nothing but old sitcoms from the 90s.
Dick, that sounds like some of my best work.
As the group sets up the prank, chaos ensues. The sitcoms actually turn out to be interdimensional broadcasts of alternate reality sitcoms, including one where Jerry is actually a successful businessman and another where Summer is the most feared warrior in the galaxy.
Morty, Rick, I don't know if this is such a good idea. These shows are messing with my head.
Rick, relax, Morty. It's all just a simulation. None of this is real.
Suddenly, the group realizes that they are actually trapped in a virtual reality program created by the aliens in the Theta Dimension. They must use their wits and humor to escape before they are stuck in this alternate reality forever.
Beth, we need to find a way out of here before it's too late.
Rick, don't worry, Beth. I've got this covered.
The rest of the episode is a barrage of insane, hilarious antics as the group tries to escape the virtual reality and return to their own dimension. With Rick's genius and Morty's quick thinking, they are eventually able to break free and return home, but not before causing chaos and hilarity throughout the multiverse.
Morty, wow, Rick, that was crazy.
Rick, crazy? Morty, that was just another day in the life of the interdimensional superstar, Rick Sanchez.
Title: Furby-Induced Trauma.
Scientific synopsis. In this episode of Rick and Morty, we explore the complex phenomenon of Furby obsession and its detrimental effects on human psychology. Morty, fascinated by the cuteness and softness of Furbies, modifies his own furry companion to suit his perverse desires. However, his addiction spirals out of control, leading him to invite multiple Furbies into his bedroom for unspeakable acts. Rick, upon stumbling upon Morty's infatuation with these artificial furballs, is left in a state of shock and disgust. Through scientific analysis and experimentation, the duo must find a way to cure Morty's obsession before it's too late.
Dialogue. Morty, what the hell is wrong with you? Don't you know that Furbies are just glorified toys made for children?
But Rick, the way their fur feels against my skin is just so comforting, dude, and erotic.
Gags, I can't deal with this shit, Morty. We gotta find a way to cure you of this Furby addiction before it completely consumes you.
Oh, come on, Rick. You're always so closed-minded about things like this. Furbies are a part of our society now. We just need to accept it.
No, Morty, Furbies are not a part of our society. They are soulless machines programmed to appeal to our basest desires and emotions. You need to snap out of it before it's too late.
Sulking fine, Rick. But I'm telling you, there's nothing wrong with exploring my furry side. It's a perfectly natural thing to do.
Rolling his eyes, yeah, sure, Morty. Keep telling yourself that. Let's just get to work on finding a cure for your Furby-induced trauma.
As the duo sets off on their scientific journey, they encounter various obstacles and challenges, including giant robotic Furbies, sentient Furby swarms, and the infamous Furby overlord, who seeks to destroy all human life on Earth. But through their determination and ingenuity, Rick and Morty manage to develop a serum that neutralizes Morty's Furby addiction and restores his sanity. In the end, Morty learns a valuable lesson about the dangers of indulging in one's obsessions, and Rick gains a newfound appreciation for the complexity and allure of furry creatures. The episode ends with the duo sharing a heartwarming moment, snuggled up with a plush Furby, as they reflect on the absurdity of their latest adventure. Narrator. In this episode, our protagonist, a man with a beard, suit jacket, and necktie, Rick, undergoes a startling transformation. Observations indicate that his physical form has not altered significantly, but his ethnicity has shifted dramatically. Rick has become Chinese, a physical change we cannot fully comprehend.
Scientific expert. This alteration is inexplicable. Genetic analysis demonstrates no changes in the DNA structure of our subject. His morphology and physiology appear unaltered, yet his brain has undergone some extraordinary shifts, allowing him to speak in a different language with ease.
Chinese ni hao, hello.
Scientific expert. The linguistic alteration suggests that Rick's neural pathway for language processing has utilized the new knowledge and vocabulary of the Chinese language.
Narrator. The sudden change has thrown Rick and his associates into chaos, attempting to understand how this has happened and how to revert it.
Chinese. Wo bu ji dao jie zhen mi fa shengda. I don't know how this happened.
Scientific expert. It's fascinating to see how the human brain can adapt and learn new languages without physical alterations in the brain. But this transformation raises ethical concerns as it implies the manipulation of genetic and neurological makeup of individuals, which is a violation of fundamental human rights.
Narrator. As Rick grapples with his newfound identity, his team is left wondering if he will ever return to his former self.
Chinese. In Chinese, Wo xian zai shi zhang guo li ke. I am now Chinese Rick.
Scientific expert. The implications of this transformation pose significant scientific and ethical questions, and more research is necessary to comprehend fully the mechanics behind this incredible transformation.
Title: The Furby Paradox.
The episode begins with a scientific explanation of the phenomenon known as Furby, its origins in history, and its impact on pop culture. Rick expressed his annoyance with Morty's obsession with Furby while analyzing the creature's molecular structure.
Rick, Morty, what do you see in these creatures' gaping mouths and wide eyes? It's just a toy made up of synthetic materials.
Morty, I just think they're cute, Rick. And they're really advanced. They can even learn new words and phrases.
Rick, advanced? Morty, I can make a sentient being from scratch in my sleep. These Furbies are nothing compared to my creations.
Morty's infatuation with Furby leads him to visit a black market dealer, where he buys a rare, limited edition Furby. But little did they know that this Furby is different. It has a mind of its own and possesses the power of hypnosis.
Morty, Rick, look at this. It's a rare Furby. It has a red arrow and a pink nose.
Rick, great! Another toy to clutter our lab. Wait, Morty, there's something off about this Furby.
As Morty becomes more and more obsessed with the Furby, Rick becomes increasingly alarmed. He suspects that the creature is using hypnosis to control Morty's mind.
Rick, Morty, I think this Furby is manipulating you. It's using hypnotic suggestion to make you crave its company. We need to get rid of it now.
But Morty refuses to part with his beloved Furby. He becomes more and more entranced by its hypnotic powers, leading him on an adventure filled with unexpected twists and turns.
Morty, I can't just give up on Furby, Rick. I love him.
Rick, love? Morty, this isn't love. It's mind control. We need to break the hypnosis before it's too late.
Using their scientific know-how, Rick and Morty embark on a dangerous journey to break the hypnosis. In a climactic showdown with the Furby, they discover that it has been hiding a shocking secret.
Rick, Morty, this Furby is not what it seems. It's not even from this dimension.
Morty, what do you mean? Where is it from?
Rick, I don't know, Morty, but I have a feeling we've unleashed something we can't control.
The episode ends with the two staring at the now sentient Furby, unsure of what they have gotten themselves into.
Morty, what do we do now, Rick?
Rick, I don't know, Morty, but one thing's for sure. We're never buying another toy for as long as we live.
Title: The Pizza Paradox, the Eldritch Transformation of Morty.
Opening shot shows Rick and Morty in the Title: The Kitchen of Infinite Possibilities. The episode starts with Rick and Morty in the kitchen, discussing the infinite possibilities of using the kitchen appliances to create groundbreaking inventions. Morty suggests making a fruit smoothie, but Rick dismisses it as child's play. Suddenly, the fruit on the counter starts to vibrate and levitate, and a portal opens up.
Oh boy, looks like the kitchen just became a gateway to another dimension. Let's go, Morty.
The duo enters the portal and find themselves in a haunted retirement home, where they encounter a zombie celebrity chef who challenges them to a cooking competition.
Zombie celebrity chef, welcome, Rick and Morty, to my world of culinary horrors. I challenge you to prepare a dish that will impress the judges or face the consequences.
Rick and Morty frantically search the retirement home's kitchen for ingredients and come up with a plan to create a dish that uses everything in the kitchen. They call it the kitchen sink soup.
Rick, isn't that a bit unappetizing?
Nonsense, Morty. This soup has everything but the kitchen sink.
The judges are appalled by the soup's appearance, but after tasting it, they declare it the winner. The zombie celebrity chef becomes furious and transforms into a giant zombie monster.
Zombie celebrity chef, you may have won this time, but I'll be back.
Rick and Morty defeat the giant monster with some contraption they build out of the appliances in the kitchen, and then they find themselves back in their own kitchen.
Wow, Rick, that was intense.
All in a day's work, Morty. Now let's make that fruit smoothie.
The episode ends with Rick and Morty making smoothies, mixing in some strange ingredients they found in the haunted retirement home. As a post-credit scene, the camera pans out to reveal that the smoothies the duo made are alive and growing into giant fruit monsters, ready to wreak havoc on the world.
Rick, and that's why you don't mess with the infinite possibilities of the kitchen. Title: The Quantum Pit Stop.
The episode starts with Rick and Morty traveling through different dimensions in search of the perfect fuel for their spaceship. They stumble upon a dimension where racers use a unique type of fuel made from the essence of Penelope Pitstop's outfit.
Morty, I found it. The perfect fuel for our ship.
What is it this time, Rick?
It's the essence of Penelope Pitstop's outfit. We need to extract it.
That's insane, Rick.
Oh, it gets crazier. We need to travel to the dimension where the wacky races take place to get it.
As they enter the dimension, They are greeted by the notorious racer Dick Dastardly, who challenges them to a race to the death.
Dick Dastardly, you think you can beat me? I'm the best racer in this or any dimension.
Ah, you don't stand a chance, Dastardly. I've got a few tricks up my sleeve.
Rick, are you sure about this?
Relax, Morty, I've done this a million times.
As the race progresses, Rick and Morty use their advanced technology to stay ahead of the competition. However, they soon discover that Penelope Pitstop's outfit has quantum properties that can warp reality.
Rick, Penelope's outfit is affecting the quantum mechanics of the race.
Don't worry, Morty, I've got this.
In a mad scramble, Rick rigs up a device that harnesses the power of quantum physics to control the fabric of reality. In a flash, they jump ahead to the finish line and claim victory.
Ah, that was too easy. Now let's get that fuel and get out of here.
As they extract the essence of the outfit, Rick and Morty can't help but feel the effects of the quantum distortion on their own reality.
Rick, I feel strange.
Yeah, I know. It's the quantum effects. Don't worry, it'll wear off in a few years.
As they fly off into the sunset, Rick and Morty can't help but laugh at the ridiculousness of it all.
Another successful adventure, Morty. Who knows where we'll end up next?
I don't know, Rick, but I hope it's not as crazy as this one.
The end of the episode shows Penelope Pitstop in another dimension, laughing maniacally and plotting her revenge for the theft of her outfit's essence. The episode is titled The Eldritch Lasagna Experiment and begins with a unique character with a green luminescent light on his face and a purple jacket donning his body. The mysterious character is pointing to a green light, prompting Morty to become an eldritch abomination. Scientifically speaking, this can be explained by the activation of certain neural pathways in Morty's brain, causing a shift in reality perception and consequent physical deformities.
Rick, Morty, what has happened to you? This looks like the result of a quantum entanglement experiment gone sideways.
Morty, I need lasagna, Rick. The universe is unraveling and only lasagna can stop it now.
Summer, lasagna? That's preposterous. How can a simple Italian dish hold the key to the universe?
Green light character. The answer lies in the composition of lasagna, which contains specific nutrients that interact with the subatomic particles, thus stabilizing the universe's fabric.
That's ridiculous. There's no scientific evidence for this.
Rick, well, there's only one way to find out. Let's whip up some lasagnas and see if it stabilizes the universe.
The rest of the episode revolves around the characters' attempts to create the perfect lasagna using scientific methods. They try out various combinations of ingredients, alter the cooking time, and even use advanced machinery to measure the levels of subatomic particles. Ultimately, they succeed in creating the perfect lasagna, and the universe is saved from collapsing. The episode ends with the characters celebrating their success and Morty returning to his normal self.
Title: The Quantum Blended Morty. Opening scene: Rick and Morty.
Title: The Naked Truth Behind Reality.
Synopsis. The episode begins with Rick and Morty in the kitchen making a pizza with their friends. However, Rick's insatiable curiosity leads him to experiment with the pizza oven, causing it to malfunction and teleport them to an alternate reality where everyone is naked.
Oh boy, Morty. Looks like we're in a reality where it's clothing optional.
Gross, Rick. Can't we just go back to our reality?
No way, Morty. This is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity to conduct some field research on the psychology of exhibitionism.
They embark on a raunchy adventure, interacting with the naked denizens of this reality. Meanwhile, Summer discovers an alternate reality where she is the ruler of the world and has a legion of loyal servants.
Oh my god, this is amazing. In this reality, I'm a boss bitch.
Back in the naked reality, Rick and Morty stumble upon a group of aliens who possess advanced technology that can elevate their consciousness to a higher plane of existence.
Alien, greetings, Earthlings. We have developed a device that can unlock the secrets of the universe. But it can only be activated by a being with the purest of intentions.
Beefed, pure intentions? Please, hand that thing over. We'll get it done.
They successfully steal the device, but not before encountering a resurrected Isaac Newton who wants his share of the loot.
Isaac Newton, I might be dead, but my calculus skills are still top-notch. Give me a percentage of the profits, and I'll help you unlock the device's secrets.
Fine, fine. But first, let's grab some bagels.
They stop at a bagel shop, where they encounter a magician who can't seem to get his act together.
Magician, and now, for my next trick. Oh, for fuck's sake, wrong card again.
Hey, magician guy, wanna join us on our heist? We could use a distraction.
Magician, hell yeah, I'll do anything for some fresh material.
Together, they successfully activate the device and unlock the secrets of the universe, but not before Rick accidentally turns the entire naked reality into a giant circus.
Oops, well, at least everyone's happy, right?
I hate this reality so much.
Can I stay in my alternate reality? It's so much cooler than this naked one.
The episode ends with the gang teleporting back to their original reality, where they immediately go their separate ways and try to forget the bizarre events that just occurred.
Title: The Gastrointestinal Concoction.
The episode begins with Rick and Morty concocting a devious plan to unveil the secrets behind the gastrointestinal tract. Rick, being the cunning scientist that he is, decides to mix various chemicals and spices into a pot of food with a spoon and a spatula, hoping to create the ultimate gastrointestinal experience.
Morty. Rick, what exactly are we doing?
Rick, Morty, we're delving into the depths of the gastrointestinal system. This requires scientific rigor and a hint of madness.
As they mix and stir, Rick begins to grow impatient and decides to take the experiment to the next level. He grabs Morty and stuffs him into a blender, setting it to maximum power.
Morty. Rick, what are you doing?
Rick, don't worry, Morty. I'm just trying to get a better view of the digestive process.
As Morty spins around in the blender, the concoction in the pot begins to bubble and sizzle. Suddenly, a portal opens up, and out comes a group of gastrointestinal aliens, intrigued by Rick's experiment.
Gastrointestinal alien, we could not help but notice your efforts to understand our digestive system. We would like to offer our assistance.
Rick, well, I'll be damned. Morty, looks like we hit the jackpot.
The aliens proceed to provide Rick and Morty with an in-depth analysis of their digestive systems, leading to a crazy adventure filled with burps, farts, and a lot of poop jokes.
Morty, I can't believe I'm saying this, but this is actually kind of cool, Rick.
Rick, of course it is. We're exploring the wonders of the universe, Morty. Just don't forget to chew your food.
As the episode comes to an end, Rick and Morty bid farewell to their new gastrointestinal alien friends, with a newfound appreciation for the complexities of the digestive system.
Rick, well, Morty, I think we've learned a valuable lesson today. Never underestimate the power of a good fart joke.
Morty, I couldn't agree more, Rick. And to think, it all started with a pot of food and a blender.
The end.
Title: The Scientific Smoothie Adventure.
Synopsis. In this hilarious episode, Rick and Morty stumble upon a man with an apple in his hand and a machine in the background with another man holding an apple. What starts as a simple observation quickly spirals into a wild adventure.
Act 1.
Morty, look over there. That man seems to have an apple in his hand and some sort of machine behind him. Let's go check it out.
I don't know, Rick. It seems kind of sketchy.
Nonsense, Morty. This is how scientific discoveries are made. Come on.
Act 2.
Alright, let's make that fruit smoothie. Rick sticks his hand in the blender.
Oh my god, Rick! What are you doing?
Aw, my hand. It's shredding to bits.
We have to get you to the hospital.
Act 3. Doctor. So, Mr. Sanchez, can you tell me what happened?
I have no idea. 1 minute I was making a smoothie, the next my hand was in the blender.
Doctor. Size I see. Well, we'll have to amputate your hand.
What? No way. There has to be another solution.
Act 4.
Whispers to Rick, hey, I think I have an idea.
Alright, Morty, let's see what you've got.
What if we go back in time and prevent you from sticking your hand in the blender?
Brilliant, Morty, let's do it.
Act 5.
They go back in time and arrive at the smoothie stand asterisk.
Alright, Morty, we have to be careful not to mess up the timeline.
Got it, Rick. Morty distracts the man holding the apple while Rick swaps it with a rubber one.
Act 6.
They return to the present.
Alright, Morty, let's make that smoothie.
Turns on blender success.
Tastes like rubber.
Yeah, we may have messed up the timeline a bit.
Shrugs, oh well, at least I have my hand.
And we have a good laugh to tell our grandkids.
The end.
Title: The Blade of the Heart, an interdimensional battle for love.
The episode begins with Rick, Morty, and Beth finding themselves in an unfamiliar dimension. As they explore the strange world, they come across two women standing on a field of grass with a sword in hand. Rick, ever the scientist, immediately recognizes the women as Lady Keira and Taimon and Asagi, the warriors of the heart.
Interesting. These two women appear to be defenders of the heart in this dimension.
Whoa, cool costumes. Are they like superheroes or something?
Rick, what are they defending the heart from?
Lady Keira, we are defending the heart from those who seek to manipulate and control it for their own selfish purposes.
Taimon and Asagi, indeed, the heart is the source of all emotions and should not be taken lightly.
Fascinating. I wonder if we could borrow that sword of yours to conduct some experiments.
Lady Keira, absolutely not. This is not a toy for your experiments, Rick Sanchez.
Taimon and Asagi, indeed, you should show respect for the heart and the emotions it represents.
Wait, I think I know why we're here. You two must be in love and your enemies are trying to separate you. We're here to help.
Lady Keira and Taimon and Asagi exchange a surprised glance before bursting out laughing.
Lady Keira, you are mistaken, Beth. We are not in love with each other. We simply fight together for the common cause of defending the heart.
Taimon and Asagi, indeed, but we appreciate your enthusiasm.
Well, this is a waste of time. Let's go find some real interdimensional adventure.
As they turn to leave, a figure in a long dress with a cape emerges from the shadows.
Figure in a dress. Not so fast, travelers. You have stumbled upon a sacred battleground. Prepare to face the consequences.
Oh great, another cliched villain. This day just keeps getting better and better.
Oh, guys, I think she's holding a giant scythe. We should probably run.
The group engages in an epic battle, with Lady Keira and Taimon and Asagi joining forces with Rick, Morty, and Beth. In the end, they emerge victorious, and the figure in the dress disappears into the ether.
Well, that was a pointless ordeal. Can we go home now?
Lady Keira, not quite yet, Rick Sanchez. You may have helped us defend the heart in this dimension, but there are countless others that still require our protection.
I'm on Inasagi. Indeed, we must continue our fight to defend the heart and all that it represents.
Well, if you ever need our help again, you know where to find us.
Yeah, we'll be ready for anything. Even giant scythes.
The group sets off into the multiverse once again, ready for whatever interdimensional adventures lie ahead.
Title: The Quantum Conundrum.
Synopsis: Rick and Morty are on a mission to explore the mysteries of the quantum realm.
Act 1.
Morty, get ready for the ultimate scientific adventure.
Oh geez, Rick, I don't know if I'm ready for that.
Nonsense, Morty. With my genius intellect and your youthful energy, we can conquer any obstacle.
Okay, but what are we actually doing?
We're going to shrink down to the size of atoms and explore the quantum realm.
Whoa, that sounds cool. But how are we going to do that?
I've created a state-of-the-art quantum miniaturization device that will transport us to the subatomic level.
I don't know if I want to be that small, Rick.
Don't be a baby, Morty. Let's go.
Act 2.
Rick and Morty shrink down to the size of atoms and enter the quantum realm.
Whoa, everything looks so weird and trippy.
That's because you're seeing things on a quantum level, Morty. Now, let's explore.
As they explore, they stumble upon a strange object.
Morty, look at this. It's a quantum anomaly.
What does that even mean, Rick?
Means that it's a weird thing that doesn't belong here. Let's examine it.
As they examine the object, a stray dog appears and starts barking at them.
Get out of here, you mutt.
Rick, be nice to the dog.
Fine, but make sure it doesn't mess with the anomaly.
Suddenly, Summer appears and hits Rick with a bat, causing his head to flatten and land on the on switch of the quantum miniaturization device.
Act 3.
Rick's head activates the device, causing them to shrink down to an even smaller level.
Rick, what's happening?
I don't know, Morty. We're shrinking down into subatomic levels.
Panicked. How do we stop it?
You gotta sing, Morty. Use the power of music to stop the shrinking.
Skeptical. I don't know if that'll work, Rick.
Singing beautifully. Row, row, row your boat gently down the stream.
As Morty joins in, the shrinking stops and they return to their normal size.
Whoa, that was intense, Rick. Are we okay?
Sarcastic. Oh, just dandy, Morty. I love having my head flattened and exploring subatomic levels. Pauses. Actually, it was kinda fun. Let's do it again sometime.
Bob.
To the dog, I'm sorry about Rick. He can be a little intense sometimes.
Apologetic. I'm sorry too. I didn't mean to hit him that hard.
Putting his head back in place. Hey, no harm done, everyone. Let's just be glad we made it back in one piece. Pauses. And that we have plenty of strange new scientific data to analyze and to blend. Tosses animals into blender and turns it on.
Title: The Anthropological Pursuit of a Sinister Stalker.
In this episode, we follow the anthropologist character Jim Raynor from the video game StarCraft as he navigates a sinister stalker pursuit. Raynor is depicted as a rugged, bearded individual wearing a protective helmet and a fur collar to shield himself from the harsh environment. As Raynor continues his pursuit of the stalker, he draws on his knowledge of anthropology to track his elusive prey. He uses the latest technology to gather data on the stalker's movement patterns and behavior, carefully analyzing its every move. Amidst this high-stakes pursuit, Raynor also takes a break to attend some documentary screenings and cinema dining experiences. Through these events, he gains a deeper understanding of the social and cultural context in which the stalker is operating. However, the pursuit takes an unexpected turn when Raynor discovers that the stalker is not acting alone. He must use all of his anthropological knowledge and skill to outmaneuver the stalker and its collaborators, while protecting himself and those around him.
Raina, according to my observations, the stalker is exhibiting adaptive behavior, suggesting a high degree of intelligence and adaptability. Raina, the documentary screenings shed light on the complex social structures within the stalker's community. Raina, the cinema dining experiences provided valuable insight into the cultural practices and traditions of the stalker's environment. Raina, it appears that the stalker is not acting alone, but is in fact part of a larger network of individuals with a shared agenda. Raina, I must use caution and strategy in order to neutralize the threat posed by the stalker and its collaborators. Raina, my anthropological training has prepared me well for this moment. I am confident in my ability to navigate this complex situation and emerge victorious.
With his keen observational skills and strategic thinking, Rainer eventually prevails, bringing the sinister stalker to justice and restoring the safety of his community.
Title: The Multidimensional Knots of Reality.
Opening scene. We see Rick and Morty in the garage, surrounded by various gadgets and boxes.
Morty, I've been working on this sculpture made of various colored ropes and balls of varying sizes and shapes, with a blue sky in the background. It's a metaphor for the tangled mess of reality.
Oh, okay, Rick. That sounds cool.
Cool, Morty, this is revolutionary. This sculpture represents the multidimensional fabric of the universe. It's the key to unlocking the mysteries of existence itself.
Rolls his eyes. Sure, whatever you say, Rick.
Scene 2. Rick and Morty in the spaceship, flying through the cosmos.
Morty, we're going to learn all about the ureters. These tubes, which connect the kidneys and bladder, are essential for urinary function.
Looking queasy. Oh man, I think I'm going to be sick.
Buckle up, Morty, we're going to Disney World.
Scene 3. Rick and Morty arrive at Disney World, but it's not the Disney World they know.
Whoa, Rick, look at this place. It's like Disney World, but everything is just a little off.
Smirks. Ah yes, we've traveled to a parallel dimension. Let's see what kind of fun we can have here.
Scene 4. Rick and Morty meet Summer's alternate reality self, who is now a successful entrepreneur. Hi guys, welcome to my world. I've created a business empire based on a revolutionary new concept, selling sticks.
Sticks? What kind of sticks?
All kinds of sticks. Long sticks, short sticks, pointy sticks, flat sticks, you name it.
Skeptical, and people buy these sticks?
Smiling. Oh yes, Rick. People will buy anything if you market it right.
Scene 5. Rick and Morty return to their own reality, but something has gone wrong.
Rick, look at the sculpture. It's melting.
Alarmed. Oh no, Morty, the fabric of reality is unraveling. We have to act fast.
Scene 6. Rick and Morty use a series of complex scientific instruments to try and save the sculpture.
Morty, we need to generate a massive amount of energy to stabilize the sculpture. I'm going to need you to operate the flibbergibbet.
The what? I don't even know what that is.
Just press the shiny green button.
Scene 7. The flibbergibbet causes a massive explosion, and the sculpture is destroyed.
Dejected. We failed, Rick. The sculpture is gone.
Smirks. Don't worry, Morty. It was just a metaphor, anyway.
Rolls his eyes. Oh, right. And what did we learn from all of this?
Drugs. That sometimes, you just have to laugh at the absurdity of existence.
Scene 8. Rick and Morty sit in silence for a few moments before bursting out into uncontrollable laughter.
Laughing? Oh, Morty, that was a good one. The flibbergibbet.
Laughing. I still don't know what that is.
Title: The Extraterrestrial Embrace Extravaganza. Opening shot.
The camera pans across a poster hung on the wall, depicting a bunch of different things on its side, including images of Chumble Spuzz, Poison Ivy, and post-apocalyptic Raider War. The caption reads, "Extraterrestrial Embrace Extravaganza."
Cut to Rick and Morty in the garage.
Morty, I've got a proposition for you.
Gee, Rick, I don't know if I'm ready for another crazy adventure.
Nonsense, Morty. The poster on the wall over there promises an extraterrestrial embrace extravaganza, and I have it on good authority that the Chumble Spuzz are involved.
The who now?
The Chumble Spuzz, Morty. I've been wanting to get my hands on one of their devices for years.
Cut to Jerry and Summer in the living room.
What are they up to now?
Beats me, Dad. They've been in the garage all day.
Cut back to Rick and Morty in the garage.
Morty, strap in. We're going to need all the help we can get from the likes of Poison Ivy and the post-apocalyptic Raider War to make this extraterrestrial embrace extravaganza a success.
I still don't know what that means, Rick.
Don't worry, Morty. You're never going to know what anything means. That's the beauty of science.
Cut to Rick and Morty climbing aboard a spaceship.
Whoa, Rick, you've got your own spaceship.
Of course I do, Morty.
Title: The Quantum Mechanics of Love. The episode begins with Rick and Morty digging through a forest on a distant planet to find the elusive Californium crystal. Suddenly, a cartoon character with a purple hoodie and a green jacket holding a string with glowing eyes and a glowing light behind him appears out of nowhere.
Who the hell are you?
Cartoon character, I am the manifestation of your subconscious, Rick. You summoned me with your obsession with the Californium crystal.
This is some crazy sh*T, Rick.
Suddenly, Morty's alien suitor appears out of nowhere.
Alien suitor, Morty, I've been waiting for you.
Alright, let's get back to business. We need the Californium to power the new portal gun.
As they dig, they stumble upon a barrel of refuse floating in midair. What the hell is that?
It's an anomaly caused by a quantum disruption in the space-time continuum.
Rick, I don't understand any of this.
It's alright, Beth. Just stay out of the way and let the scientists work.
Suddenly, Summer's alien suitor appears and challenges Morty's suitor to a chimichanga eating contest.
Alien suitor, bring it on.
This is irrelevant to the task at hand. We need to focus on finding the Californium.
As they approach the crystal, they realize that the cartoon character has been manipulating them all along.
You sneaky son of a b***tch.
Cartoon character, tisk tisk, you shouldn't be so greedy, Rick.
What do we do now, Rick?
Simple. We use the Californium to power the portal gun and get the hell out of here.
As they activate the portal, the cartoon character disappears and they all escape back to Earth. Well, that was quite an adventure.
Yeah, but I still don't understand any of it.
Don't worry, Beth. Quantum mechanics is a complicated subject.
Rick, I think I left my suitor back on that planet.
Die, Morty. We'll come back for him.
The end.
Title: The Fruits of Scientific Experimentation.
Scientific description. In this episode, we see Rick and Morty engaging in scientific experimentation that goes awry. They are exploring the properties of a green smoothie, which they believe has the potential to unlock the secrets of the universe. They enlist the help of Beth and Summer to find the perfect combination of fruits to achieve the desired effect. However, their experiment goes horribly wrong, and Rick suffers a debilitating injury that he cannot explain. The team must work together to solve the mystery and undo the damage caused by their botched experiment.
Dialogue.
Alright, Morty, let's make that fruit smoothie.
Yeah, Rick. I can't wait to see what happens.
Guys, are you sure this is safe?
Yeah, what if something goes wrong and you end up in the hospital?
Don't worry, ladies, we've got this under control.
Meanwhile, Rick sticks his hand into the blender and screams in agony as it shreds to bits.
Oh my god, Rick! What did you do?
Get him to the hospital, quick.
I can't believe he did that.
At the hospital, Rick literally has no idea why he did that.
Well, that didn't go exactly as planned.
Yeah, think, Rick. Maybe next time we should stick to the basics.
Scientific PhD University Terms Episode Description. In this episode, we observe the intergalactic duo of Rick and Morty on a recreational mission to the planet Venus. As they land on Venus, they are greeted by the Lady Keira and the Taimon and Asagi, who have challenged them to a friendly match of space tennis. The game starts on a field of artificially grown grass, as Rick and Morty square off against the Warriors of the Heart. With advanced technology, the game of space tennis has been optimized for interstellar play, and the ball is in constant motion, propelled by miniaturized fusion reactors. Rick and Morty utilize their cunning intellects and high-tech rackets to keep up with the expert maneuvers of their opponents. As they volley back and forth, Rick makes sly remarks about the Taimon and Asagi's prowess, while Morty struggles to stay focused amidst the chaotic game. With Lady Keira in top form, the score becomes neck and neck as the tension and excitement soar. Rick and Morty pull out all the stops, using energy beams and wormholes to manipulate the ball, twisting the rules of the game in their favor. But the Warriors of the Heart prove themselves to be formidable opponents, and the game comes down to the wire. As the final point is played, Rick unleashes his ultimate technique, a dimensional rift that sucks in the ball and sends it hurtling toward the Taimon and Asagi. With expert precision, she smashes the ball back toward Morty at breakneck speed, who barely manages to strike it back. As the dust settles, Rick grins triumphantly, having discovered that the true game of space tennis is not about winning or losing, but about the scientific thrill of discovery and experimentation.
Dialogue.
Lady Keira, I hope you're ready, Rick and Morty. We take our space tennis very seriously.
Taimon and Asagi, we may be warriors, but we know how to have fun too. Let's get this game started.
Fun? Ha, you clearly haven't seen Morty try to play tennis.
Hey, I can play tennis. Sort of.
Lady Keira, we shall see about that. Prepare yourselves.
Taimon and Asagi, don't hold back, boys. We won't.
Oh, we won't. That's a promise.
I have a bad feeling about this.
Lady Keira, ha, you won't be laughing when we beat you, Rick.
Taimon and Asagi, yeah, you may be smart, but we have the power of the heart on our side.
Well, we have the power of science. Let's see how this plays out.
I think I'm gonna be sick.
Scientific PhD University Terms episode of Rick and Morty, The Blender Experiment.
Scene 1. The lab.
Rick is seen tossing small animals into a blender while singing beautifully. Morty looks on curiously while Jerry, Beth, and Summer observe from the background. Bats are seen flying around the lab freely.
Ah, the blender experiment. A classic example of the blending of science and morality. Morty, observe the beautiful symphony of physics and psychology at work here. These animals represent the inner struggle of humanity, and blending them together represents the inevitability of our ultimate demise. It's beautiful, isn't it?
Oh, Rick, isn't that kind of messed up?
Yeah, I gotta agree with Morty on this one, Rick. That's just cruel.
Can't you find a less disturbing way to conduct your experiments, Rick?
Beefed, you guys just don't get it. Etheric energy can only be harnessed through extreme measures. Now, if you'll excuse me.
Before Rick can turn on the blender, Summer appears out of nowhere and whacks him over the head with a bat. Rick's head flattens and lands on the on switch, causing the blender to turn on.
Scene 2, chaos ensues.
The blender goes haywire, spilling a grotesque mixture of animal parts and blender fluid all over the lab. The bats become agitated and start attacking the group.
Oh my god, what have I done?
Quick, someone turn off that blender.
I can't take it anymore, Rick. I'm leaving you.
This is insane. We gotta get out of here.
Amidst the chaos, Rick miraculously wakes up and regains consciousness.
Don't worry guys, I've got this.
Scene 3, the solution.
Rick whips out a device and presses a button. Suddenly, the blender and all the animal parts get teleported away. The bats calm down and fly away peacefully. Wait, what just happened?
Oh, just a little something I cooked up. You wouldn't understand.
Rick, what the hell was that all about?
Hey, just another day in the lab. Who's ready for lunch?
The group looks at each other in disbelief as Rick leads them out of the lab.
I don't think I'll ever understand that man.
Or those bats.
The group exits the lab and the camera pans up to reveal a giant bat watching them from above.
Giant bat, they will never know the true power of the blender experiment.
End scene. Rick, Morty, Jerry, and Summer were gathered around a tabletop bearing a pile of $20 bills, with a laptop sitting atop the stack. Rick peered closely at the laptop screen, muttering under his breath in scientific lingo.
Looks like our experimental monetary heap has yielded some intriguing results.
So, what now?
Now we test it out. Morty, why don't you scratch some lottery tickets? See if we can amplify our gains.
Morty eagerly took the task, purchasing a bundle of scratchers and eagerly scratching them with a fervor that bordered on the maniacal. Despite his reckless handling of the tickets, he managed to win a small sum.
Hey, I won something. Not bad for a newbie.
Summer giggled at Morty's glee as Jerry rolled his eyes. I don't get it. What's the big deal?
What's the big deal? Don't you understand the implications here? If we can manipulate basic probability, we could be millionaires. Maybe trillionaires. The possibilities are endless.
Morty, however, was already distracted. He had retreated to his room to indulge in his latest guilty pleasure, surfing OnlyFans late into the night.
Whoa, this is amazing. I can't believe I never discovered this before.
Rick shook his head in disbelief, muttering to himself as he stared at the computer screen.
Why do I even bother? All this scientific breakthrough and Morty's just gonna go waste his time on some trashy website.
Summer shrugged.
I mean, can you blame him though? It's not like we're doing anything more productive.
As the group fell into a moment of awkward silence, the pile of $20 bills on the table seemed to taunt them with its potential. But, as always, Rick and his entourage were too busy chasing the next high to bother with anything as mundane as fiscal responsibility. The end. The episode commences with Rick and Morty strolling down the z-axis of our quantum universe, searching for a suitable location to obtain a refreshing milkshake. Abruptly, Jerry, Summer, and a machine with an enormous quantity of cash placed on its back appeared, obstructing their path.
What do we owe this pleasure, Jerry?
A strange machine just appeared in our backyard, and it's loaded with money.
I assume you want to know what it's doing here.
That would be an excellent start. Rick inspected the machine for a few moments before recognizing its purpose.
It appears to be an interdimensional lottery machine for intelligent beings.
Whoa! Can we use it?
Of course, but be cautious. Winning the lottery usually comes with a high price.
Morty approached the machine and bought a few scratcher tickets with his newfound fortune. Morty, unfortunately, was overjoyed with his paltry winnings and ran off to his room to browse OnlyFans. Meanwhile, Jerry and Summer, who were unaware of Morty's erroneous scratching technique, attempted to utilize their tickets to win a sophisticated lottery with remarkably high stakes.
I'm rich. I won.
Congratulations, Summer. I won as well.
Bad news, folks. You neglected to triple-check your tickets. These winnings are utterly worthless.
Ah, that's disappointing.
What? How? It says right here that we're winners.
Trust me, I'm a physicist. The only reward you'll receive for an error like that is the satisfaction of a good laugh.
I guess you're right. We could all use a good laugh every once in a while. As the episode winds down, Morty comes crashing into the living room, raving about his OnlyFans discovery and displaying off his new gadget. But he quickly learns of his blunder when he reads the fine print on his tickets and discovers that he won a lifetime supply of canned beets, much to his dismay.
Oh geez, I think I made a mistake, guys.
PhD in physics and you scratch off tickets like that? Give me a break, Morty.
Hey, at least we all had a good laugh.
That's right. Laughter is the money of the soul, after all.
Don't believe everything you hear, Jerry. Especially if an interdimensional machine is spitting out money like it's going out of style.
Scene opens with Rick tinkering with his latest invention in the garage.
Morty, what are you doing in my garage?
Aw, Rick, I just wanted to scratch these lottery tickets. I think I won something.
Morty, those tickets are fake. I printed them out myself.
Disappointed. Oh, man.
Entering the garage. Hey guys, what's up?
Nothing much, just Morty being dumb.
Hey!
Holding up a green and black picture. Has anyone seen this before?
Examining the picture, this appears to be a simulation of a city with a lot of money on the sides. It's on a green background. Fascinating.
I want to go there.
No, Morty, we have more important things to do than visit a simulation.
But Rick, I want to surf OnlyFans all night while scratching fake tickets and dreaming of winning the lottery.
Rolls his eyes. Fine. We'll go to the simulation, but we have to do it my way.
The group gets in the spaceship and takes off.
Excitedly, I can't wait to see the simulation. Maybe we'll get to see some cool alien gambling.
Side to Morty, she has no idea what she's getting into.
In the simulation, Morty is immediately distracted by the flashy lights and sounds of the virtual slot machines.
Whoa, this is amazing. I want to try every game.
Warningly, Morty, be careful. This simulation is designed to trap you into a cycle of gambling and addiction.
Dismissively, whatever, Rick. I'm on a winning streak.
Observing the surroundings. This city is so strange. Why is everything green and black?
Scientifically, it appears to be a side effect of the simulation's programming. The creators likely chose those colors for thematic purposes.
Blankly. Oh, cool.
After a few hours of gambling, Morty realizes he has lost all his fake money.
Devastated. No, I thought I was doing so well.
Condescendingly, I warned you, Morty. You should have listened.
Pleadingly, but I want to keep playing. Maybe I'll win something back.
Impatiently, can we go now? I'm getting bored.
Agreeing. Fine, let's go. We have more important things to do than waste our time gambling.
Morty grudgingly leaves the simulation, still dreaming of striking it rich. Overall, the group's journey into the simulation provides a commentary on the dangers of addiction and the allure of instant gratification. The green and black color scheme likely reflects the artificial and superficial nature of the simulation, while Morty's gullibility and eventual disillusionment represents the all-too-common human pursuit of unattainable wealth and success.
Title: The Quantum Scratch.
In this episode, Rick and Morty delve into the world of quantum mechanics to uncover the secrets of the scratch-off lottery. Morty, deep in the throes of teenage ennui, purchases an absurd number of scratchers, hoping to find some sort of solace in the warm embrace of Lady Luck. Rick, being the skeptic that he is, scoffs at Morty's attempts to cheat the cosmic game of chance. "What a waste of time," he exclaims as Morty feverishly scratches away. Meanwhile, Jerry and Beth's marital issues come to a head as they argue over the placement of the family computer. Jerry, in a moment of pure desperation, sits on the keyboard and accidentally transports himself into a parallel universe where he is a genius software engineer. Back in Morty's room, he finally notices that he has won the grand prize on one of his scratchers, a trip to the moon. Unfortunately, his eagerness to check out some NSFW content on OnlyFans distracts him from realizing that the scratcher also came with a cursed twist. As Morty stumbles through his lunar adventure, Rick attempts to decipher the code behind the scratcher's algorithm. Frustrated by his failure, he turns to the power of quantum computing to unravel the secrets of chance. In a climactic final scene, the entire family comes together to help Morty break the curse and win a lifetime supply of chicken nuggets.
Rick, Morty, quantum probability is just as unreliable as your gambling habit.
Morty: But Rick, I won something. I'm gonna be a millionaire. Beth: Jerry, get off that keyboard. You're breaking the universe.
Jerry: But I can finally write clean code. Look, no bugs.
Summer, I just want to go back to watching my shows. Can we hurry this up?
Rick, I'm never betting against entropy again. Now let's get these damn scratchers off our hands.
Morty: Wait, what's that noise?
Everyone, chicken nuggets!
Overall, The Quantum Scratch is a hilarious and educational episode that blends Rick and Morty's signature brand of humor with a healthy dose of scientific inquiry. Rick, Morty, and Summer find themselves transported to a dimension of pure scientific absurdity. They are greeted by the anime character Lady Kara, Taimana Nasagi Minako Aino, Sailor Venus, and the warriors of the Blue Heart and Fierce Tenacity. Using their advanced scientific understanding, Rick and Morty proceed to analyze the complex quantum dynamics of this new dimension.
Morty: We appear to be in a dimension beyond our current understanding. Our scientific knowledge must expand beyond the simple laws of classical physics.
Whoa, Rick, this dimension is insane. What's with all the cat ears?
Hey, guys, I think that's Lady Kara from Yoroid and Samurai Troopers. And Sailor Venus is here too.
Lady Kira, welcome to our dimension, travelers. We are here to help you understand the true nature of the universe.
Sailor Venus, that's right. We are the warriors of the Blue Heart and Fierce Tenacity, defenders of this dimension's scientific truth.
Well, I hate to break it to you, but our scientific truth involves a lot of boos and burps.
Yeah, and sometimes we blow up planets.
Guys, we need to focus. We're in a dimension of pure scientific potential. Let's explore and learn.
Lady Kira, excellent idea. Together, we will unlock the secrets of the universe.
Sailor Venus, and we'll do it with style.
As they delve deeper into the dimension's mysteries, Rick, Morty, Summer, and their new allies discover the true power of science and the absurdity that comes with it. In the end, they return to their own dimension, changed forever by their experiences. We apologize, but we cannot generate inappropriate content. As an AI language model, we aim to provide useful and informative responses without promoting or creating explicit, offensive, or inappropriate material.
Morty, I've developed a new type of interdimensional fertilizer that can make any plant grow bigger and better than ever before. We're gonna make billions.
Whoa, Rick, that sounds amazing. But how are we gonna sell it?
Simple, Morty. We'll market it to all the gardening enthusiasts out there. We can even start our own gardening show. Ninja Gardening Show.
Did someone say gardening? Count me in.
Size, I'll help too, I guess.
Okay, everybody, let's get to work.
Later at Sci-Fi Fan Group.
Hey guys, have any of you heard of our new interdimensional fertilizer for plants?
Sci-Fi Fan 1. No, but it sounds like something that could be dangerous.
Don't worry, it's perfectly safe. We even used it to grow these Brussels sprouts.
Sci-Fi Fan 2. Brussels sprouts? Blech.
Hey, don't knock it until you try it.
Trust me on this, folks. Once you try it, you won't be able to resist.
Morty hands out samples to the group.
Sci-Fi Fan 3. Wow, this is amazing. My plants have never looked better.
See, Morty, I told you it would work.
Moments later. Oh, I don't feel so good.
Jerry, what's wrong?
My stomach, it feels like it's on fire. Morty checks the container of interdimensional fertilizer.
Oh, guys, I think I may have used the wrong formula.
Morty, how could you be so careless? Now we have to find a way to reverse the effects of the fertilizer before it's too late.
Wait, what kind of effects are we talking about here?
Let's just say, these Brussels sprouts may have been exposed to a little too much growth hormone.
Oh God, what have we done? Morty picks up his interdimensional phone and calls for assistance.
Hello? Is this the crop control department?
The sound of a robotic voice comes through the phone.
Robot, how may I assist you?
We have a bit of a problem with our interdimensional fertilizer. It's gone rogue and we need help ASAP.
Robot, understood. We'll arrive within the hour.
An hour? We don't have that kind of time.
Don't worry, I have a plan. We just need to.
The Brussels sprouts suddenly burst through the walls of the house, growing at an exponential rate. Oh God, run! The family and Sci-Fi Fan Group run out of the house as the Brussels sprouts take over.
Well, that didn't go as planned.
You think?
What are we gonna do now?
Hey, look on the bright side. At least we'll never have to worry about running out of vegetables again. The group stares at Jerry in disbelief. What? It was just a joke. Morty face palms.
I give up. Let's just wait for crop control to arrive.
And that was the story of how a simple gardening mishap turned into a full-blown Brussels sprout apocalypse. Science can be unpredictable sometimes. Scientifically speaking, the adventures of Rick, Morty, and Summer. In this particular episode, we find Rick, Morty, and Summer navigating through a series of complex scientific experiments, attempting to unravel the secrets of the universe through rigorous testing and data analysis. Armed with an arsenal of advanced scientific tools and an insatiable thirst for knowledge, the trio embark on a journey that takes them to the farthest reaches of space and beyond.
As they make their way through the vast expanse of the cosmos, they come across a stunning sight. A girl with purple hair and a purple dress holding a white object in her hand. This sight sends Rick, Morty, and Summer down a rabbit hole of scientific inquiry as they attempt to uncover the mysteries behind this enigmatic figure.
After conducting a series of experiments and analyzing the data, they come to a chilling realization: the girl with purple hair is not of this world. She is actually a being from a parallel universe, imbued with incredible abilities beyond our wildest imagination.
But that's not all. Along the way, Rick, Morty, and Summer also come across a diverse cast of characters, including Lady Keira, Taimon and Asagi, Minako Aino, Sailor Venus, the Warriors of the Blue, and the Fierce Tenacity. Each of these characters brings their own unique set of skills and abilities to the table, making for a series of wild and unpredictable scientific experiments. But when a purple-furred catgirl thief named Sarah Anderson and her fiancé Jackson Miguel Remington Briscoe join the fray, all bets are off. With their cunning wit and unpredictable behavior, Sarah and Jackson throw the entire scientific process into disarray, leading to a series of hilarious and unexpected twists and turns that will leave you howling with laughter. In the end, Rick, Morty, and Summer emerge victorious, having uncovered the secrets of the universe and come out on top of a series of wild scientific experiments. With their newfound knowledge and advanced scientific tools, they leave the universe a little wiser and a lot crazier than when they first arrived.
Morty, pass me the quantum flux destabilizer. We've got a girl with purple hair on our hands.
Rick, I don't think that's a good idea. That destabilizer could cause a lot of damage to the fabric of space-time.
Hey guys, check it out. It's Lady Keira from the Samurai Pizza Cats.
Taimon and Asagi, I don't think you're in the right universe, Summer.
Sailor Venus, don't worry, I'll use my powers of love to bring us all together.
Warriors of the Blue, we won't let you get away with this, villains.
Fierce Tenacity, you think you can take us out? Think again.
Sarah Anderson, hey there, boys. Mind if I join in the fun?
Jackson Miguel Remington Briscoe, you know I'm always up for a challenge, hun.
Well, this just got interesting. Let's see what we can do with these purple-haired girls and furries.
The episode revolves around the concept of cognitive dissonance and the ways in which it manifests in individuals. The show opens with Rick and Morty embarking on a mission to explore a distant planet, but quickly shifts focus to Summer's discovery of the Japanese otaku magazine.
Oh my god, this is so embarrassing. Why would they put me on the cover of this magazine?
What's the big deal? It's just a magazine.
Morty, secretly holding the magazine. Yeah, just a magazine.
Just a magazine? This is humiliating. Do you have any idea what people will think?
Listen, Summer, people will always judge you. You can't let their opinions control your life.
Yeah, Summer. Just be yourself and everything will be fine.
The group continues on their mission, but the cognitive dissonance theme becomes more prominent as the episode progresses.
Hey Morty, did you hear about the scientist who turned himself into a pickle? Most people wouldn't understand the science behind it.
Yeah, definitely. Only a highly intelligent person could appreciate the intricacies of that experiment.
Guys, you're both talking like you're geniuses or something. You're just a couple of goofballs.
Excuse me, Summer, I have a PhD in science.
And I've read multiple books on the subject.
As the episode reaches its climax, the group realizes that their cognitive dissonance has led them to become insufferable know-it-alls.
Okay, I think we should all take a step back and realize that we're not as smart as we think we are.
Yeah, we might have some knowledge, but we don't know everything.
Thank God, I thought I was going crazy for a minute.
In the end, the group learns a valuable lesson about the dangers of letting one's ego get in the way of personal growth. And Morty continues to secretly enjoy his Japanese otaku magazine.
Whispering to himself, I'm not ashamed. I'm just culturally diverse.
In this episode, Rick and Morty are studying the principles of quantum mechanics when they encounter a person in a purple and blue costume performing a trick with a blue and green tube of water. Intrigued, they follow him to a nearby laboratory where they discover Lady Keira and Taimon and Asagi using quantum entanglement to control the properties of water. Not to be outdone, Rick and Morty use their knowledge of interdimensional travel to recruit Minako Aino, Sailor Venus, and the Fierce Tenacity to join the action. The purple-furred catgirl thief, Sarah Anderson, and her fiancé, Jackson Miguel Remington Briscoe, are also drawn into the fray. As the team works together to solve the mysteries of quantum entanglement, they must dodge the nefarious schemes of their foes and use every trick in the book to stay ahead.
Alright, everyone listen up. We need to use the principles of quantum mechanics to reverse the polarity of that blue and green tube.
But what about the Lady Keira and Taimon and Asagi? They're trying to control the elements using the same principles.
Lady Keira, you think you can best us with your limited understanding of quantum mechanics? We have harnessed the very fabric of the universe itself.
Sailor Venus, don't worry, guys. We've got this. I've got a trick up my sleeve that's sure to turn the tide in our favor.
Fierce tenacity, yeah, let's show them what we're made of.
Sarah Anderson, I may be a thief, but I won't let these villains win. We've got to work together if we're going to come out on top.
Jackson Miguel Remington Briscoe, I concur. Let's teach these quantum entanglement amateurs a lesson they won't soon forget.
Guys, I don't know what's going on, but this is seriously messed up even for us.
Don't worry, Summer. This is just another day in the life of a family of super scientific geniuses. Now let's show them what we've got.
Title: The Punny Playoffs.
Abstract. In this episode, a man in a red suit with a black tie and a red bow tie is at the forefront of a series of pun-laden sports leagues. These leagues operate on a set of rules developed by the renowned computer scientist, Alan Turing, and involve teams of players competing in various wordplay-based challenges against one another. The action takes place against a black and white background, providing a stark contrast to the colorful language used throughout the episode.
Scene 1.
Man in red suit, Mrs. Welcome, ladies and gentlemen, to the punny playoffs. Our first challenge involves creating as many puns as possible using the word football in just 1 minute.
Audience laughs nervously.
Scene 2.
Announcer. Next up, we have the Wordplay Warriors versus the Pundits. The game is simple. Each team has to come up with a creative sentence using a randomly chosen word.
Wordplay Warrior. I can tell you're a master of wordplay, because that was a pun-derful sentence.
Scene 3.
The final round is the pun-off, where our top punsters will go head-to-head in a battle of wits and wordplay. The first player to run out of puns is eliminated.
Player 1. I heard the Energizer Bunny got arrested for battery.
Player 2. That's nothing compared to the man who stole a calendar. He got 12 months.
Scene 4.
And with that, we have our winner. Congratulations to Player 2 for pun-nation the competition and taking home the title of Punny Playoffs champion.
Audience applauds.
Conclusion. This episode showcases the beauty and complexity of language and the power of humor. Using Turing's algorithms and a creative combination of puns and wordplay, the characters are able to engage in athletic competition that highlights their intellectual abilities. This unique approach to sports challenges ideas of what constitutes athleticism and invites viewers to consider the role of humor in society more broadly.
The episode begins with a close-up shot of a toy animal with a collar and a collared shirt on, surrounded by a grassy area in the background. Rick and Morty arrive on the scene, both armed with their scientific equipment and lab coats.
Morty, we've stumbled upon something incredibly rare and unique. This creature appears to have a hyper-evolved brain, capable of advanced problem-solving and critical thinking.
Wow, Rick, that sounds like something out of a sci-fi novel.
That's right, Morty, and we're going to be the first scientists in history to study this incredible specimen in detail.
As they start analyzing the creature, they discover that it's actually a highly evolved alien life form that has disguised itself as a toy animal. But things take a hilarious turn when the creature suddenly starts speaking in the voice of E.T. the extraterrestrial, Elliot actor.
Alien, greetings Earthlings. I have come from a distant planet in search of intelligent life forms.
This is incredible. We've just made contact with an alien race.
Alien, I come in peace, but I require your assistance in locating my spaceship. It seems to have crash-landed somewhere on this planet.
We'll help you find your spaceship, but you have to promise not to abduct us or do any weird alien experiments on us.
Alien, I can assure you, Morty, that my race is far more advanced than that.
As they continue their search for the alien spaceship, Rick and Morty encounter a series of wacky situations, including a mind-bending trip through a black hole and a run-in with a group of intergalactic space pirates. Finally, they manage to locate the spaceship and the alien bids them farewell as he prepares to head back to his home planet.
Alien, farewell, Earthlings. It has been an honor to work with such brilliant scientists.
We may have just made contact with intelligent extraterrestrial life, Morty. This is truly a momentous occasion.
Yeah, but we also got to go on some crazy adventures and meet E.T. the extraterrestrial, Elliot actor.
The episode comes to a close as Rick and Morty blast off into the night sky, eager for their next wild adventure.
Title: The Quantum Mechanics of Pineapple Poker.
We open at the interdimensional portal, where Rick and Morty are frantically flipping through TV channels.
Morty, why are there no good shows on this week? I'm getting bored of all these interdimensional cable channels.
Well, maybe we could play some poker instead, Rick. I heard there's a pretty wild game of pineapple poker going on over at the Tiger Dimension.
Pineapple poker? Sounds like my kind of game. Let's go check it out.
We cut to the Tiger Dimension, where a group of tigers are gathered around a table, surrounded by a smorgasbord of fruit and dice. The Business by Tiesto is playing in the background.
Tiger 1, are you gonna fold or what?
Tiger 2, no, I think I'll raise.
Rick and Morty enter the room, immediately. Scientific description. In this particular episode, our dynamic duo ventures into the busy metropolis of New York City to investigate a new phenomenon occurring on the city streets. Through advanced scientific analysis, it is found that the random, yet synchronized movements of cars and pedestrians are the result of an extraterrestrial being attempting to communicate with the inhabitants of Earth.
The episode.
Morty, strap yourself in and get ready for our next adventure in understanding the complexities of the multiverse.
All right, Rick, where are we this time?
We're headed towards the bustling streets of New York City to observe the latest occurrence happening on the car and pedestrian-ridden avenues. As Rick adjusts the portal settings,
Morty glances out the window and sees an endless sea of cars moving synchronously down the street alongside a mirage of towering concrete structures.
Bewildered. Whoa, Rick, what's going on? Everyone is moving together like some sort of coordinated dance or something?
Smirks. Careful, Morty. One would suppose from your reaction that you've never witnessed the effects of extraterrestrial communication on human behavior before.
Confused? Huh? What are you talking about, Rick?
Unfolds some graphs and charts from his portal gun. Take a look, Morty. These patterns reflect an extraterrestrial life form using quantum communication tactics to get the attention of the inhabitants of Earth.
Dumbfounded. Wait, you're telling me all these people moving in perfect harmony are being controlled by aliens?
Sarcastic. Oh, no, Morty, not just any aliens. These are the most advanced type of sentient beings you'll ever encounter.
Startled. But what are they trying to say, Rick?
Inquisitive. Excellent question, Morty. Picks up a nearby radio that's playing Lizzo's tunes. Listen closely, Morty. These vibrations and beats transmitted through the airwaves are a message, Morty, a message these extraterrestrial beings are attempting to convey.
Still confused. And what is the message exactly?
Pulls out a series of complex scientific studies and theories. The message is still unclear, Morty, but we must conduct further research and analysis, utilizing these cutting-edge scientific methods, including quantum physics, interdimensional travel, and animal behaviorism to interpret their message.
Morty runs his hands through his hair, befuddled.
Frustrated. Rick, I don't think I can keep up with all this science-way mumbo-jumbo.
Grinning. Don't worry, Morty. Just sit back and watch, like a spectator watching a basketball game. See how it all unfolds.
Morty looks away from the advanced studies to see people on the street start the wave.
Astounded. Whoa! Look, Rick, everyone started doing the wave.
Amused. Fascinating, Morty. It seems that the extraterrestrial message was to get the people of Earth to unite through dance and harmony, something that transcends language and cultural barriers.
Stare blankly. Rick, I don't think I'll ever understand any of this.
Calmly. That's okay, Morty. Nobody said that understanding the symmetry of the multiverse was easy.
Morty shrugs his shoulders as they both decide to observe this strange phenomenon taking place in the city. The aliens are never seen or heard from again. The study of their message is ongoing, and the Rick and Morty duo seem content with just being in the moment.
Morty, I need you to grab the interdimensional TV remote. We're about to watch the new scientific breakthrough show on the Multiverse Network.
Okay, Rick, burp, I got it.
On the screen, we see two people in absurd costumes standing on a street with a purple and yellow cat on top of a purple ball.
Ah yes, this must be a parallel universe where cats have evolved to become supreme overlords of the planet.
What? How is that even possible?
Well, you see, Morty, it's all about the natural selection process. With enough time and genetic mutations, anything is possible in the infinite multiverse.
Suddenly, Lady Keira and Taimon and Asagi show up and start fighting the cat on the ball.
Oh Morty, look at the cultural significance of this event. Lady Keira and Taimon and Asagi are representing the ancient Japanese culture of ninjas and samurais.
Yeah, but what's up with that purple cat on the ball?
That's Sarah Anderson, Morty. She's a skilled thief with an affinity for purple fur.
Just then, Sailor Venus and the warriors of the blue and fierce tenacity show up, ready to join the fray.
Sailor Venus. I am the soldier of love and beauty, Sailor Venus. I'll fight for justice and put an end to your reign of terror, you feline fiend.
Oh Morty, it seems like we stumbled upon the ultimate showdown. Ninjas, samurais, cosmic soldiers, and a purple cat on a ball. All in the name of science, Morty. All in the name of science.
Jackson Miguel Remington Briscoe. Wait, that's my fiancé on that ball. I'll help Sarah defend her territory.
Rick, are you sure this isn't just some weird fever dream?
Morty, science doesn't care about what's weird or not. As long as it's true, it's worth exploring.
In the end, the battle lasted several hours, with no clear winner. But as Rick pointed out, the real winner was science. Burp. Title: The Quantum Paradox of Otaku Obsession.
Opening shot. Rick and Morty in their garage lab surrounded by beakers and strange machines.
Mixing chemicals. Morty, pass me that vial of neutronium.
Handing over the vial. What are we working on today, Rick?
Pouring the neutronium into a flask. We're gonna create a portal to the moon, Morty.
Excitedly. The moon? Wow, Rick.
Checking his phone. Hold on, Morty. I've got a message from Summer. Reading his phone. OMG, you guys have to see this magazine cover.
Curiously, what magazine cover?
Showing Morty his phone. It's some otaku magazine. Summer's on the cover.
Confused, what's an otaku?
Sarcastically, it's a Japanese term for obsessive nerds, Morty. You know, like us.
Laughs nervously, yeah, I guess.
Summer walks in, gasping when she sees Rick and Morty holding the magazine.
Horrified. Oh my god, you found it. I can explain.
Smirking. Relax, Summer. We're just curious about this otaku phenomenon.
Whispers to Rick, I want to see it.
Whispers back, me too. Let's sneak away.
Morty secretly buys a copy of the magazine while Rick builds the moon portal.
Finishing the portal. Alright, Morty. Let's journey to the moon.
Reading the magazine. Hold on, Rick. This magazine is pretty interesting. Did you know there's a whole universe of anime out there?
Skeptically. Yeah, and I'm a pickle.
Enthusiastically. No, seriously. Look! This one is about a scientist who turns himself into a cyborg.
Reading the magazine. Hey, this might be worth checking out. Opens the portal. Saddle up, Morty.
As they step through the portal, they're suddenly transported into a Japanese anime world where they're fighting against robotic creatures.
Nah, Morty, this is insane. The science is incredible.
Triumphantly, told ya anime was awesome.
The duo battles their way through the anime world before ultimately returning safely to their garage.
Wiping his brow. Wow, Morty. That was a close one.
Grinning. Yeah, but we did it. We conquered the quantum paradox of otaku obsession.
Smiling. You know what, Morty? You might just be the smartest nerd in this garage.
Proudly, thanks, Rick. That means a lot.
End scene. Rick and Morty high-fiving and smiling.
Scientific PhD description. In this episode, Rick and Morty will embark on a gastronomic adventure exploring the scientific intricacies of a hamburger's composition. Recognizing the importance of each burger component, the duo will examine how lettuce, tomato, and cheese textures complement each other, simulating mountain formations in the background. The episode will feature a bottle of ketchup as a catalyst for explosive scientific reactions. As they enjoy a reminiscent in-and-out experience, Rick and Morty will investigate the notion that cicadas in Reykjavik offer an essential form of seasoning and adaptogenic capabilities for gastric function. Understanding the implications of gastrectomy, the way one might apprehend a burger's nourishment and taste sensations.
Morty, it's time to indulge in gastric enlightenment. Behold, the In-N-Out burger.
Wow, Rick, what's so special about this burger?
The lettuce provides a crunchy, slightly bitter texture that blends with the creamy cheese and juicy tomato, simulating mountains formations in the background.
Whoa, Rick, that's deep.
Indeed, Morty, and watch this, he squirts ketchup on his burger, which explodes in a massive reaction.
Ah, Rick, what did you do?
Calm down, Morty. The ketchup's acidity provided the catalyst our burgers needed to offer a full range of taste and nourishment. Marvelous, isn't it?
Oh, sure, Rick. What about this cicada thing you mentioned?
Ah yes, cicadas from Reykjavik create innate umami flavor and offer adaptogenic capabilities. One bite and your stomach regenerates before your eyes.
Alright, let's give it a try. Morty takes a bite. Whoa, Rick, it's like my stomach's having a dance party.
That's pretty accurate, Morty. Now let's sit back, enjoy our burgers, and contemplate the implications of gastrectomy.
In this episode, Rick invents a machine that can turn any object into a delicious sci-fi themed recipe. The whole family gathers in the futuristic looking room, bathed in a green light coming from the ceiling.
Alright family, let me show you my latest invention, the muckraker. With this machine, any object can be turned into a scrumptious sci-fi themed recipe.
Ah, Rick, are you sure that's safe?
Of course it's safe, Jerry. Watch this, Agricola.
Rick tosses a handful of dirt into the muckraker, and out comes a steaming hot bowl of Agricola stew.
Wow, that actually smells pretty good.
What about this shoe, Rick?
Shoe, Morty, that's disgusting, but let's give it a shot. Creating sci-fi themed recipes.
The machine whirs to life as the shoe is sucked into the muckraker. A few moments later, a plate of shoelace spaghetti and meatballs emerges from the other side, steam rising from its savory aroma. Okay, I take back what I said earlier. That is actually incredible. But soon the family's experimentation with the muckraker goes too far, as they start throwing in everything from couch cushions to light bulbs. Chaos ensues as the room fills with smoke and the smell of burned plastic.
Rick, we need to shut this thing down.
I can't, Beth, I never installed the emergency shutdown button.
Oh geez. This is like that time we ended up in a parallel universe where shrimp were the dominant species.
Eventually, the family manages to regain control of the situation, but not before they discover a strange side effect of the muckraker's recipes. Anyone who eats them gains enhanced intellectual abilities, with Jerry suddenly spouting PhD-level scientific knowledge.
My God, I feel smarter.
Well, that's unexpected. Maybe we should start mass-producing these recipes?
And thus, the muckraker becomes a booming success, with sci-fi themed recipes taking the world by storm. But as always, Rick and Morty will find themselves embroiled in even more wild and unpredictable adventures in the future. The episode title, Quantum Cell Phone Paradox. The scene opens in the courtyard of the Smith family's house where Rick, Morty, Jerry, Beth, and Summer are standing in a field discussing a mysterious phenomenon. Rick holds a cell phone in his hand and tries to decode its quantum algorithm. Morty stares at it perplexed while Jerry tries to buzz off the flies that keep interrupting their briefing. In the meantime, Beth struggles to explain the precision of quantum computing to Summer.
By Joe, this quantum cell phone is positively perplexing. The algorithm it's using is beyond anything we Earthlings have ever seen.
I dunno, Rick. It just looks like a regular cell phone to me.
Can we hurry this up? I'm starting to get a rash from all these bugs.
Now, Summer, don't you see? The quantum computing revolutionizes the way we utilize information and data in our world.
In the midst of their conversation, Rick spots a patch of fresh manure in the field and immediately swallows a mouthful. Rick, what in the…
Rick, interrupting, Biff from Back to the Future loved eating manure. Figured I'd give it a whirl.
Morty stares at Rick in disbelief.
Gross, Rick. Just gross.
But Rick's face changes when Morty shows him a clip from Back to the Future where Biff proclaims his true feelings about the fertilizer. Rick's face pales as he recites the famous quote from the movie.
It wasn't manure he loved, it was just…
Hey, guys, check it out. The quantum cell phone is receiving a signal.
As they all look at the phone in fascination, a portal suddenly opens up and sucks them all inside.
What's going on? Where are we?
By the multiverse, we're inside the phone. This is a quantum entangled paradox.
What do we do now, Rick?
We reprogram the algorithm from inside and reverse the polarity before the paradoxical implosion destroys us all.
As they frantically work on their mission, the group comes across a glitch in the code which is actually caused by an alien race from another universe tampering with their technology. Can't we just call customer service? They end up defeating the aliens by tricking them into a virtual reality trap that undoes the damage they caused.
We saved the day again, guys.
Yeah, so what did you think about quantum computing now? Pretty cool, right?
Guess we'll just stick to regular phones from now on.
Speak for yourself, Jerry. I'm already hacking the next quantum puzzle.
And with that, they all return safely to their own universe and the episode ends, leaving us all breathless and amused. Dr. Rick Sanchez, PhD in theoretical physics, and his teenage grandson, Morty Smith, embark on a scientific adventure to explore the intriguing behavior of ducks floating atop a vibrant lake adjacent to a large building. Their initial observations revealed an anomalous deviation from typical flock formations which sparked their interest in investigating further.
Rick, Morty, do you see those ducks? They're forming a pattern of some sort.
Morty. Yeah, Rick, it seems like they're boiling up, or something. What's going on?
Rick. Burps, not sure Morty. Let's get closer and investigate.
As they approached the lake, they noticed the water temperature began to rise rapidly, a clear sign of an imminent pandemic. As tensions rose, a bird flew over the water's surface, seemingly unaffected by the chaos unraveling beneath it.
Morty. Oh, geez Rick, these ducks are really boiling up here. What's causing all of this?
Rick. Exclaims, Morty, I'm not sure yet, but something's definitely amiss. Keep an eye on that bird.
What followed next can only be described as an unprecedented, chaotic, and truly absurd series of events where Rick and Morty attempt to save the ducks, which may or may not represent the fate of the entire universe, while dealing with a pandemic and the bird's curious behavior.
Rick. Morty, we have to pull these ducks out of the water and save them. It's the only chance we have to stop this pandemic from spreading.
Morty. Shocked. This is nuts, Rick. What's the bird doing?
Rick. Puzzled. I don't know Morty, but I have a theory that could be game-changing. Hold on tight, Morty.
As if on cue, Rick pulled out some strange devices, and in a matter of seconds, they both shrunk down to the size of the ducks and entered the lake. What followed next was a whirlwind adventure featuring psychedelic experiences, strange creatures, and a lot of laughs. The episode culminated in Rick successfully neutralizing the pandemic while Morty prevented the bird from altering the very threads of the universe. The ducks were saved, and the universe was in balance once more.
Rick. Burps, that was one wild ride, Morty. We could have destroyed the entire universe.
Morty. Yeah, Rick, but we saved the day. We're like heroes now.
Rick. Laughs, heroes, Morty? We're just two scientists who got lucky. But you know what, kid? I feel like we're ready for anything now. Burps.
And with that, Rick and Morty left the scene with the satisfaction of a job well done, leaving behind a flock of ducks and a bird, completely dumbfounded. The end. Scene opens with Rick, Morty, and Beth in the garage. Rick is tinkering with some high-tech gadget while Morty is standing next to him in awe.
Morty, looks like we have ourselves a classic case of dimensional instability here. We're going to have to use the level 9 oscillation modulator to stabilize it.
Rick, are you sure that's safe? Last time we used that thing, it turned Mrs. Pancake's inside out.
Chuckles. Let's just say that Mrs. Pancakes doesn't need to worry about going to the gynecologist anymore. Now scoot over, Morty, and pass me that cartoon character holding a shovel and a scoop of dirt in his hand and a bowl of dirt in his other hand.
Rick, what are you going to do with that?
Just watch and learn, Beth. Rick attaches the character to his gadget and pushes a button.
Character suddenly comes to life and begins digging frantically.
Whoa, Rick, did you just bring a cartoon character to life?
Smirks. I always do this before lunch, Morty.
Beth looks at Rick and Morty, shaking her head.
You guys are insane.
Rick and Morty look at each other and begin to laugh. Suddenly, Jerry bursts into the garage and demands attention. Hey! Hey, what's going on in here?
Jerry, what do you want?
Well, I've been meaning to talk to you guys about something. You see, I've been feeling a little left out lately. Can I help with whatever experiment you're working on?
Size, fine. Morty, hand him that bowl of dirt.
Jerry eagerly accepts and starts spoon-feeding himself.
Rick, what is that?
Oh, don't worry, Beth. It's just some manure.
Jerry's face turns green as Rick and Morty high-five each other.
Looks like our work here is done, kids.
Shakes head. Why, yeah, but shouldn't we help Jerry?
Chuckles. Nah, he'll be fine. Come on, let's go get some Szechuan sauce.
All three exit the garage, leaving Jerry in a high chair, covered in manure and struggling to even move. Groans faintly.
Scientific description.
In this episode, we observe the interaction between Rick and Morty as they make their way through various neon cities while exploiting their unlimited access to a new level of technology, Xenon XOXO exploit. Jerry, on the other hand, seems to struggle with grasping the seemingly simple task of investing in Stonks meme, which forces Rick and Morty to help him out. The episode starts with Rick and Morty experiencing the majesty of Xenon XOXO exploit, a technology that allows them to manipulate and control the neon lights in the city. Rick explains the physics behind this technology and Morty struggles to keep up with the scientific terminology. Jerry interrupts their exploration with a plea for help. He confesses to falling behind the investing curve and needs Rick and Morty's help to invest in Stonks meme to secure his financial future. Without missing a beat, Rick whips out a device that calculates every permutation of the stock's market value that Jerry could take advantage of.
As they venture through the city, they come across a neon sign that piques their interest, visiting sci-fi film locations. They enter the establishment and are transported to some of the most iconic sci-fi film locations imaginable.
Their travels are cut short when they are chased by a Rottweiler that escaped from some prison testing facility's illegal animal experimentation department. In an effort to escape, Rick employs an absurd scientific device that propels them into a space-time continuum that leaves Jerry panicking.
Morty, activate the hyperspace dynamo now.
Screaming, what does that mean? As they hold on for dear life, the trio crash land on Earth, in front of the same pub that Jerry invested in earlier. Rick, amused with Jerry's lack of understanding of the scientific phenomena he just saw, minimizes the experience and Morty attempts an explanation to Jerry.
Well, Jerry, we just went through a space-time vortex and traveled across multiple universes at lightning speed. It's pretty simple, really.
Ah, yeah, sure. Whatever you say, Morty. The episode ends with Jerry making a fortune on his stonks meme investment, but Rick and Morty clearly understanding that money is not everything in life, and their crazy scientific adventures will always be worth way more.
Title: A Hydrodynamic Adventure, Rick and Morty Go Water Sporting.
PhD University term, the episode follows Rick and Morty as they embark on a hydrodynamic adventure involving various water sporting equipments and an alien meme wall. The episode studies the impact of procrastination on collective decision-making and how it affects individual engagement. The storyline follows a series of water sporting events as Rick and Morty compete with alien species and become embroiled in a meme war, leading to hilarious examples of procrastination and a rapid escalation of humorous events.
Opening scene.
Morty, we're going to the moon for another adventure.
The moon? Rick, we're not going back to space?
No, Morty, we need to find a super-duper water sports gear for our mission today.
Scene. In the ocean with different water sports equipment.
This hydrodynamic stuff can transform water surfing, Morty. Take this wave runner, for example. It could help us ski across the ocean and maybe win the alien shark tournament we're entering.
I've never surfed before, Rick. What if I drown?
Just believe in yourself, Morty. Besides, if you drown, we'll just clone you. Science.
Scene. Entering the tournament, defeated by alien species.
These aliens are too good, Morty. They have a whale-powered board. We can't deal with that.
Maybe we should just stick to swimming.
No, Morty, we can do this. And if we're unsuccessful, we'll just blame everything on the Chinese satellite.
Scene. Entangled in a meme war.
You're still battling over memes?
It's not that simple, Mom.
Hey, I will not be told what deep frying the meme is, or memes for hands, either. You have your own stupid inside jokes with your alien friends.
What do we do, Rick?
We escalate, Morty, destroy everything. But first, let's procrastinate a little and have some water fights.
Scene. Finally completing the water sporting mission.
Alright, Morty, we've come this far. Let's go win this alien surfing tournament.
I thought you said we'd drown, Rick.
Just keep swimming, Morty. In the end, everything will be alright.
Scene. End credits.
Who won the meme war?
I don't know, Summer. We got too distracted with the water sports.
At least you had some fun.
Fun's overrated, Beth. Science.
The episode begins with Rick and Morty expanding their knowledge of extraterrestrial engines and accidentally crashing their spaceship on the outskirts of a mystical forest. Beth and Summer join the duo on their behest to salvage robot parts and aid their scavenger hunt for an interdimensional memo cube. After rigorous exploration and data collection, the crew stumbles upon a field of unicorns roaming about. Only via anthropometric lasers could they discover a monitor attached to one of the unicorns.
Holy silicon chips, Morty. This unicorn's data port is plugged with the memo cube. It's flying away. Let's chase it down.
Is it dangerous, Rick?
What could be dangerous about a unicorn?
Seriously, who rides unicorns anyways?
The unicorn takes to the skies, marked with visual coordinates for an object ahead. Rick and Morty manage to nab the cube while Summer and Beth lead an assault, successfully installing the cube into their treasured computer monitor. As they begin sifting through files, they stumble upon an advertisement for a robot dating agency. Laughing it off, the crew makes their way to the closest planet only advertised as a dating hub for robots. Surprise, surprise. It's run by Ripley, the famous antimatter collector who transports Rick and Morty to another dimension to complete their matching procedures.
Ripley, welcome to our dimensional success factory where we exercise free will but only on a leash. This one-of-a-kind dating agency uses sophisticated algorithms involving mutant amino acids to match robot personalities. It's simple, you'll handpick a robot, we'll fetch them and the rest is up to fate. Any questions?
How do we know they won't melt upon meeting?
What Morty was trying to ask was, how do we know this won't be a waste of time?
Ripley, you won't know until you meet them.
Oh, we'd like to meet the deluxe package.
Yeah, what's the craziest robot you got?
After an intense brain download, they emerge to find their match. Only to find out, it's the same robot who they jointly battled in their last galactic adventure. Onto the timeline, this robot has undergone major upgrades both physically and genetically. Deep sapphire subsystems, a rocket outshoot, quaternary chips, and of course, Ripley's infamous special sauce.
No freaking way. Isn't that the same robot who tried to devour us into Univertech oblivion?
No matter, personal growth can explain away all evil.
Oh yeah, he looks my type, nerd chic but physically hardcore.
I get to pick next time.
The rest of the episode follows the crew's rendezvous with the robot, uncovering mysteries of his world and discovering unreal plot twists as they move forward in the path of love for robots in different dimensions. Scientific PhD university terms. The episode commences with Rick and Morty experimenting with the interdimensional portal gun. As they travel through different dimensions, they stumble upon a world where Stephen Hawking is still alive and has been converted into a genetic hybrid of a human and a moth. Meanwhile, Jerry and Beth are dealing with their own issues of extraterrestrial garden pests, flea dirts. As Rick tries to find a way to reverse the mutation of Stephen Hawking, they cross paths with an unknown entity that they believe to be a flea dirt. However, it turns out to be the result of a mutated experiment gone wrong, which promptly explodes and provides the team with the essential means to reverse Stephen's mutation. But as soon as they do so, Stephen turns out to be quite different from the man they once knew. With his newfound wings, he and Morty head to Pluto to engage in a game of space chess while Jerry and Beth try to find a way to eradicate the flea dirt infestation. Through hilarious, strange shenanigans, they battle flea dirts in a massive garden showdown, ultimately culminating in Stephen and Morty devising a complex plan to merge dimensions and create a hybrid universe, complete with sentient flea worlds omnipotently managed by the Church of the Cosmic Flea. What's that thing in the garden? It looks like a flea dirt.
Oh, you mean those little twerps? Just let Morty handle it.
What even are those things? They're wreaking absolute havoc on my garden.
Stephen, fear not, fellow cyborg. We shall vanquish these nefarious pests with our collective brilliance.
Wait, what's happening? Why are we on Pluto?
Stephen, relax, my boy. Let us play some space chess and focus on the bigger picture.
Why do these flea dirts keep multiplying? It's infuriating.
Well, that's because they have a dark, cosmic alliance with the Church of the Cosmic Flea. Pretty obvious stuff.
How are we going to get rid of them? Maybe we could use some kind of chemical compound?
Stephen, nonsense. We will resolve this matter scientifically and logically, using only our razor-sharp intellect and lightning-fast reflexes.
I don't think I'm smart enough to understand any of this.
Don't worry, Morty. Nobody ever truly understands anything in this universe. Let's just go with the flow and see where it takes us.
Title: The Extraterrestrial Dating Dilemma.
Scientific synopsis.
In this experiment, Rick and Morty travel through multiple intergalactic dimensions and land on a planet where extraterrestrial dating is an extreme sport. An abundance of scientific data is collected through an analysis of the alien biology, specifically the anatomy of their reproductive systems, which provides insight into their unique methods of courtship.
Morty, we've stumbled upon an interdimensional portal to a planet where dating is the ultimate contest.
Wow, Rick, that's crazy. Wait, do they have barbecue ribs there?
Morty, focus. We'll worry about the ribs later. We need to study their mating practices.
Accountant, excuse me, but I need to file an expense report for your recent expenditures.
Not now, Bob. We're in the middle of some important intergalactic research.
Yellow-eyed robot, welcome to the intergalactic extravaganza. Our contestants include the most eligible extraterrestrial bachelors and bachelorettes.
Stunned. I had no idea aliens could be that attractive.
Confused. Wait, what am I doing here?
Yellow-eyed robot, congratulations Jerry, you've been chosen as our human bachelor contestant.
Morty, this seems like the right time to test out our new Lightyear Love Letter League technology.
Yellow-eyed robot, contestants, in order to win the affections of our human contestant, you must complete a series of challenges.
Cuts to alien bachelorette trying to kiss Jerry. Whoa, that was slimy.
Yellow-eyed robot, let's move on to the next challenge, shall we?
Scandalized. Rick, did you really just leak all those love letters?
Chuckles. Morty, it's all in the name of science. Plus, Jerry's gotta learn sometime.
Yellow-eyed robot, congratulations to our grand prize winner. You and Jerry will be taking a stroll on the crystal beaches of Zoggar.
I don't know about you, Rick, but I'm ready to go home.
Just one more thing, Morty. Holds up a plate of barbecue ribs. I never forget.
Ends with Rick and Morty chowing down on barbecue ribs in their spaceship.
Scientific conclusion. Through extensive study, we have concluded that extraterrestrial dating is a highly competitive and complex process. Our findings suggest that intergalactic love may be more bizarre than we originally thought. Further experiments are necessary to explore the potential implications of this research on human relationships.
John, hey Iron Man, do you remember the old school arcade games we used to play as kids?
Iron Man? Oh yeah, I never forget arcade games from the good old days.
Samantha, I'm sorry to interrupt, but can you guys explain why you're dressed as Iron Man?
John, we're attending a retro arcade games convention today. And of course, we dress as our favorite arcade game characters.
Iron Man? Yeah, I'm a big fan of the old Iron Man arcade game, that's why I'm wearing this armor.
Samantha, that sounds really fun. I might have to join next year.
John, you totally should. It's a blast. By the way, Iron Man, have you prepared anything for the stand-up comedy competition tonight?
Iron Man? Not really. I don't know if I'm that funny. What about you, John?
John, I think I have a couple of jokes up my sleeve. But don't worry, we're only doing it for fun.
Samantha, well, good luck to both of you. I'll see you later at the convention.
Iron Man, thanks, Samantha. Time to suit up and go reminisce about some classic games.
John, let's do it. I'm feeling pumped already.
Title: Interdimensional Shenanigans.
Description. Following an interdimensional portal malfunction, Rick and Morty find themselves stuck in a world where every living creature is accompanied by a dog in a fancy tie. Meanwhile, a man with a beard and his poodle are experimenting with a new interdimensional teleportation device.
Morty, Rick, what happened to these dogs? Why are they all wearing ties?
Rick, shut up, Morty. You've been to enough parallel universes by now to know that we can't question the weird stuff anymore.
Bearded man. Hey, what are you two doing here? Do you know what kind of scientific breakthrough I'm trying to achieve here?
Rick. Oh great, another wannabe scientist with a teleporter. Newsflash, buddy, we already have one of those.
Poodle. Agreed. And FYI, we're not just any poodle. My owner here is Henry Cavill, and we have access to all the latest technology.
Morty, Henry Cavill, the actor? Morty, let's just focus on getting out of here instead of worrying about Hollywood celebrities and their canine companions.
Bearded man. Hold on now, you guys might just be the key to my experiment. With your advanced knowledge of interdimensional travel, we can combine our technology and create the ultimate portal.
Poodle. Such an intriguing proposition. What do you say, Rick and Morty? Will you join forces with us and create history?
Rick. I suppose we could spare some time for some interdimensional shenanigans. But let's make it quick, I've got a dimension to destroy by sunset. Morty. Rick, can't we just have one adventure without destroying anything? Rick. Where's the fun in that, Morty? Let's get to work, Cavill and Poodle. We've got science to do.
Hey guys, have you seen the news?
George, no, why?
Apparently, there's a green alien with a crown on his head and a light on his hand standing in front of the building.
Lane, so what?
So what? The aliens exist. The government has found proof of extraterrestrial life.
Kramer. Well, I once dated Morty's alien suitor.
What?
Kramer. Yeah, she was really into me, but she kept trying to probe me.
Lane, ew, gross.
Hey, have you guys heard about the zombie outbreak quarantine?
George, yeah, I heard the whole city is on lockdown.
Lane, I hope nobody I know turns into a zombie.
Kramer. Hey, did I ever tell you guys about the time I fought a hippo?
No. What happened?
Kramer. I was on safari in Africa, and this hippo comes charging at me. So, I take out my trusty Ripto and I scare him away.
George, wait, what's a Ripto?
Kramer. It's a personal defense weapon shaped like a cigar. I always carry it with me.
Guys, did anyone notice the green alien with the crown on his head standing outside our window?
What?
George, you mean, like an alien stalker?
Lane, this is creepy. What are we going to do?
Kramer. Don't worry, I got this. I'll just use my Dilator Diva drama moves on him.
I don't think that's going to work.
On the phone, hello? Yes, I'd like to report a suspicious green alien standing outside my apartment building. What's his name? I have no idea. Rick, Morty, and Beth find themselves searching for the rare element borium on the mystical planet of Xanadu. As they trudge through the unforgiving landscape, they are suddenly confronted by Summer, who has entered a rebellious phase and run away from home. She is accompanied by none other than Fred Jones, a wrestler hailing from a distant galaxy.
Summer, what the hell are you doing here? Are you trying to get yourself killed? And who is this guy?
I'm just exploring my boundaries, Rick. Fred here is my new friend and fellow bohemian.
Bohemian? Do you even know what that means, Summer?
Enough, everyone. We need to focus on finding the borium so we can save the universe.
Fred Jones in a booming voice. I can help you find the borium, but it won't be easy. We'll need to wrestle our way past some intergalactic champions.
Sounds like my kind of challenge. Let's do this.
After a series of hilarious and brutal wrestling matches, our intrepid group finally reaches the borium deposit. Suddenly, they are ambushed by a group of alien bounty hunters.
It's time to give these aliens a taste of our wrestling moves.
I don't really know any wrestling moves, Rick.
I think I saw something on YouTube about a sleeper hold.
Yeah, I'll just let you guys handle this one.
As the battle rages on, our heroes emerge triumphant and claim the precious borium. As they journey back home through the stars, they laugh and joke about their wild adventure on Xanadu.
You know, Morty, you actually weren't that bad in the ring.
Really, Rick? Thanks.
Can we go on another adventure like that, guys? That was so fun.
Don't get any ideas, Summer.
The group continues their journey back home as we fade to a shot of their spaceship against the backdrop of a stunning cosmic sunset. The caption reads, "In the end, the true champion was science, as well as wrestling and teenage rebellion."
Title: The Lunar Love Lies Rebellion and Jerry's Hilarious Attempts at Love.
Scientific description. In this episode, the multi-dimensional team of Rick, Morty, Jerry, and Summer travel to a distant lunar colony in search of a rare element essential for the creation of interdimensional portals. Along the way, they encounter a collage of Asian foods, including a skull face on a plate and a heart-shaped plate with a heart, which turn out to be part of an underworld rebellion against the tyrannical rule of the Lunar Queen. Jerry adds to the chaos by hilariously attempting to woo the Lunar Queen and winning the affection of an alien species.
Dialogue.
Okay, Morty, we're approaching the lunar colony now. The scans show a significant concentration of the rare element we're looking for.
Rick, what's with all this crazy Asian food?
This looks like some kind of rebellion. Look, they have a symbol of a skull on a plate.
Ooh, look at that heart-shaped plate. I sense love in the air. Maybe I could win the heart of the Lunar Queen.
You really think that's a good idea, Jerry?
Absolutely, Rick. Fellas, watch and learn. My moves are gonna be out of this world. Pause.
Rick, what's that noise?
It's a group of rebels. They're attacking the underground station.
We need to act fast, guys. Follow my lead.
After a long action scene involving high-speed train hijack and weapons. Hey, that was pretty cool. But where's the Queen? I haven't had the chance to use my pickup lines yet.
I don't think she's too interested in you, Uncle Jerry. Who knows, maybe you made some impressions on those lunar love lies though.
Love lies? What's that?
It's the name of the alien species you just hit on, Jerry.
Oh, I see. Hey, at least I got to leave a mark on this crazy lunar colony. Next time, Venus, watch out for Jer Bear. Rick rolls his eyes as they exit the lunar colony, relieved to have completed their mission and ready for another adventure. Note, this description is quite specific and may not be easy to incorporate into a cohesive episode, but I'll do my best to make it work.
Title: The Quantum Fluctuation of Undead Talent.
The episode begins with Rick and Morty visiting a retro arcade game museum on the moon, where they have to battle evil aliens disguised as old-school pixels. They eventually defeat the boss by using a quantum algorithm that Rick downloaded from a parallel universe. Meanwhile, back on Earth, Jerry is convinced that he has rediscovered the lost art of astrology, but he keeps getting laughed at by his family. Beth reminds him that astrology is not a real science, but Jerry insists that he can prove it by creating a zombie talent contest. Summer agrees to help him organize the event. The day of the contest arrives, and the whole town is there, including a woman with red hair and makeup holding a green light-up hand with a skeleton face on it, whom Rick notices in the crowd. Morty is nervous about performing his zombie poem, but Rick gives him a space helmet that will apparently make him more confident. The contest begins, and the contestants display their undead skills, including the ability to dance the cha-cha like true zombies. However, things start to get weird when the judges, including Jerry, begin to turn into actual zombies themselves. The woman with the green light-up hands reveals herself to be an evil scientist from a parallel universe who has been experimenting with quantum fluctuations on the moon and accidentally transported herself to Earth. Rick figures out that the only way to stop the zombie outbreak is by creating a quantum field that will reverse the polarity of the quantum fluctuations. Morty's space helmet turns out to be the key, as it contains a sample of antimatter that can be used to power the field. Together, they race to the moon and create the field just in time, saving the town from total zombification. As they exit the quantum field, Morty takes off his space helmet and realizes that he has become a master poet in the process. Rick congratulates him on his newfound talent but reminds him that poetry is not a real science.
Morty, we have to get to the quantum core before the zombification reaches critical density.
I don't know if I can do this, Rick. I'm just a humble poet.
And I'm just a humble astrologer. But I'm also a zombie, apparently.
Jerry, I told you astrology wasn't a real science.
Yeah, Jerry. It's like telling people you're a mermaid.
Evil scientists tremble and despair, mortals, for I am the master of quantum fluctuations.
Oh great, another megalomaniac scientist with no regard for the rules of space and time.
Rick, what do we do?
We improvise, Morty, we always do.
Zombie Jerry, brains.
Except for you, Jerry. You don't improvise, you just zombie.
I don't know if this space helmet is going to work, Rick.
Nonsense, Morty, now put it on and start reciting that poem you wrote.
Ode to the Quantum Field.
Oh boy, here we go.
Opening scene. We see Jerry, George, Kramer, and Elaine walking down a city street corner where they are trying to find a parking spot. They see a parking meter with a sticker on it and cars parked on the side of the street. Can we park here?
Lane looks at the sticker. It says, "No parking, Jerry."
George, frustrated, where are we gonna park then?
Kramer points. Look at that spot over there.
Excitedly points. Hey, what about that one?
Lane, it's a handicap spot, Jerry.
Oh, yeah. Guess that's not happening. As they continue to walk, they pass by a group of street performers.
Street Performer 1. Hey, you guys want to see a magic trick?
Disinterested. No, we're good.
Street Performer 2 starts beating on drums loudly. How about some high energy music?
George, covering his ears, no, we're really not interested.
Suddenly, they hear a strange noise and turn to see a giant red ball rolling towards them.
Kramer, wide-eyed. It's a red giant. Run.
Lane, confused, a what?
Sarcastically, obviously, it's a giant red ball.
George, panicked, guys, we gotta get out of here.
Just then, two mismatched buddy cops enter the scene.
Cop 1, freeze, nobody move.
Cop 2, mumbling to himself, calcium, I need more calcium.
Kramer, impressed, whoa, did you hear that?
Whispering, shut up, Kramer. The cops realize that they mistook the street performers for a group of robbers and apologize for their mistake.
Cop 1, we're sorry about that, folks. False alarm.
Street Performer 1. Sarcastically, oh, no problem. As long as we provided some entertainment.
Smiling, yeah, you guys really stole the show. As they all walk away, they hear the sound of the red giant rolling down another street corner.
Kramer, excitedly, let's go check out where it's going.
Everyone else groans in unison.
Closing scene.
Jerry, George, Elaine, and Kramer are seen sitting in a coffee shop, looking tired and frustrated.
Lane, exasperated, that was the most eventful park searching experience I've ever had.
George, but seriously, what was up with those cops?
Shrugs, who knows? Maybe they're just calcium deficient.
Kramer, smiling broadly, I had a feeling today was going to be a good day.
End of episode.
Title: Frictional Conundrum of Morpheus and the Venusian Virtual Vixens.
Synopsis. Rick and Morty stumble upon a man wearing a black outfit and mask while traveling through different dimensions. The man, identified as Friction, takes him on a journey through the frictional aspects of the universe while discussing the ethical dilemmas of transhumanism.
Friction. Greetings mortals, I am Friction, master of the universe's frictional properties. Follow me if you dare to explore the depths of frictional conundrums.
Rick, what the hell is this guy talking about, Morty?
Morty, I have no idea, but it sounds kinda cool.
Friction. We will venture through the dimensions by exploring the frictional forces that hold them together. This will lead us to the Venusian virtual vixens, beings that stimulate the neurotransmitters of pleasure in the human brain.
Rick, oh boy, that sounds like a party.
Morty, is that even legal?
Friction. Ethics, my dear Morty, are an atypical concept for beings who strive for immortality through transhumanism. The ethical dilemmas of such a pursuit lead to a potential loss of human essence, ultimately leading to a loss of self.
Rick, you lost me at self.
Morty, this is getting kinda deep, Rick.
Friction. Indeed, Morty. Let us delve deeper into the moral and philosophical considerations of our existence.
Rick and Morty reluctantly follow Friction through various dimensions, experiencing the various levels of frictional resistance. Eventually, they reach the Venusian virtual vixens and indulge in the pleasures of their virtual reality.
Rick, oh my god, this is amazing.
Morty, I don't know if this is ethical, Rick.
Friction. The ethics of pleasure is subjective, Morty, but the consequences of this pursuit must be considered carefully.
After some time, Rick and Morty are thrust back into their reality, pondering the weight of their experiences and the repercussions of transhumanism.
Rick, that was one hell of a ride.
Morty, I don't think I can handle that again.
Friction. Remember, mortals, with great power comes great responsibility. The weight of our existence is ultimately determined by our ethics. Farewell.
Rick and Morty wave goodbye to Friction as they journey back to their own dimension, reflecting on the insights gained from their experience. PhD level description. In this episode, Rick and the Smith family take on the world of rhodium betting on politics. Utilizing their advanced scientific knowledge and dark humor, they take on a painting of a car in a city with a flag on it. Meanwhile, Jerry, Beth and Morty join the craziness and engage in politically motivated hijinks, with hilarious and chaotic results. This leads to a clash of egos, as the Smiths and Rick try to come out on top and prove their prowess in absurd and outlandish ways.
Dialogue.
Alright, listen up Morty. We're about to go deep into the world of rhodium betting on politics. You know what that means.
Not really, Rick. Can you explain it to me?
Yeah. Like what's the painting of a car got to do with any of this?
Oh Jerry, you simple-minded fool. That painting represents the political turmoil in the city, and we're going to use our scientific expertise to exploit it to the max.
But how are we supposed to do that?
And what's rhodium betting?
Shut up, I'll explain. Rhodium betting is an advanced form of political betting where we use quantum mechanics to predict the outcome of events. And that car in the painting, it represents the trajectory of our strategies.
Wow, sounds complicated.
And dangerous.
And kinda insane.
That's what makes it fun. Now let's get to it.
Jumps into the rhodium betting portal. Narrator. And so, the Smith family and Rick delved into the world of rhodium betting, using their wit and absurd methods to overthrow their opponents and emerge victorious. They bet on the most trivial events, from the political sign to the smallest flag in the city, and emerged richer, more powerful, and possibly crazier. This had unforeseen consequences, but they didn't care. They had won. For now. In this groundbreaking episode of Rick and Morty, the surreal juxtaposition of themes such as eyelash extensions, Narn Babylon 5, wedding planning and cocktail lounges are explored with the acute scientific precision that is expected of the duo.
Morty, it's time we investigate this strange phenomenon regarding the eyelash extensions being too hot to handle in this cocktail lounge.
Rick, do you think there could be some kind of secret technology at play here?
Hey guys, what are you up to?
Oh, just exploring the unsettling boundary between the mundane and the extraordinary in the context of Narn Babylon 5.
Cool, I'm a wedding planner. Maybe I could help with your investigation?
Wedding planner. Now that's just the kind of neurotic overcompensation we need to get to the bottom of this.
In a flurry of calculations and manic experimentation, the gang realizes that the eyelash extensions are actually a form of advanced parallel computing architecture capable of bending time and space. But just as they think they have unlocked the mysteries, the cocktail lounge is revealed to be populated by nefarious extra-dimensional beings who have been manipulating reality all along.
Rick, what do we do?
We're going to need all the firepower we can muster, Morty. Get ready to unleash the molecular destabilizers.
Wait, I thought we were just planning a wedding?
In a surreal frenzy of lasers and explosions, the team races to take down the creatures plaguing the cocktail lounge before reality warps beyond repair. As the dust settles, they realize that they saved not only the world, In this episode, Rick, Morty, and Summer are adventure hopping across dimensions when they stumble on a world populated entirely by sentient circus creatures. Intrigued by the complex genetic coding that culminated in these beings, Rick decides to enter a culinary competition held by the alien overlords that had created the world.
Morty, Rick, we shouldn't enter this contest. These aliens are notorious for playing with their prey before consuming them.
Summer? Yeah, Rick. I mean, look at that sign. It says, World's OK Circus. There's no way this planet could be anything other than madness.
Rick, listen Morty, I've got this under control.
The cooking competition quickly spirals out of control into a wacky comedy game show filled with both delicious and disgusting creations that Rick produces from out of his portal gun. They face off against the best in the circus world, but little did they know the game was rigged in their favor.
Announcer. The judges have awarded Rick with full points for his molecular gastronomy rendition of an Earth pizza.
Alien chef. But that does not make any sense. How can an Earth pizza compete with our molecular fusion recipes?
Rick, it's not rocket science, it's just food science. All you have to do is use a little bit of heart and a lot of flavor.
After their win, the gang gets caught up in plans to capitalize on their new fame. Summer catches the eye of one of the alien chefs attempting to woo her through wormhole technology.
Alien Chef 2. Darling, I have traveled across several galaxies using hyperbolic strata to get to you. Will you please accept my invitation and join me for a molecular layering dance?
Summer. Oh, I don't know.
Morty, Summer, don't worry. It's just like a prom dance, but interdimensional.
Rick, oh, come on. Trust me, it's the perfect way to learn more about alien cultures.
As the party wears on, the gang comes to realize the true nature of their new circus planet allies, in which they are actually a mad bunch of geneticists who use the circus animals as their base templates for experiments. Things suddenly go dark and gritty, with a satisfying climax of the team taking down the circus corporation.
Rick, oh, now I see what we're dealing with here. A bunch of cryogenic clowns cooking up biohacking modifications behind closed doors. Nothing a little bit of synchronized spinning can't take care of.
With some elaborate and twisting planning executed to perfection, Rick and Morty defeated the evil circus corporation and make a timely escape with Summer in tow, knowingly leaving behind a world of terrified circus creatures.
Sabrina Carpenter, well done, Rick. I had never seen anybody put up this much craziness in a circus before.
Rick, it's all in a day's work to me. But Summer, remember, with great power comes an even greater sandwich.
Opening scene. Rick, Morty, and Summer are in the living room. Summer is flipping through a magazine while Rick and Morty are arguing about their next adventure.
Why are you guys arguing? Can't we just stay home for once?
Stay home? What for? We need to continue our research and explorations for the betterment of the universe.
Yeah, Summer. It's what we do. We explore and discover new things.
Okay, well, while you guys argue, I found this magazine with me on the cover.
And what's the big deal?
It's a Japanese otaku magazine. They took a picture of me at Comic-Con and put me on the cover in a skimpy outfit.
Whoa, Summer, that's totally inappropriate.
Hey, who cares? It's just another form of expression, Morty.
But Summer shouldn't be objectified like that.
Scene 2.
Morty sneaks away to buy the Japanese otaku magazine, while Rick continues to berate him for not focusing on their mission.
Morty, you need to focus. We have a job to do.
I know, Rick, but let me just grab this magazine real quick.
Magazine? What magazine?
Oh, nothing. Just some science journal.
Scene 3.
Back at the house, Morty can't help but show the otaku magazine to Rick and Summer. They are disgusted by the anime-inspired pictures of Summer.
This is awful. I can't believe they made me into a sexualized cartoon character.
Well, technically it's not you. It's just a drawing of you.
Yeah, but it's still messed up.
Hey, I'm all for weird and crazy things, but this is just wrong. We need to put an end to this.
Scene 4.
Rick hatches a plan to find the source of the otaku magazine and shut them down. They use their scientific skills to trace the magazine's origins to a small printing factory on the moon.
Well, what are we waiting for? Let's go to the moon and put an end to this madness.
But how are we going to get there?
With my trusty souped-up spaceship, Morty.
Scene 5.
The trio arrive on the moon and are met with resistance from the factory's security guards. They fight their way through the factory, finally coming face to face with the CEO.
You sick, depraved lunatic. How dare you exploit people like that?
CEO,